Yo everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today we're jumping straight into a wild Naruto, a one where the hero we know never escaped the storm inside him. What if Naruto embraced every bit of his true nature, the chaos, the power, the instinct that terrified the ninja world? How would the villages react? Who would rise, who would fall? Get ready, because this story is explosive from the very first moment. Let's dive in. It is much bigger than the academy. A 15-year-old boy stands at the front gates and stares up at the school. He possesses golden blonde hair that puts the sun to shame, pale ocean blue eyes, and the rest of his face is hidden by a black face mask that covers the lower portion of his face from the nose down. The boy stands at average height with a lithe build. Stuffing his hands into the pants of the school uniform, he walks forward intent on getting assimilated into the school as soon as possible. Break! A cry of pain fills the air. Kenichi groans as he hits the mats. Weakly, he slowly begins to rise to his hands and knees. Laughter comes from the other students in the karate club. Nice one, smirks an older student. It is my turn now. Kenichi raises his head with a frightened look. Wait, I thought you were going to teach me the basics. An older student walks forward with a cruel smile. You were the one that came to use and begged to join our club. Don't you remember? Please let me join, I will do anything. The older student throws a kick, sending Kenichi rolling across the mats. Now you have to take this like a man. Kenichi continues to take beatings from all the members in the karate club. It continues for an hour before the club begins to disband. He is left on the mats nursing multiple bruises. Coughing, he weakly stares up at the ceiling, wondering why he doesn't just quit the club to avoid these beatings. They are never going to teach him anything. All he is to them is a human punching bag. He should quit the club and be done with this all. Excuse me, a soft voice interrupts him from his depressing train of thoughts. I am looking for the karate club. Wincing in pain, Kenichi sits up to look at the person. It is a student that he has never seen at the school. He looks to be a freshman like him. Could it be another new transfer student? First, it was that strange girl that moves like an assassin. Now there is a kid wearing a mask to hide his face. Kenichi gives a friendly smile. Yeah, this is the karate club, but it is over right now. He stands up, almost falling over. My name is Shirahama Kenichi. The younger boy bows respectfully. I am Uzumaki Naruto, a new transfer student. He looks around the room. The principal suggested that to fully integrate with the school I should join a club. You might want to find a different club. The karate club is full of jerks, grumbles Kenichi. Naruto looks back at Kenichi. Why do you stay then? Kenichi's eyes widen, not thinking that Naruto heard him. A sigh comes from the scrawny boy. It has always been my dream to learn martial arts and become strong. I want to be stronger. A twitch of the lips is hidden behind the mask. Naruto doesn't understand it, but he feels a connection to this scrawny boy. Kenichi seems to know the pain of being picked and looked down upon. It is a pain that Naruto knows a great deal about as well. Do you like karate? Asks Kenichi, changing the subject. I have never studied it, admits Naruto. Where I come from, hand-to-hand combat is not something that is widely practiced. There are more dojos set up to teach how to use weapons. I can barely throw a punch. I don't even want to imagine trying to hold a weapon, gulps Kenichi. A sudden idea strikes the scrawny boy. Why not join the kendo club? It is pretty popular and competes in regular tournaments. Kendo. Yeah. It is an ancient martial arts that revolves around teaching one to wield a sword like a katana. Naruto gains a thoughtful expression. That sounds like a good idea. He bows. Thank you, Kenichi-san. Kenichi smiles sheepishly at the formal use of his name. You can just call me Kenichi. Okay. Kenichi's sweat drops. Naruto turns around. Bye. He watches as Naruto leaves the room without a second glance backwards. Kenichi's sweat drops. It seems all the transfer students are a bit weird. Break. Welcome to the Kendo Club. A booming voice fills the dojo. A tall third-year student with bulging muscles and a handsome face stands proudly. He gives a smile that is blinding in nature. Long red hair is tie. D back in a ponytail and baby blue eyes are twinkling brightly like sunlight off water. The young man strikes a good guy pose, giving up a thumbs up while his smile twinkles, blinding all those that stare for too long. My name is Hanzo. I am the leader of the Kendo Club and behind me are my magnificent students. A groan comes from the older students in the club at his childish and loud behavior. Naruto blinks. Hello. Nice to meet you. Hanzo pumps a fist into the air. Yosh, I can feel a strong fighting spirit in you. He places a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Tell me, what is your name? Uzumaki Naruto. Maelstrom. A good strong name, just like my own. Hanzo begins to cry. Tears stream heavily down his cheeks. It was destiny that you came here. The class gives a collective groan. Here he goes again. This is so embarrassing. A deep well of regret is starting to rise up inside Naruto. He is starting to wish that he didn't listen to the principal on finding a club to join. All he wants to do is go to school, graduate, and live a peaceful life. Perhaps it was foolish of him to believe that he could go to school and also be left alone. The whole concept of school seems to revolve around interacting with people. Yosh, I will make sure to teach you everything there is about Kendo. It is my duty as instructor to bring out your full potential. Hanzo exclaims in a dramatic fashion. However, since you are just now joining our club, you will need to learn the basics to catch up to everyone. Sora-kun, please take over Naruto-kun's training. A second-year student with M.S.E. light brown hair and hazel eyes comes running forward. Yes, Hanzo-sensei. Sora bows respectively. Hanzo turns around to address the rest of the disciples. Yosh, we must get back to training. 100 overhead slashes, begin. Sora gives Naruto a friendly smile. Please follow me, Naruto-kun, I will get you an outfit and sword. Okay, nods Naruto. Nighttime. Great, now I am going to be late for dinner. Kenichi races down the street heading towards home. It took him a couple hours to clean up the entire club room. Those guys really need to learn to clean up after themselves. He turns around the corner and hears people talking. A voice that sounds very familiar reaches his ears. Apologize to the old man, demands a feminine voice. Turning, his eyes widen in surprise to find the new transfer girl talking to several gangsters. An old man tries to desperately make the girl stop before she is hurt. Please, young lady, I am fine. There is no need to start any trouble. A smirk appears on the gangster's face. Better listen to the old man before you get hurt. Kenichi ducks behind the corner. What is she doing? Those guys are gangsters. He grips his head. Nodding, he prepares to walk away. I'll just pretend I never saw anything. Miu's eyes narrow in anger. What gives you the right to pick on the old man? He was in our way. Next time he shouldn't walk in the middle of the sidewalk. Laughter comes from the other gangsters. Oh yeah, your car is parked on the side of the road, it is an eyesore, replies Miu. The gangsters continue to laugh. We can do whatever we want because we are strong. See those weaklings over there. He points at the people walking by pretending to not see anything. They know better than to mess with us, so they keep their heads down. Weaklings need to know their place. Kenichi freezes. Is that who he wants to become? A person who pretends to not see others in trouble so that he can save his own skin. He always talked about becoming strong and fighting for justice. Is letting Miu handle those gangsters on her own the justice he always talks about? On instinct, he turns around and charges towards the gangsters. Don't lay a finger on her. He prepares to throw a punch when he slips and falls forward onto his face. Everyone watching sweat drops. A groan comes from Kenichi. He stands up wincing. Who is this idiot? Frowns the leader. I won't let you hit a girl. Kenichi throws a punch. It hits the leader in the face. A silence fills the air. He takes a step backwards, gulping as shivers run up and down his spine. Are you okay? Kill him, orders the leader. A gangster draws a knife and charges at Kenichi. Kenichi freezes up, unable to move. The gangster doesn't make it past a single step when a kick comes down from above. Miu smashes the gangster face first into the cement with a powerful kick. She spins around delivering a palm thrust that sends a second gangster flying into the car. Bitch, you'll pay for that. Blood SP rays from the third gangster's mouth as he is flipped above her shoulder and slammed down onto the pavement. Wow, she is absolutely amazing, thinks Kenichi in awe. The leader grits his teeth as he draws a knife and lunges at Miu. Miu spins around disarming the leader and delivering a high kick to the face. The lead gangster is knocked up into the air before falling down, crashing through the windshield of the car. Taking a deep breath, Miu relaxes her stance. She turns around to face Kenichi with a warm smile. Thank you for the help. Kenichi smiles. You're welcome. Wait, I didn't do anything. You were really brave charging in like that, smiles Miu. I have never had a man protect me like that. I really didn't do anything, mumbles Kenichi. Miu gasps. Oh no, I have to get home. I'll see you later, Kenichi-kun. She waves goodbye. He waves, wondering what the heck just happened. Nighttime. A yawn comes from Naruto. He is lying down on the roof of the apartment building where he stays. It is almost midnight and he does have school tomorrow, but it is such a beautiful night that it would be a crime to not enjoy it. As he stares into the hundreds of stars above him, he thinks back on how today went. Today was the first day of school that he ever attended. Surprisingly, he didn't hate it. Not that he went into the school with the expectation to hate it, but he figured being around so many people it would make him uncomfortable. When it comes to being around a large crowd of people, he tends to be on constant edge and is constantly restraining himself from lashing out from even the slightest of movements. Old habits tend to die hard. His body seemed to accept it before his mind that there is no one in school that poses a threat to him, and it allowed him to operate like a normal student. Most of the students and teachers were apprehensive around him due to his mask, but that is something that they will have to deal with. The ninja inside of him will not allow him to reveal his identity to a single person. Never know what might happen at school, so he needs to keep his identity protected. As per the principal's instructions and Kenichi's advice, he joined the Kendo Club. It is a big club with the second most members in it. The reason it is such a big club is because that it does not discriminate between boys and girls. Many of the other martial arts clubs tend to be for either boys or girls. But Hanzo allows anyone to enter regardless of gender. Actually, the majority of the members are females, with a small number being male. Kendo is a martial arts that dates back to over 100 years ago that teaches swordsmanship to promote the values of Bushido. The first thing he learned from Sora Senpai was a lesson in the purpose of Kendo. To mold the mind and body. To cultivate a vigorous spirit. And through correct and rigid training. To strive for improvement in the art of Kendo. To hold in esteem human courtesy and honor. To associate with others with sincerity. And to forever pursue the cultivation of oneself. Thus will one be able to love one's country and society. To contribute to the development of culture. And to promote peace and prosperity among all peoples. It is a vastly different creed than the one he learned while training to be a ninja. Human courtesy and honor, such things do not exist in a ninja's vocabulary. He has a feeling that it is going to take him a long time to master Kendo if he must adapt that philosophy. Still, he looks forward to learning the art. Kendo will help him to better learn to wield a certain weapon in his possession. Naruto jumps to his feet. I better get some sleep. I don't want to fall asleep in class again. School. Kenichi wipes the sweat from his brow. A thumping sound makes him turn his head to see the older members punching the heavy bag. He frowns. Freshmen are not permitted to use the equipment without an older student watching over them. There is no way that any of them are going to let him practice. Kenichi locks onto the speed bag that is all alone. His head darts back and forth several times to make sure that no one is watching him. Maybe I can get a few punches in, smiles Kenichi. A hand reaches out, grabbing Kenichi's shoulder. Kenichi freezes in terror. He slowly turns his head to see who is about to beat him up. Hello, says a blonde. Naruto-kun. Naruto tilts his head at the affectionate way his name was said. No one has ever addressed him in such a manner. "What are you doing here?" asks Kenichi surprised. "I came to thank you for directing me towards the Kendo Club." "I am enjoying it," answers Naruto. Kenichi gives a friendly smile. It seems after 2 days, Naruto is integrating well with his new club. Mew also seems to be fitting in perfectly with the gymnastics club. Why is he the only one having trouble with the club he joined? That is great. Hey, weak knees. A towering hunk of muscle comes walking forward. "Diamond G," whispers Kenichi. Diamond G stares down at Naruto with a cocky smirk. "Don't tell me we got another weakling." He gains an angry look. "I am already tired of seeing your ass in here." Naruto-kun is not joining the karate club. He is with the Kendo club. Kendo. Diamond G bursts out laughing. Karate is a true martial arts meant for the strong. A hand reaches out grabbing Kenichi by the shirt. Like a baby being manhandled by a grown adult. Diamond G lifts Kenichi off the ground. "That is why I want you to leave this club. You are making our club look weak." A palm thrust to the stomach makes Diamond G's eyes widen in pain. He releases his grip on Kenichi and slides backwards several feet. Kenichi falls to his butt and winces in pain. Naruto takes a step in front of Kenichi. "Please keep your hands to yourself." Diamond G grits his teeth. "Bad move. I was just going to kick weak knee's ass, but now you have pissed me off." Kenichi stares at Naruto in surprise. That look in Naruto's eyes. It is the same look that Mew had when she defeated those gangsters the other night. He steps forward and spreads his arms out. "How about a bet?" Diamond G pauses in confusion. "We have a match and the loser has to leave the karate club," says Kenichi. "You fight me." Diamond G blinks. Laughter erupts from the taller, more muscular boy. He clutches his side as tears begin to stream down his face. A wide smirk appears on Diamond G's face that makes Kenichi's knees tremble in fear. "All right, in 1 week from now we will have a match. Make sure that you show up, weak knees." A whimper escapes Kenichi. "What did I do? What was I thinking?" He sulks. "Diamond G is going to kill me." Naruto does not understand Kenichi at all. Kenichi purposely challenged Diamond G to a fight in order to stop the bigger boy from fighting him. Unfortunately, all that has done is put Kenichi in harm's path. He could have easily dealt with Diamond G on the spot. Why did Kenichi interfere? "I am going to die," whimpers Kenichi. "Nope. I don't understand him at all." Thinks Naruto leaving the karate club. He needs to pay a visit to a certain place. Break. "I think this is the place." Naruto stares at the run-down looking building. His eyes travel downward to find 2 guards watching the front doors. In an instant, his eyes sweep around the building locating several high-tech cameras that cover every inch of the perimeter. Such cameras are out of place in such a poor neighborhood. This is definitely the place. Placing his hands in his pockets, he walks forward without a worry in the world. The guards spot him immediately and tense, preparing for a possible assault. He removes his hands from his pockets to show that he is unarmed. A nod comes from the guards as he allowed entrance. A set of stairs that go downward greet him upon passing through the front door. As he begins to walk down the steps, sounds of fighting reach his ears. At the bottom of the stairs, he comes upon the main arena. The underground fighting arena. The underground fighting circuit is a huge area that can fit up to 1,000 people. There are several rings with fights going on simultaneously. Cheers come from the people watching. Groans come from others who bet money on the losing fighter. In the ring, fighters go all out with anything goes rules. No fight can be interrupted by an outside source to make the fights fair. Amateur fighters and rising martial arts looking to test their skills often fight in the underground arena to test their abilities. Others compete in order to make money by beating people up. "Give me 1,000 on the fight in ring 3, says Naruto, placing down the money. "I will bet on the karate user." 1,000 on Jin. Naruto steps away to let others place their bets. He is confident that the karate user will win the fight. The other fighter is a street fighter with a knife. All his life he has been around assassins and murderers, so he is able to see the skill and precision in the karate user's movements. This is how he plans to make his money. Instead of fighting in the matches, he will use his eyes to pick the winners and make the money he needs to sustain a comfortable lifestyle. Next day morning, Miu looks around with a curious expression. Where is Kenichi? She gains a worried expression. Maybe he gave up after all and decided to stop coming to school. He told her about his challenge with Diamond G. A foolish challenge he made in order to show Diamond G that he deserves to be in the karate club. She admits that though it was stupid of him, in a way it is a bit manly. It is the reason she decided to teach him that stepping technique. It is one of the most basic moves in martial arts and can help him take on a thug like Diamond G. Of course, he doesn't have any talent in the martial arts and it took several hours for him to learn the first step. Still, she will be severely disappointed if he gave up so easily. What is that boy doing? He is so weird. She turns around and a smile lights up her face. Kenichi is he, adding towards school at a very slow pace. The reason for such a slow pace is that he is performing the stepping techniques that she taught to him last night. Kenichi, waves Miu. Oh, hey Miu-chan, smiles Kenichi. I left home an hour early, but even that wasn't enough. It looks like I am going to be late. A giggle comes from the girl. I will walk with you. Kenichi gives her a warm smile. You should go on ahead. I don't want you to be late. We are friends. Friends stick together, right? Smiles Miu. Kenichi blushes, giving a nod. School. A yawn is hidden behind the mask on Naruto's face. He is last to leave the classroom. It is hard for him to stay awake in these classes. The lessons are so boring. He finds it hard to believe that he is ever going to use such knowledge in the future. In Kendo Club he is using more useful things to him than all his classes put together. Shaking his head, he decides not to dwell on the matter and instead head down towards Kendo Club. That idiot Knees is actually going through with facing Diamond G. Diamond G is going to crush him into dust. Yeah, Shirahama Kenichi won't be coming to this school anymore once the week is up. Naruto's eyes narrow for a second. As he moves past the gossiping students, his face goes back to a neutral expression. Kenichi is actually going to go through with the fight. He is either incredibly stupid or very brave. Diamond G is a weakling with no real fighting abilities. A muscle-bound idiot that uses his size to intimidate weaker students. The problem is that Kenichi is a weaker student with no fighting abilities either. In a fight like that, Diamond G's size and muscles give him a big advantage. Naruto knows that the chances of Kenichi winning the fight are slim to none. I want to learn karate so one day I will become strong. A small smile is hidden behind the mask. He remembers saying the exact same words to the Hokage to convince the old man to let him join the Anbu. Nothing is impossible, Kenichi will need to train hard to be able to defeat Diamond G. Naruto. A cute girl waves to Naruto. Mind if I walk to class with you? A light dusting of pink heats her cheeks. She is a few inches shorter than him with long black hair that falls down past her shoulders, coal black eyes, and a developing body. Like all the other girls, she wears a plain white shirt and a short skirt. He gives a shrug. Sure. Makoto cheers inwardly. She walks next to Naruto with a pretty smile. You are really good at kendo. Is it really your first time learning it? I have learned to use other weapons beside a sword, but never a sword. No wonder. You always seem so comfortable holding the shinai. Naruto nods. Makoto walks a bit closer to him as her cheeks start to turn red. So, how do you like school so far? He is oblivious to her advances and answers the question. Inwardly, she is cheering in victory at being so close with him. Kenichi leaves the school with a disappointed sigh. He really should feel proud about his accomplishment. In a week's time, he managed to defeat Diamond G. A weak person like him managed to defeat a person as strong and big as Diamond G. It is all thanks to a certain girl who decided to be his sensei in the martial arts. Miu taught him the stepping technique that helped him to defeat Diamond G, so she gets a great deal of the credit in his victory. He never would have been able to defeat Diamond G without her help. Chances are he would be a mere stain on the ground without her help. Unfortunately, even though he managed to defeat Diamond G, he didn't have the heart to follow through with the outcome of the promise. Please don't kick me out. Karate is my life. Another sigh comes from Kenichi. He couldn't let Diamond G get kicked out of the club. Diamond GT trained so hard in elementary school to get into the karate club. The reason Kenichi wanted to become strong is not to ruin the lives of others. That is why he reminded the instructor that it was an infringement on the rules to use a throwing technique. It sucks that he was kicked out of the club, but at least Diamond G still has a place to go. Kenichi. A grumble comes from Kenichi. Just when he thought that this day couldn't get any worse, he turns around to see one of the worst people he ever had the fortune to meet. What do you want, Nijima? Nijima types away at his PDA. I heard that you lost the match against Diamond G on an infringement. Yeah, I used a throwing technique to beat him. It is an illegal move, so I lost, nods Kenichi. Infringement or not, you still managed to defeat him, smirks Nijima. Looks like I will need to update my information on you. Kenichi shrugs. Whatever. He begins to walk away. As a reward for winning your match, I'll give you some information. Nijima gains an evil smile. I heard that your victory against Diamond G managed to catch the attention of Sakuba-senpai. He is the vice president of the karate club and a member of a delinquent gang known as Ragnarok. Kenichi pales. Laughter erupts from Nijima. Good luck trying to beat him. The alien-looking boy runs off laughing merrily at Kenichi's despair. Break. Madoka blushes as she watches Naruto easily defeat every opponent he faces. Even the older students are being defeated without landing a single blow. He is so amazing. Hanzo raises his hand. Point and match. Winner is Uzumaki Naruto. Dan and Naruto bow to each other. Naruto reaches up, removing his helmet. It is a useless piece of gear that hinders more than helps him, but he doesn't want to stand out too much, so he wears the protective gear. He walks over to where Madoka is sitting on the mats and takes a seat next to the girl. She beams happily at him choosing to sit next to her. Little does she know that he chose that spot because it was the closest opening to where he was standing. Next up, we have Kin versus Mei Lin. A soft whisper comes from Madoka. You were great. Thank you, nods Naruto. At this rate you are going to become the ace of the team, smiles Madoka. I still have much to learn. It is a true statement. Despite having never lost a single spar, it is mainly due to the fact that he is faster and stronger than everyone else in the room. He doesn't nearly know as many advanced techniques as the older students, but his speed allows him to strike first. All ninja train in using speed over power. Ninja are taught to move in the shadows and strike before an enemy even knows that they exist. In order to accomplish such a task, a ninja needs to be able to move at high speeds to avoid detection. Get in and get out in a matter of seconds without leaving a trace of evidence behind. Many days, weeks, and months he spent training with weights attached to his legs and arms. He would have to move about quickly with the weights attached to his body in order to accomplish his training tasks. Failure to do so would earn him a harsh punishment. He takes great pride in his speed, having SP and many years training to develop it to its current level. Only Junin were ever able to outmatch in a contest of speed. One day he plans to reach a level of speed to surpass even the greatest of fighters. She smiles with a heavy blush. He is so modest. I really like that about him. Hey, did you hear? Shirahama Kenichi managed to defeat Diamond G. No way, I thought he lost. Technically, he used a throwing technique to win. That is cheating, man. It is not a real victory. I guess so. Naruto hides his surprise well. Kenichi managed to defeat Diamond G. It seems that Kenichi truly trained hard over the week. He is impressed. Diamond G is a weakling, but so is Kenichi. To think that Kenichi grew so strong over a week shows that the boy has the potential to be strong. Perhaps he needs to reevaluate his original assessment of Kenichi. He will have to pay Kenichi a visit later today to verify the rumors. Break. Sakuba leans back in his seat. An irritating grating sound fills the class. Room as he rolls 2 rocks together in his right palm. He doesn't even hear the teacher talking to him. All he can think about is that match the other day between Shirahama and Diamond G. It doesn't matter if it is an infringement of the rules. Shirahama managed to defeat Diamond G. Diamond G is a weakling with large muscles, but even still, for someone like Shirahama to defeat the muscle-bound idiot is a huge accomplishment. Shirahama displayed incredible footwork and good reflexes during the fight. Could it be that Shirahama was hiding his true strength this entire time? Or was it a fluke? Shirahama Kenichi, I want to see how strong you really are, glares Tsukuba. The rocks are crushed into dust, scaring the entire class including the teacher. Break. Mew's sweat drops. Gardening club. Kenichi nods. Is everything okay? You are acting really strange. I am going to die, sulks Kenichi. Mew blinks. An evil laughter fills the air. Mew turns around to see an alien-looking boy walking towards them. Who are you? The name is Nijima, a friend of Kenichi, smirks the alien. His eyes travel downward, noticing Mew's large breasts and curvy figure. Mew smiles in delight. You are a friend of Kenichi. Me too. Does that mean we are friends? Nijima gives an evil smirk. Of course. Mew smiles brightly. She gained a second friend. The reason Kenichi is so down is because Tsukuba-senpai wants to beat him up. Beat him up? Yes, after seeing him defeat Diamond G, Tsukuba-senpai now wants to fight Kenichi. Oh, Mew relaxes. It sounds like he wants a match. Why don't you spar with him? Kenichi looks at her as if she has grown a second head. Are you insane? Tsukuba-senpai can destroy rocks with his bare hand and break a baseball bat with his feet. I don't stand a chance against a guy like that. You didn't stand much a chance against Diamond G, but you managed to defeat him. Mew, Kenichi, and Nijima all jump in surprise. The 3 spin around to find a boy standing on the other side of Kenichi. Naruto, gasps Kenichi. I didn't even see him, thinks Nijima. Mew's eyes narrow in suspicion. I wasn't even able to detect him. This is no ordinary boy. To be able to move so close to them without even being detected is an incredible feat. She knows that he must have had extreme training to move around so discreetly. Is he an enemy? Naruto raises his hand, giving a wave. Yo. Kenichi's sweat drops. Don't sneak up on me like that. I was about to have a heart attack. Ah, sorry, replies Naruto. I heard about your victory against Diamond G. I came to congratulate you. Uzumaki Naruto, age 15. And recent transfer student from Okinawa. Grades are average at best and is a rising prodigy in the Kendo Club, says Nijima, reading the information on his PDA. Naruto stares calmly at the alien boy. I make sure to keep information on all the strong people in school. A boastful smirk is on Nijima's face, but soon turns to a frown as Naruto starts ignoring him. A grumble comes from Kenichi. Tsukuba-senpai is way stronger than Diamond G. I barely beat Diamond G. He looks at Naruto before turning to look at Mew. I wish I was strong like you too. Mew adjusts her glasses. I know a place where you could grow strong if you are serious about getting stronger. Kenichi's eyes light up in hope. But the chances of surviving the training are unlikely. The boy pales as shivers run up and down his spine. If you are serious about getting strong, you need to be willing to risk everything, says Naruto. He turns around and throws up a wave. Later, Kenichi-san. Nijima narrows his eyes. He is stronger than he is letting on. I can't put my finger on it, but there is something dangerous about him, frowns Mew. Break. Kenichi gulps. Is this really the place? In front of him is a large pair of intimidating wooden gates. Suddenly, he feels like an ant about to enter into a giant's home. He looks back down at the map. Mew's directions are extremely cute, but hard to read. No matter how many times he looks at the map, it leads him to this exact spot. This is the place that she wanted him to come to. Kenichi turns his head to see a sign upon the doors. Ryazanpaku, he reads. It is a strange name for a dojo. Taking a deep breath, he places a hand against the door and begins to push. His face begins to turn red. He soon has both hands on T. He door and begins to push with all his might. The doors refuse to budge even a single millimeter. Just when he is about to collapse from exhaustion, an unseen hand reaches above his head and flicks the doors. The doors burst open and Kenichi falls forward. Are you okay, young man? Yeah. It's a giant. Kenichi's eyes widen in terror. The tallest man he ever met in his life stands over him with long blonde hair, a matching beard, and muscles that put a bodybuilder to shame. Gulping, he stands up and begins to bow while his body trembles. Thank you for the help, sir. A chuckle comes from the giant. Such polite manners. The giant strokes his beard. What business do you have at Ryazanpaku? A friend of mine told me to come here in order to find training. Are you a master? Me. The giant points at himself with an amused smile. I wouldn't say I am a master, but I am fortunate enough to say that I have never lost a single fight. Kenichi gulps. Never lost a single fight. He smiles sheepishly. Well, I better get going. I don't think I have the right address. He starts to run, taking a look back. Mew must have sent him to the wrong place. No more thoughts enter his head due to the wall he runs face first into. Where are you going? What? Kenichi stares up at the giant. He turns around to find the spot behind him empty. The giant looks down at him with a friendly smile. Come, young man. If you are looking for a master, there are plenty in Ryazanpaku. Okay. Little does Kenichi know that by entering into Ryazanpaku, his entire life is about to change. Next day, school. Nijima runs around the corner. Surprise fills him. He begins to turn his head from side to side in furious motions. Anger fills the alien boy as he once again lost his prey. It doesn't make any sense. Every time he tries to follow Uzumaki Naruto, the kendo prodigy manages to disappear on him. When it comes to sneaking around, he is supposed to be the best. Uzumaki is making him look like a fool. You won't escape me. I know your schedule. Naruto steps out of the shadows after Nijima leaves the hallway. He scratches the back of his head. Nijima sure does seem intent on getting information on him. Honestly, he doesn't care what Nijima learns about him when it concerns his life at school. As long as the alien doesn't start trying to pry into his past or personal life, it is not a big issue with him. Still, it is almost fun to mess with Nijima and vanish around every corner so that the alien is even more lost than before. Maybe I should skip my next class to confuse Nijima-san even more, thinks Naruto. After school, Sakuba leans against the wall in the locker room. The past 3 days he has been trying to find Shirahama, but the slippery rat is somehow managing to avoid all his men. Fortunately, he managed to find a reliable source that told him Shirahama is escaping out the first floor window at the end of the day. All he has to do is wait it out. Okay, need to get my shoes and get out, whispers Kenichi sneaking around the locker room. You are all mine now, smirks Sakuba. He walks forward with a smirk. It is time for him and Shirahama to fight. Kenichi grabs his shoes. All right, all clear to the left. Clear to the right. A cracking sound makes him pale. He turns around with a loud gulp. Sakuba-senpai. Sakuba stares down at him with a cruel smile that promises a great deal of pain. Can't we talk about this? Break. A harsh shove makes Kenichi stumble backwards. He barely manages to keep standing. Sakuba steps forward with a sadistic gleam in his eyes. I know you are better than that. I want to see that power you used to defeat Diamond G. Kenichi winces. Why do you want to fight me? What is the point? Point. Sakuba chuckles. I never said there was a point. I just want to fight. I won't fight you without a reason. Kenichi turns around and begins to walk away. He won't be involved with senseless fighting. The whole point of becoming strong is to protect the weak, not get into fights to prove who is stronger. Sakuba scowls in annoyance. I guess it was all fluke. You really are a coward who got lucky. Kenichi freezes, clenching his hands into fists. A coward. He trained very hard for an entire week in order to defeat Diamond G. Every day he ended up being late for school. Every night he would be too exhausted to eat dinner and instead end up falling asleep on the floor. All that blood and sweat he poured into his training in order to become stronger. No way is he going to let this jerk call him a coward. I am not a coward. Take it back, yells Kenichi. Oh, did I make you mad? Sakuba raises his fists up and begins to bounce around on his toes. If you want me to take it back, you are going to have to make me. Kenichi's eyes burn in anger. The younger boy gets into his own stance. Sakuba springs forward, surprising Kenichi with his speed. A fist buries into Kenichi's stomach. Using the momentum, Sakuba spins on his heel, delivering a strong kick to Kenichi's face. Kenichi is sent flying and slams to the ground harshly. So fast, coughs Kenichi. Get up. Sakuba gets back into his stance. I know you have more in you than that. Kenichi continues to cough heavily. A frown mars Sakuba's face. He walks over to the downed boy. Is this really all you got? Pathetic. Pain fills Kenichi as two swift kicks are delivered to his gut. You are nothing but a weakling after all. This was a complete waste of my time. Sakuba scowls, not in the least bit satisfied. He prepares to walk away when a hand grabs his ankle. Surprise fills the older boy to find Kenichi gripping his ankle. Take it back. Sakuba lashes out with a kick. Release me. It takes 3 kicks to get Kenichi to let go. The older boy prepares to walk away, but winces as he steps down on his right foot. Sakuba's eyes widen to see a decent-sized bruise on his leg from where Kenichi grabbed him. No way, he managed to bruise me. What the hell? Kenichi lies on the ground barely conscious. Sakuba shakes his head before leaving. Ryazanpaku. Miu walks around the dojo sweeping the outside grounds. I wonder what happened to Kenichi. She waited 40 minutes for him after school, but he never showed up. It is not like him to blow her off like that. Granted, she has only known him for a couple weeks, but he never showed up. Late for previous meetings after school. A smile appears on her face. She is worried for no reason. He is probably doing some work for the gardening club or some extra work for classes. Kenichi wouldn't ditch her for no reason at all. Coming around the corner, her eyes widen in surprise upon seeing Kenichi kneeling down by the water faucet. Kenichi. Kenichi refuses to turn around. He continues to run the water, not responding to Miu. Hey, I waited for you after school but you never showed up. I was really worried about you. Miu expects an answer, but nothing comes from the boy. She is a boo. She to yell at him some more before stopping as she notices the bruises and welts on Kenichi's body. What happened to you? You are injured. Did Sakuba find you? I am fine. He stands up, putting a towel over his head to hide the look on his face. I fell down some steps. Those are not injuries that one gets from falling. He walks away, refusing to meet her eyes. I have to get training. Miu reaches out to stop him. Kenichi. Talk to. Leave him be, Miu. She turns around to see Sakari leaning against the wall with arms folded across his chest. There are some faces a man can't show to a woman, says Sakari knowingly. I see, whispers Miu. She bites her bottom lip, worrying about Kenichi. Unknown location. Sakuba enters a dingy room with a heavy bag hanging from the ceiling and a single large leather chair. In that leather chair is a pretty girl with short red hair that is mostly hidden by a green beret. She may seem like nothing much, but she is incredibly strong and an executive member of Ragnarok. For all his strength, he knows that a fight with her would end in a severe beating. It is the reason that he takes orders from her. Only the top 7 fighters in Ragnarok are strong enough to beat Nanju Kasara. Kasara turns her head to stare at him with piercing emerald eyes. Sakuba feels a shiver go down his spine at her gaze. So, how was that freshman, Shirahama Kenichi? A scowl forms on his face. You were wrong about him, he was a total weakling. An object sails through the air, striking the wall next to his face. He turns his head to see a photo embedded into the wall. Oh well, there is another target I want you to check out. Sakuba grabs the photo to take a look at the kid in the picture. I got word on a freshman prodigy in the kendo club. I want you to test him. I hope he is strong. If he is weak, I will just crush him. Kasara smirks in amusement. Crush him? I don't care. If he isn't strong I have no use for him. Sakuba smirks as he leaves the room. She leans back in her chair. Sakuba isn't the strongest member in her gang, but he is useful when it comes to testing new talent. It saves her the trouble of dirtying her own hands. Break. Naruto yawns. He is barely able to keep his eyes open during class. The day is going by so slowly. Saturday and Sunday seemed to go by so fast. It wasn't fair that the weekend went by in the blink of an eye. Why can't Monday go by super fast and the weekend's nice and slow? At least he is in his last class. If he had another class left he wouldn't be able to survive. He much rather go through the hellish Anbu training than suffer these classes. Groaning inwardly, he realizes that he still has 7 more months of school before the year finishes out. Why did he decide to come to school? 10 minutes later, the class comes to an end. Naruto grabs his bag and leaves the classroom with the rest of his classmates. It is time to head to Kendo Club. He hopes that one of the older students like Sora-senpai or Dan-senpai will teach him a new technique. Kendo is really improving his kenjutsu abilities. Previous moves that he learned in the Anbu but never mastered are starting to improve since his training in Kendo. Contrary to popular belief, Anbu ninja do not all know how to wield a sword. Anbu are taught the basics of kenjutsu, fuinjutsu, and genjutsu to make them more dangerous and versatile in battle. Most Anbu and ninja in general learn multiple different arts, never specializing in a single art. The few ninja that do specialize in a certain field are rare and most of the time lacking in skills in other areas. If he recalls correctly, and he always does, he can think of only 2 individuals that he worked with that truly specialized in kenjutsu. Gekko Hayate was a special Junin that he worked with on a couple missions and had amazing kenjutsu abilities. Naruto even witnessed several of the man's techniques and is using Kendo to help recreate them. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto thoughts are interrupted as he looks behind him to see an older student walking towards him. There is a gleam in the older boy's eyes that Naruto recognizes. It is the same gleam that the villagers in Diamond-ji had. The desire to fight and beat him is in the older boy's eyes. I heard you are a rising prodigy in the Kendo Club. I want to see how strong you really are, smirks Sakuba. I have no desire to fight you, replies Naruto. Sakuba scowls. You are starting to sound like that idiot Shirahama. Naruto becomes curious. I want to fight strong people, so don't disappoint me. The older student swings his right arm, tossing a shinai to Naruto. Naruto catches the shinai. Sakuba raises up his arms and begins to bounce on the balls of his feet. Now get ready to fight. A cracking sound fills the air. Spit flies from Sakuba's mouth as he is knocked backwards. Sakuba falls to a knee, clutching his stomach. He doesn't understand what happened. 1 second he was charging at the kid, the next second. An object hits him in the chest with such force that he is almost knocked onto his ass. Sakuba raises his head to stare at Naruto. Naruto stands calmly with a bored expression. Sakuba's eyes narrow in anger. It looks like this time he finally found a strong freshman. He stands up, getting back into his stance. Lucky hit, grits Sakuba. Naruto watches as Sakuba charges towards him in slow motion. There are so many openings that Sakuba might be able to land a hit while he is deciding which angle to strike from. Unfortunately for Sakuba, old habits tend to die hard. In a blur, Sakuba's punches parried aside by the shinai, and a quick crack across the side of the head knocks the older boy out cold. Sakuba hits the ground with a thump, blood pouring down the side of his face. Ninja ALWAYS make the decision to go for the easiest blow to eliminate an opponent. I guess he lives, thinks Naruto, staring at the broken shinai. He is going to have to work on holding back and resisting the urge to make the killing blow. Oh well, he needs to get to Kendo Club. Sakuba will live, so no point in worrying over small details. He walks away without a second glance backwards. Kasara smirks widely. So Sakuba was defeated by that freshman Kendo prodigy, huh? She spins on her heel, launching a high kick that destroys a cement brick. Excitement burns in her eyes for the first time in a long time. I guess there is some good potential this year. Do you want me to send them? Asks Shiratori. Go ahead. I want to see this Uzumaki kid's full potential, smirks Kasara. School. Huh. Sakuba-senpai was defeated. Kenichi stares at the article with wide eyes. An evil laughter makes him turns his head to see Nijima carrying around a load of papers. Nijima gives a devious smirk. It looks like you won't have to worry about Sakuba any longer. Uzumaki wiped the floor with him. Naruto. Blinks Miu. The blonde kid we met the other day, answers Nijima. Miu's eyes widen in realization. A hard expression soon settles on her face. It seems she was right after all. That boy is highly trained and dangerous. To be able to defeat a fighter like Sakuba is not something an amateur would be capable of. Kenichi doesn't understand it at all. Why did Sakuba and Naruto fight? Nijima sighs at Kenichi's small brain. Sakuba works for Ragnarok. Ragnarok is always seeking strong people to add to its ranks. Kenichi nods following Nijima. A rising prodigy in the Kendo Club is going to catch Ragnarok's attention. Sakuba went to fight Uzumaki and was beat like a drum. Laughter erupts from Nijima. I witnessed the entire fight. It was magnificent how ruthlessly Uzumaki destroyed Sakuba. Well, as long as Naruto isn't hurt, says Kenichi. It gets even better, smirks Nijima. Quote, the technique trio have been sent after Uzumaki. Koga the kicker, Yukita the thrower, and Takeda the puncher are the strongest trio in Kasara's gang. Uzumaki doesn't stand a chance. I have to warn Naruto. Kenichi. Miu frowns as Kenichi runs off. She doesn't fully trust this Uzumaki Naruto. Mainly because he is somehow able to evade her senses. What type of training did he get put through to move around so discreetly? Break. Makoto shifts nervously. It is infuriating that she can't think of a single thing to say to him. He is sitting right next to her and she isn't able to form words. All he keeps doing is blushing and wondering how handsome he is under that mask. A dreamy sigh comes from the girl. She bets that he has the face of a god. Hearts appear in her eyes. Naruto. She is snap. Ed from her thoughts as some obnoxious boy comes running into the classroom. Her eyes narrow in anger. Who is he? How does he know Naruto-kun? Naruto blinks a couple times waking up from his nap. Interesting. He fell asleep at school before classes even begun. School is so boring that he is falling asleep the moment he takes a seat at a desk. He turns his head when his name is yelled a second time. Yo, responds Naruto. Kenichi frantically grabs the table. Naruto, they are coming for you. I see. You need to run away. Why? Because they are really strong and delinquents. What are we talking about? A groan comes from Kenichi. It is Ragnarok's technique trio. Naruto stares blankly. Do you remember beating up Sakuba? A nod comes from the former ninja. Well, Ragnarok is now aiming to beat you up for that. The technique trio is a strong group of fighters that are going to be looking for you, explains Kenichi. Ah, okay, I get it now, nods Naruto. Thank you for the heads up. Kenichi face faults. He jumps to his feet. Aren't you worried? No, not really. But they are delinquents. Naruto gives a shrug. I have met scarier people than a bunch of delinquents. He turns his head to stare out the window. Besides, I long ago made a promise to myself that I wouldn't run away anymore. I did enough running when I was younger. I am tired of it. Kenichi gains a curious look. There is a sadness and loneliness in Naruto's eyes when he speaks about his past. A yawn comes from Naruto, breaking the somber moment. I just don't want to see a friend of mine get hurt, frowns Kenichi. Naruto's eyes widen. Friend. Yeah, we are friends, smiles Kenichi. He shifts nervously. Right. Naruto schools his emotions, but inwardly his mind is racing a mile a second. No one has ever referred to him as a friend. A comrade, sometimes, but most of the time he is referred to as a demon, monster, or freak. Never a friend. You don't even know me that well, he replies. A sheepish smile appears on Kenichi's face. I know, but a friend is someone you feel comfortable around and trust, right? I mean, I don't know much about Miu either, but she is a friend of mine. I see. Yuto feels warmth at being referred to as a friend. Truthfully, he always wanted to know what it is like to have family and friends. Growing up an orphan and an outcast, he never had either. Kenichi seems to be willing to be his friend. Perhaps he can try friendship out for the first time. He gives a nod. Yes, we are friends. Kenichi smiles happily. Funny, I never had any friends while in elementary school and I already got two at high school in just a couple weeks. Understanding is in Naruto's eyes. It is the same for me. You can count on me to help you out with Ragnarok, says Kenichi with legs shaking. A friend is always there for another friend. At least, that is what I believe. Aren't you scared of delinquents? Kenichi laughs nervously. Well, I can always help with homework. Naruto's lips twitch in amusement. Shirahama, this is not your homeroom. Get lost, shouts the teacher. Ah, yes sir. Kenichi bows respectively. Later Naruto. Naruto waves. Later. Shirahama Kenichi is an interesting person. He turns his head to stare at the clouds. Still, he likes Kenichi. School is not so bad after all. For the first time in his life, he managed to make a friend. Break. UK. Ida slams his opponent down onto the ground. A groan comes from the boy before passing out cold. He turns to look at Takeda, who already defeated his 5 opponents. The bigger boy frowns, noticing the way that Takeda avoided from doing any serious damage. Takeda chews on a blade of grass with a bored expression, not in the least bit interested on what is happening around him. I can't believe that Isara is sending us to deal with some freshmen, scowls Yukita. Takeda gives a shrug. Word on the street is that this freshman is a prodigy. It might prove to be interesting. Yeah right, replies Yukita. Tsukuba is a weakling. I never liked the fool. A smile forms on Takeda's face. Well, since he lost you won't have to ever see him again. Takeda chuckles in amusement. Maybe when we find this Uzumaki Naruto, you can thank him. Yukita gives an annoyed expression. The former lightweight professional boxer turns around. No more playing around, Koga, it is time to go. Yukita's eyes narrow on Takeda's back. How did such a person ever become a part of Ragnarok? Break. I swear the masters do this to make fun of me. Kenichi sighs as he begins to swing his arms back and forth. Sakari Sensei as trying to teach him the proper way to perform karate punches, but as usual it was taking him a while to get used to it. Master Ma took over his training and told him that extends his arms all the way up into the air, giving a shake. And swinging them back and forth will help him punch better. It is supposed to be a Chinese exercise designed to help loosen his muscles. He was told to keep doing this all the way around the block. Much to his embarrassment, people are laughing and pointing at him. Hi, smiles Miu. Miu, blinks Kenichi. What are you doing? Miu swings her arms, mimicking his movements perfectly. I know you don't know this area too well, so I thought I would join you. She gives him a pretty smile that lights up her face. Miu is the best, blushes Kenichi with a stupid grin. The two continue to walk around the block performing the exercise. Just as they are on their way back to Ryazanpaku, a group of delinquents decide to interrupt them. What are you two doing? Kennick. I and Miu turn to see a short kid a year or two younger than them, followed by 7 delinquents. The kid immediately locks eyes onto Miu. His eyes stare at her large breasts, pretty face, and round butt. Whoa, look at those tits. Your girlfriend has large breasts. Hey, Miu throws up her hands over her breasts. They are not large. My name is Koga, Koga the kicker from Ragnarok. Why don't you leave behind this weakling and hang with me? Smirks the kid. Miu's eyes narrow in anger. No thanks, I much rather hang with Kenichi. Kenichi gives a stupid grin at her, saying she wants to be with him. Koga laughs. Okay boys. Take care of the girl while I beat up her boyfriend. The delinquents surround Miu. Kenichi is about to go help her, but a kick hits him in the face. He stumbles backwards. You don't have time to worry about her. Why are you doing this? Leave us alone, glares Kenichi. Man, I hate guys like you. Koga frowns. Wait, Did she call you Kenichi? Shirahama Kenichi. Yeah, do I know you? Ha ha ha. You were the weakling that got beat up by Tsukuba. Oh man, this is too much, laughs Koga. Kenichi's eyes narrow. Koga smirks as he leaps forward, launching a barrage of kicks. Kenichi manages to dodge the first two, but a third and fourth kick score direct hits. Come on, if you don't fight me your girlfriend is going to get hurt. Kenichi winces. I made a promise to get stronger to protect Miu. He springs forward throwing several punches. Koga easily dodges the punches and delivers a kick to Kenichi's face. Way too slow. I can't hit him. Kenichi winces in pain. A sudden idea strikes him. He raises his arms up. If I swing my arms in a smooth motion I can turn it into a sharp punch. What are you doing? Frowns Koga. I don't have time for this. He Lao. Nches a kick at the same time Kenichi swings his arm. A sharp pain fills Koga as he is hit in the jaw. I got him, thinks Kenichi. Koga smirks. You think that weak? The sentence is never finished at. Koga falls backwards, body unable to stay standing. His vision begins to swim. What the hell? Did he really hit me that hard? Koga grits his teeth. Guys, fear fills Koga. Kenichi turns his head and sweat drops. Miu slams the last delinquent to the ground. She stands up, not looking the least bit tired. Did you finish with that kid yet? Kenichi flushes in embarrassment. It still amazes him how strong she is. Beast. Koga screams like a girl before running away. Beast. Miu starts to cry crocodile tears. He called me a beast. Kenichi waves his arms. You are not a beast. Miu continues to cry. Break. A cracking sound fills the air. Koga slumps to the ground, barely able to remain conscious. Takeda and Yukita look on, not feeling a shred of compassion for the third member of their team. Neither of them likes Koga because he is an obnoxious brat. Kasara stares down at Koga with anger burning in her eyes. Koga gulps, fearing for his life. Idiot, how dare you go around losing and making us look weak, glares Kasara. Takeda decides to speak up. I guess this means that Shirahama is not a weakling like we thought. The boxer gains a curious look. How did he lose against Tsukuba if he can beat Koga? It isn't like he considers Koga to be strong, but Koga is definitely stronger than Tsukuba. I suppose that is true, grumbles Kasara. It looks like Shirahama Kenichi got much stronger to be able to defeat Koga. Tsukuba is not even in the same league as Koga. She is going to have to reevaluate her opinion on Shirahama. The question is, who does she target first, Shirahama Kenichi or Uzumaki Naruto? A smirk appears on her face at the possibility of facing two strong opponents. If they manage to defeat the technique trio, she might even go out of her way to fight them personally. Let me handle the sword prodigy. Everyone turns around to see a muscular young man enter into the room. Takeda and Yukita's eyes narrow in annoyance. Shiratori frowns, not liking the way the young M. and strolls into Kasara's base with such arrogance. I'll see if he is strong or not, smirks the thug. Kasara smirks. Whatever, do what you want, Shinosuke. She turns to Yukita and Takeda. You two handle Shirahama. Shinosuke smirks. Keep talking, big Kasara. He leaves the room with a confident smirk. Break. Shinosuke leans against the wall surrounding Koryu High School. As usual, there are other delinquents with him, including the two that have been with him since the very beginning. It has been a long time since he stood on school grounds. He quit going to school several years ago to chase his dream of creating the strongest gang of fighters. It is for that dream that he is on school grounds right now. There is a strong fighter that he is going to get to join his gang. Only strong fighters are allowed to join his gang. Kasara is the one that will let any old weakling join her. A woman can never understand a man's dream of freedom. Boss, there he is. Yeah, the one with blonde hair and a face mask. A wide smirk appears on Shinosuke's face. He pushes off the wall and waits in the middle of the sidewalk. The kid is a bit on the scrawny side, but as long as he is strong, who cares, smirks Shinosuke. Naruto stares at the group that is blocking his path. It seems that the muscular one with the trench coat is the leader. Are you Uzumaki Naruto? Smirks Shinosuke. Yes, I want you to come with me. We need to talk man to man. Shinosuke turns expecting Naruto to follow. I promise it is not a trap. No thanks. Shinosuke freezes spinning around with angry expression. I have no desire to talk with people I don't know, replies Naruto. Shinosuke chuckles in amusement. The name is Shinosuke Tsuji. I am an executive member of Ragnarok. I'll rephrase my earlier statement. I have no desire to speak to you because I don't care who you are, says Naruto. A tick appears above Shinosuke's right eye. You are pretty cocky. Looks like even a scrawny shit-el. IQ can get a bit arrogant from the praise of being a prodigy, taunts Shinosuke. Naruto gives a bored expression, not rising to the bait. Gritting, Shinosuke thought for sure that his taunting would elicit a reaction. It looks like he is going to have to be more direct. He starts to smirk in anticipation. Good, he hates having to talk anyway. I came here to offer you a deal. Join my gang and Ragnarok will no longer bother you. I want strong people with me so that we can rise to top. The former ninja stares up at the clouds. I really have no desire to join any group. The threat of Ragnarok doesn't bother me in the least. I have no problem beating up on anyone that wishes to challenge me, states Naruto. Shinosuke tosses away his trench coat, revealing a muscular body with not a single ounce of fat. He punches his fists together with a wide smirk. Guess I got no choice. I'll kick your ass and force you to join my gang. Naruto remains calm, betraying no emotions. He sighs inwardly. Troublesome. All he wanted to do is go home to train. Don't get distracted. Shinosuke runs forward at decent speeds. Naruto sidesteps several punches before breaking inside Shinosuke's guard and delivers a straight right punch. Pain fills Shinosuke. The delinquent slides backwards several feet. He managed to stay on his feet. This one is far stronger than the last person I fought, thinks Naruto. A wide smirk appears on Shinosuke's face. That is what I am talking about. He stands up, shaking off the punch. You got some fight in you after all. Show me more. Shinosuke launches forward, going for an elbow to the face. Naruto prepares to dodge the elbow. The smirk on Shinosuke's face widens as Naruto falls for the feint, and he raises his foot, preparing to step down on Naruto's foot. Much to his shock, Naruto's foot easily dodges the stomp and lifts up into a knee that buries into Shinosuke's gut. Boss, are you okay? Shinosuke falls to his knees, coughing up blood. Nice one, he smirks. Naruto has a slightly impressed look. Though he is holding back in his power, it is impressive that the older boy is still conscious. Shinosuke stands up on wobbling legs. No more playing around. He charges forward. Leaf Gale. A spinning rear kick sweeps Shinosuke's legs out from under him. The momentum from such a strong kick launches Shinosuke face first into the wall surrounding the high school. Naruto turns around, completely using the momentum to get back to his original spot. Shinosuke stands up through sheer force of will. Blood pours down his face. His nose is broken, adding to the blood covering his face. He stumbles, reaching out towards Naruto. Shinosuke's eyes roll up into his head and he collapses forward, no longer among the conscious. Boss. Naruto stares down at Shinosuke. A brawler like how I used to be. Shinosuke relies on instinct and highly trained battle reflexes to defeat his opponents. It is a good tactic when used against opponents with little fighting experience. Against other fighters with large amounts of battle experience, it is a useless style. He learned that while training in the ANBU. A lesson that Shinosuke learned today against him. Turning around, he faces the remaining delinquents that back up in fear. Later, says Naruto, walking past the delinquents. Something tells him that he will meet up with Shinosuke Tsuji again. Shinosuke Tsuji doesn't seem like the type of person to accept defeat from anybody. Nijima slinks in the shadows, typing furiously into his PDA. It was amazing. Uzumaki Naruto is even stronger than he imagined. Shinosuke Tsuji is an executive member of Ragnarok on the same level as Nanju Kasara. He couldn't even land a single blow on Uzumaki. Shinosuke was ripped apart by Naruto. It was like watching a child trying to take on a grown adult. The best part is that Naruto managed to defeat Shinosuke without using kendo. This means that Uzumaki Naruto is not only a prodigy when it comes to kendo, but an expert at hand-to-hand combat. How strong are you truly? Smirks Nijima. The alien plans to find out all the secrets that Uzumaki Naruto is hiding. Naruto is performing one-handed handstand push-ups. Sweat glistens his body. He trains every morning and night to keep his skills in shape. The morning time his training focuses on keeping his body in top physical condition. And at night he works on practicing old and new techniques. Training is one of his few passions. It is a great feeling to push his body to its limits and make it stronger than the day before. He wishes that school focused completely on physical training. There would never be a boring day and he would have a perfect grade in every class. Well, there is the fact that many more delinquents have been challenging him to fights over the past month. Sometimes he gets attacked multiple times in the same day. Usually he would find it annoying to beat up such idiots, but it is making school much more exciting. Exciting is not the correct word, it is making school less boring. He gets to work out his boredom between classes. Who knew delinquents could be so helpful? An alarm goes off. A grumble comes from the former ninja. It is time to head to school. Warehouse. Kasara-sama, what do we do about Takeda? Kasara grits her teeth in annoyance. She never expected things to go this way. Shinosuke Tsuji, Takeda the puncher, Koga the kicker, and Yukita the thrower were all defeated. The members of the technique trio were all beat by the same person, Shirahama Kenichi. Shinosuke Tsuji was defeated by that so-called prodigy, Uzumaki Naruto. Those two are becoming a major pain in Ragnarok's side. No matter how many delinquents are sent after the two, those two freshmen continue to beat them all up. To make matters even worse, Takeda the puncher and Shinosuke Tsuji left Ragnarok. Shinosuke disappeared completely with no one hearing a word from him after his loss. It is like he no longer exists. Takeda the puncher on the other hand is now friends with Shirahama Kenichi and is somehow able to use his left arm again. Damn bastards are making me look bad, scowls Kasara. She could see less about how many members of Ragnarok get their asses kicked. But when it makes her look weak, that is when it becomes unacceptable. It looks like she is going to have to handle matters personally. School. My whole body hurts. I swear the masters are trying to kill me. Mew giggles. Everything will be alright. You have really grown strong. Kenichi wishes he could believe that, but even with all his training and learning new techniques, he is still unable to land a single finger on Mew during their spars. He is not even trying to hit her, just trying to touch her, and he never comes close. She kicks his ass every time. The worst part is that the masters say she is holding back. It makes him wonder how strong she truly is. Will he ever get to be that strong? Look, it's Nijima. Mew waves to the alien. Morning Nijima. Nijima looks up from his PDA. An evil smirk lights up his face. Morning Mew. Kenichi. Kenichi glares, refusing to say morning to the alien freak. I hear you been busy taking on all sorts of delinquents lately. Your power rankings are going through the roof. What do you say the two of us team up and take over the school? I rather jump off the roof, deadpans Kenichi. As that's so. And here I had some useful information to give to you, smirks Nijima. Fine. What is it? The alien bursts out laughing with a sadistic gleam. It just so happens that I have gained some information on Ragnarok. Nijima types away furiously on his PDA. Takeda the puncher, formerly of the technique trio, is number 1 on their hit list. Kenichi and Mew's eyes widen. No nay has ever left Ragnarok without getting a farewell beating. A beating so vicious that all who tried to leave end up in the hospital with multiple injuries and broken bones. Kenichi's hand clench into fists. That isn't right. Takeda doesn't want to be a delinquent any longer. You might want to warn him, laughs Nijima. Anyway, I have some more information to gather. Later. The alien runs away laughing the entire time. We got to warn Takeda, grits Kenichi. Mew nods in agreement. Boxing club. Takeda gives a charming smile. Hey honey. A blush heats Miu's cheeks. Focus, yells Kenichi jumping in front of Miu. Ragnarok is going to be coming for you. A shrug comes from the boxer. Yeah. Takeda climbs out of the ring. He starts to stretch out his arms preparing to do some more training. No one has ever left Ragnarok without a farewell beating. Truth is, I have been getting into fights almost every day after school with punks from Ragnarok. It has been great training to get my arm back in shape. Kenichi reaches into his pocket pulling out a slip of paper. Here, this is my number. Put it into your phone. Takeda bursts out laughing. I feel like we are dating now. Kenichi splutters. The boxer turns to look at Miu giving her a wink. I much rather get your number. Miu blushes with a pretty smile lighting up her face. Just put it in your phone and call me if you get into trouble. Calm down. No need to get bent out of shape. Break. Nijima hides in the shadows under a bridge. A devious smirk is on his face. It took him several days and lots of sneaking around, he managed to procure information on Ragnarok's movements. He received word that a huge gang fight is going to go down. Ragnarok is going to face down the Shinigami's blade. His smirks widen because this will be the perfect opportunity to gather more information on the Seven Fists of Ragnarok. Hey, are you going to come out? Did they find me? Gulps Nijima. He pokes his head out from the shadows. The leader of the Shinigami's blade is staring right in his direction. The worst comes to mind until the leader yells out one more time. Odin. All the gang members in Shinigami's blade suddenly tense. A tall, handsome teenager wearing a clean white suit comes out of the darkness. Odin gives an amused smile. I am here. It is time we settle our issues, says the Ragnarok leader. I say we let our newest fist Valkyrie handle this. Loki and Hermit, give her a hand. Nijima's eyes widen as Kasara Nanju steps forward. She became the eighth fist. Laughter erupts from the other gang leader. I come here with 50 men and you think you can beat us with 3. I am getting tired of your damn attitude, glares the gang leader. Odin chuckles. Crush them. The alien boy watches in awe. The 3 members of Ragnarok's 8 deadly fists destroy the 50 members that make up Shinigami's blade. 2 days later, Naruto-kun. Madoka waves to Naruto. Naruto turns around raising his hand to wave to the girl. He wonders why she is always trying to hang around him. It isn't that he doesn't like her, but finds it strange. There has to be a reason for her behavior. Yo, greets Naruto. I wanted to congratulate you personally. I heard that Hanzo-senpai made you the new ace of the club, smiles Madoka. Naruto scratches the back of his head. Praise is something that he is still not used to. After 5 years in the Anbu with no praise or recognition, he is used to receiving none. The Kendo Club is far different. Hanzo-senpai and the older students are always praising the younger students when they do something right. Even during spars, members will cheer on their friends. For some reason or another, the other members of the Kendo Club are always cheering and congratulating him. He really enjoys it. It makes him want to smile and leaves him a bit embarrassed at all the attention. Thank you, says Naruto. Hey Naruto-kun, how come you always wear that mask? He turns to look ahead and starts to walk towards the exit. Personal reasons. Oh, Madoka bows. I am sorry, I didn't mean to pry. No need to apologize. It is fine, he reassures. She beams happily. Hey, are you Uzumaki Naruto? A tall muscular boy with shades hiding his eyes walks towards the two. Madoka instantly recognizes the boy and hides behind Naruto. Naruto turns around to face the boy. Yes, can I help you? Name is Yukita. Yukita reaches into his pocket and pulls out a slip of paper. He tosses it at Naruto who catches it while at the same time never taking his eyes off Yukita. It is directions to a meeting place. My boss wants you to meet us there tonight. You have been causing us trouble and she wants to settle things tonight. Who is your boss? Yukita turns around as he begins to walk away. Nanju Kasara, the new 8th deadly fist of Ragnarok. Naruto-kun, you need to go to the police. Ragnarok is really dangerous, worries Madoko. Naruto places the piece of paper in his pocket. Don't worry so much, Madoko. I will be fine. How about I walk you home? Madoko's eyes widen and a blush heats her cheeks. She nods vigorously. He gestures for her to lead the way. Eagerly, she begins to lead the way to her home. The girl never realizes that the reason he offered to walk her home is to make sure that Ragnarok didn't attack her, thinking she is someone close to him. He considers her to be a comrade and is not going to let them hurt her to get to him. Nighttime. Takeda walks into the park with a bit of anxiety. Laughter comes from the boxer. He must be a complete idiot to walk into this trap. There is no way that Kasara wants to have a talk with him. Yukita even warned him not to come. Man, he really is an idiot. Are you Kasara? The boxer spins around to find a short blonde-haired boy standing behind him. What the hell? How long has he been there? Takeda tenses, ready for a fight. Kasara is a girl. The name is Takeda. You, Uzumaki Naruto. So you are the one who beat Shinosuke and Sakuba, huh? Takeda smirks. It seems that he was not the only one called out here. Looks like the blonde is a fellow idiot like him to show up to a trap. At least he won't be going into this fight alone. Naruto gives a nod. Takeda the puncher. I thought you were with Ragnarok. Takeda sticks a blade of grass between his lips. He starts to chew on the blade. I left Ragnarok after losing my match to Kenichi-kun. The boxer lifts up his left arm, punching the air a few times. He helped me regain use of my left arm so I can go back to boxing. I made a promise to repay him, so I am now his friend and ally. So touching. The two turn around to see a large amount of delinquents walking towards them. Naruto and Takeda turn around to see more coming from behind. Leading the delinquents is a pretty red-haired girl with long legs and cat-like emerald green eyes. She is wearing a red t-shirt with an A on the front, blue jean pants with the left leg ripped off revealing large thigh muscles, and brown laced-up boots. Hey Kasara, I heard you became the 8th fist of Ragnarok. Congratulations, smiles Takeda. Kasara smirks, as alcative as usual. Takeda. Her eyes glance over at Naruto. I have to say that I expected something more from the so-called prodigy. Naruto blinks. You say something. Takeda starts to laugh. Bastard, grits Kasara. This little blondie is already starting to piss her off. She calms down regarding the two calmly. Takeda, since you always did good work for me, I will give you this last chance to return to Ragnarok. Uzumaki Naruto, I would hate to take down a prodigy. But if you don't join me, I'll have to kick your ass. Takeda starts to roll his shoulders and gets into a boxing stance. I decline. I plan on following my dream of becoming a boxer. Anyone that tries to get in my way I will take down with this left hand of mine. I have no desire to be a delinquent, replies Naruto. Perhaps the proper reply would be no desire to be a delinquent again. Many in Konoha would consider him to be one of the biggest delinquents with all the pranks and trouble he caused prior to entering the Anbu. Koga steps forward with a wide smirk. I have always wanted to kick your ass, Takeda. Always looking down on me like I was some kid. A large figure comes up behind Koga. Takeda stares at his one-time comrade and friend. Yukita, whispers the boxer. Ah, Yukita yells as he picks up Koga and spins him around before tossing him into a tree. Koga cries out in pain before slumping to the ground. Kasara's eyes narrow. Yukita. Yukita stands next to Takeda. I have decided to quit Ragnarok as well. Consider this my resignation. Fool. Kill them, orders Kasara coldly. Takeda strikes first with a barrage of punches. Thanks, idiot. Uki. Ta punches a delinquent in the face before picking up another. I ain't doing this for you. I am going back to being a judo student. Kasara hangs back watching as her gang tries to take down 3 of Ragnarok's enemies. Amusement dances in her eyes as she watches Yukita and Takeda work together in a futile attempt to escape from Ragnarok. Those 2 idiots are strong, but no one escapes from Ragnarok. Wait, where is Uzumaki? She senses danger and barely gets out of the way in time to avoid an axe kick from above. Naruto strikes the ground with an impressed look. She has good reflexes, he thinks. You must really want a beat down to attack me, smirks Kasara. When you kill a snake, always aim for the head, replies Naruto. She gains a tick. I am not a snake. Kasara shivers. I can't stand those slimy things. Naruto blinks. Ah, that wasn't what I was trying to imply. I was making a point. Shut up. Kasara crouches into her fighting stance. I am going to kick your ass. He dodges several lightning-fast kicks before lashing out with a kick of his own. She sidesteps his kick and goes for a leg sweep. Naruto jumps over the sweep and comes down with an axe kick that she rolls backwards to avoid. The two pause to size each other up. I underestimated her. The way she moves and her reflexes are far better than the others I fought. She is at least a genin-level fighter, he thinks. This kid is fast, but that won't save him for long. Kasara launches a flurry of kicks that forces Naruto on the defensive. He takes a step back and aims a punch straight at her face. She leaps high into the air, raising her leg above her head. Hammer kick. A powerful downward kick comes at Naruto's head. Kasara's eyes widen as Naruto vanishes in pure speed and her kick strikes air. She spins around to find him. But a kick comes up from below, hitting her in the chin. Blood sprays from her mouth as she is launched into the air. Twisting in mid-air, she raises both arms to block a downward kick from above. The power from the kick sends her crashing to the ground back first. Pain fills the girl. Naruto touches down on the ground. She managed to ignore the pain from my initial kick and react fast enough to block my shadow dance of the leaf. He admits that she is good, but her speed and power are lacking. Takeda and Yukita watch the fight in awe. The two of them can barely follow the movements of the two fighters. Both knew that Kasara was strong, but had no idea she was this strong. Takeda can't believe he actually thought about fighting her with his own two fists. She would destroy him in a second. Yukita is having similar thoughts. The two former delinquents turn to look at Naruto, who doesn't sport a single injury despite battling a martial artist of Kasara's skill level. No wonder he is praised as a prodigy. The scary thing is he is not even using a sword, thinks Takeda. Who the hell is this kid? Wonders Yukita. Shiratori's eyes narrow. He fights using a style that focused on high-speed movements. It is like he is trying to break her bones with each move. She looks over at Kasara with worried eyes. At this rate, Kasara-sama is going to lose. Kasara spits out blood. You're holding back. Her eyes narrow in anger. Is it because I am a girl? Naruto tilts his head. A girl. He scratches the back of his head. When I fight someone, gender doesn't play a factor. No ninja goes into a fight seeing an enemy as anything other than an enemy. Kunoichi are trained to use their bodies to distract and seduce shinobi. In the Anbu, all shinobi go under intense training, even sparring naked to overcome any distractions in battle. He took many beatings before learning to ignore breasts, pussy, and many other feminine traits that a kunoichi will use in battle. A lot of blood loss in those spars until he learned to better control his emotions and hormones. I am holding back because I have no desire to kill you. I only kill when it is necessary, finishes Naruto. A smirk plays on her face. Kasara can tell that he is telling the truth. He doesn't care one single bit that she is a girl. She respects that he is taking her serious despite her being a female. No way is she going to let him get away with holding back. You'll regret holding back on me. Kasara runs forward intent on winning this fight. Naruto ducks lower over a high kick and spins around, sweeping her legs out from under her. She gasps as she starts to fall to the side. Using the momentum of the leg sweep, he comes back around, slamming both feet into her unprotected chest. Leaf whirlwind, says Naruto as Kasara hits the ground, rolling several feet. It is honestly a modified version of the leaf whirlwind. Instead of starting with a high kick and follow up with a succession of low kicks, he started with a leg sweep and went up into a double middle kick to the chest. Kasara-sama. Shiratori runs over to Kasara. Kasara lies on the ground coughing up blood. Shiratori picks up the injured Kasara. Everyone retreat. The few delinquents still able to move, quickly run away in fear. Takeda sighs in relief. He walks over to Naruto. I didn't recognize that style. What do you call it? Guken or strong fist? Answers Naruto. Pretty strong, smirks Takeda. Yukita walks over to the two looking beat up and barely able to stand. I can't believe we managed to escape the Ragnarok beatdown. Wow, they beat Nanju Kasara. She is the 8th fist. Naruto, Takeda, and Yukita turn around to see an alien leading a group of people. Takeda and Yukita don't recognize anyone from the group. Naruto on the other hand wonders what Nijima is doing here. Nijima comes walking forward with an evil smirk. Nice work, I knew you could do it Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun, the former ninja doesn't know why Nijima is speaking to him so familiarly. The two have only spoke to each other once. He actively avoids Nijima at school. You know this freak, frowns Yukita. Not really. No, answers Naruto. Nijima throws an arm around Naruto. Oh come on now, we are best buds. I even brought backup like you wanted. I don't remember asking for backup ever. Laughter erupts from Nijima. From this day forward, the Shinpaku Alliance will rise up to defeat Ragnarok. A cheer comes from the students. I, Nijima, will be the supreme commander and Uzumaki Naruto will be the battle commander, my second in command. Takeda raises an eyebrow. You have a strange friend. Naruto sweat drops. He doesn't remember ever considering Nijima to be a friend. Tonight is turning into a strange night. I was thinking of combining our two names together, but it didn't sound as cool. So I combined the kanji from mine and Shirahama's names. He will also be a general in the Shinpaku Alliance, smirks Nijima. Naruto shakes his head. I already told Kasara-san. I have no interest in joining any group. Nijima goes to chase after Naruto, but the former ninja disappears into the night. The alien smirks widely with an evil gleam. Uzumaki Naruto and Shirahama Kenichi will serve the Shinpaku Alliance whether they want or not. Joe hands over a large wad of money. You were pretty good at picking the winners, kid. If you were anyone else I would think you are cheating. I have no need to cheat, replies Naruto. He takes the cash and begins to count it. Once he knows that the money is all there, he hands 100 back to Joe. Joe smirks. I will call it a night. I am starting to like the kid, smirks Joe. Naruto leaves the underground arena. Checking the time, he can still get an hour of training done before going to sleep. He leaps onto the nearest window sill and continues to make large jumps until reaching the roof. The former ninja begins to leap from roof to roof. No one is around to see the superhuman feats. School, what is this? Nijima smiles like it is the most obvious thing in the world. It is a flag. Kenichi gains a tick. You know what I mean. He continues to point at the flag. What is the Shinpaku Alliance? Why do people think I am part of it? An evil smirk lights up Nijima's face. He leans back in the chair with an air of self-importance. The Shinpaku Alliance is the new empire I am building to take over the school and one day the world. Kenichi gives a deadpan look. I will be the brains and you along with Naruto will be the muscle. There will be no stopping our rise to power. I refuse, replies Kenichi instantly. Nijima watches as Kenichi leaves the room. Shirahama Kenichi and Uzumaki Naruto will become the main powers of the Shinpaku Alliance. Ragnarok will soon fall to the greatness that will be the Shinpaku Alliance. Evil laughter erupts from the alien warehouse. Kasara unleashes a flurry of kicks. She jumps up spinning around King the heavy bag with such force that it explodes spraying sand everywhere. Sweat pours down her face. A heavy panting comes from the girl. The past week she has been training non-stop. She no longer goes to school in order to train and grow stronger. Getting back into her stance, she begins to push her body past its limits. All that time and effort she put into becoming strong. She grew strong enough that the first fist, Odin, recognized her strength and made her into the 8th fist of Ragnarok. It is with great pride that she wears her glove that signifies her as the 8th fist. Such a title commands fear and respect. Kasara launches a high kick in anger. This entire time she thought she had become one of the strongest fighters in the city, but then some kid comes around and beats her with ease. He was so fast and strong. I could barely follow his movements at all, grits Kasara. I didn't expect him to be so strong. I thought he was supposed to be a weapon specialist. Why the hell didn't I know about his hand-to-hand skills? Kasara twists on her heel. Uzumaki Naruto, I'll defeat you for sure next time I see you. Break. Naruto-kun, can I speak with you a moment? Naruto bows respectfully. Yes, Hanzo-senpai. Hanzo gestures for the others to walk away. The other members bow respectively before leaving the two alone. A hard expression comes on the always happy face of the leader of the Kendo club. I have heard the rumors about you being part of a gang and getting into constant fights with delinquents. Is this true? Yes. But I am not in a gang, answers Naruto honestly. I have been asked multiple times to join a couple groups. I have turned them all down. A wide smile splits Hanzo's face. He reaches over, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Yash, I am pleased to hear that. Kendo is an honorable martial arts. If you were part of a gang I would have to ask you to leave. I understand. The former ninja doesn't hold it against Hanzo-senpai for wanting to keep the Kendo club pure of delinquents. The club has a good reputation. Hanzo-senpai works hard to follow the principles of Kendo, as do most of the other members of the club. It is one of the reasons Naruto enjoys the club so much. Being around ninja almost his entire life, he is used to being deceived or manipulated. It is nice to be around honest people for a change. He doesn't need to worry about someone stabbing him in the back or trying to use him for the demon inside him. Not that they could anymore since the demon is gone, but that is another story. I will make sure to stay away from all delinquent groups, promises Naruto. Tears stream down Hanzo's face. Yash, you are an honorable man. Naruto's sweat drops. Hanzo-senpai is a strange man. Then again, he did have a sensei that constantly read porn and showed up late for missions, so he had seen worse. Break. Kenichi strikes out with a punch, hitting a delinquent in the face. The delinquent drops to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Why can't they leave me alone? It isn't so bad, smiles Mew. Beside, you managed to take them all down without my help this time. She looks around to see 5 delinquents lying on the ground knocked out cold. That doesn't make me feel any better, sighs Kenichi. In the shadows, a certain boy watched the entire fight. He is the one that told those idiots to go fight Shirahama in the first place. A heavy cloak hides the boy's physical features and casts a shadow over his face. But it is the outfit that makes him highly recognizable to anyone that knows anything about Ragnarok. He is the sixth fist of Ragnarok, Hermit. Hermit watches as Shirahama, Kenichi and Furinji Mew leave the scene. A frown forms on his face. Shirahama is not as strong as he thought. Uzumaki Naruto is definitely much stronger. But Hermit has no interest in the blonde prodigy. He is much more interested in Shirahama. The way that Shirahama fights, he fights using several different styles of martial arts. And Jujitsu seem to be the main styles that Shirahama employs, but there is one main style that catches Hermit's attention. Shirahama definitely uses Chinese Kempo. Not just any Chinese Kempo, but a certain style that resembles what Hermit's master taught to him. Is it possible that Basugetsu is teaching that no talent fool? Hermit's eyes narrow in anger. He needs to find out more information. And he knows exactly how he is going to get it. Next day, I found you. Kasara smirks. No more hiding. Naruto blinks. He scratches the back of his head in confusion. I was never hiding. Kasara's sweat drops. It took her a week to find a person that was never hiding. A blush heats her cheeks. What was your name again? Kasara yells angrily. Don't act like you don't remember me. Shiratori holds Kasara back as the red head begins to swing her arms wildly. I'll handle this, smirks Koga. Koga leaps forward, but a quick punch to the face sends him flying into a couple of garbage cans. He rest of Kasara's gang backs up in fear. Can we fight later? I have to get to school or I will miss my first period, says Naruto. No, we are going to fight now and I am going to kick your ass. Quote, I see, can you kick my ass between classes? Kasara's face begins to turn red. Bastard. She charges forward. Naruto leans back to avoid a kick. A smirk appears on her face as she changes the motion F her kick and comes down with a downward kick towards his shoulder. Axe kick. His hands come up catching the kick, surprising the girl. Gripping her leg, he comes around with his right fist hitting her in the chest twice and a third blow to the face. Kasara skids backwards, falling to a knee. Blood drips from her lip. Naruto stands calmly. You got faster, but it is not enough. Too eager to get in an attack lowers your defense. It is a lesson he learned the hard way. Always trying to charge forward instead of calculating his NXT move. The Anbu beat that out of him quick. I'll show him. Kiss. Era gets into her stance ready to continue the fight. Deciding on a plan of attack, she runs forward launching a barrage of kicks. He blocks and dodges all her kicks. She is unable to land a blow. Anger starts to get the better of her. Naruto finds an opening and steps inside her guard, delivering a knee to her gut. Her eyes widen in pain. Coughing heavily, she falls down to all fours. I feel like a jerk, frowns Naruto. It is like he is picking on her. He knows that she is a talented fighter from the way she is able to improve in such a short time, but she is not on his level. At least not yet. Not that he is trying to brag, but he was trained since a very young age. He doubts that she had the same circumstances as him. Damn it, curses Kasara. Why can't she beat him? Is she really this weak? A hand reaches out to her. She raises her head in surprise to see him holding out his hand. What are you doing? Naruto scratches the back of his head. Well, you are a good fighter. Hanzo-senpai, I is always saying that one should respect those that they fight. I never really got that, but I can see what he means. A shrug comes from the former ninja. You are strong, maybe we can be sparring partners. She looks at him as if he is crazy. Sparring partners. Yes, I need someone to practice my kendo against. We can both improve together, right? A small smile appears on her face. She slaps away his hand. He looks at her curiously as she stands up. Kasara winces, clutching her side in pain. Not wanting to appear weak, she turns around and stands up straight. All right, fine, nods the girl. But I don't want this getting out, so just between us. Got it? Her eyes narrow, daring him to disagree. Ah, okay. Kasara walks away while putting on a brave front for her gang. Let's go. I'll finish this with him later. The delinquents don't argue and follow their leader. Girls are strange, thinks Naruto. He begins to walk towards school. Koga lies unconscious in the garbage. Break. Shinpaku. Nijima walks with a wide smirk on his face. People move out of the way in fear as the small group walks down the street. It is great being the leader. The Shinpaku Alliance already has 10 members. And he knows in time that more will show up. All he has to do is keep using Uzumaki and Kenichi's name to get new followers. Soon enough the Shinpaku Alliance will have enough members to fight on even grounds with Ragnarok. Who is that? A figure stands on the bridge up ahead, blocking the path. Nijima's eyes widen. Fear begins to fill them. He never expected Ragnarok to make a move against him so quickly. Hermit, gulps the alien. The sixth fist of Ragnarok. The Shinpaku Alliance pauses. Hermit stares at them, not saying a word. Cocky bastard. Kamioka charges forward, fist reared back. In a smooth motion, Hermit swings his arms like a whip, striking Kamioka in the chest and sending him flying off the bridge. Kamioka splashes down into the sewer water below. Answer my question and I'll let you live, says Hermit coldly. What the hell was that? Kamioka was just swept away. Nijima glances at his pawns. This is not good at all. A loss here will destroy the Shinpaku Alliance before it ever gets a chance to rise up. He needs to rectify this situation. No way is he going to lose everything when he worked so hard to come up with his plan. The alien begins to tremble. Soon enough, laughter erupts from the alien. He throws back his head laughing loudly. Confusion spreads among the members of the Shinpaku alliance. Fool! Do you know who I am? Shouts Nijima. I am the viceroy of the Shinpaku alliance. Haruo Nijima. Nijima smirks widely. Men, return to base at once. But, silence. I alone am more than enough to deal with some low-ranked punk. The members of the NPAKU alliance start to walk away, leaving Nijima alone with Ragnarok. Nijima smirks as his plan is starting to work. Hermit folds his arms across his chest. I have a question concerning Shirahama Kenichi. Oh, Nijima becomes curious. This is an interesting development. I want to know where Shirahama learns his martial arts. Nijima remains calm. A smirk plays on his face. Is that it? He rushes towards Hermit. Hermit senses an attack and goes to strike, but freezes. Nijima falls to his knees and lowers his head in submission. I don't know. To be honest, me and Kenichi aren't that close. I am just using him. Please forgive me. A scowl forms on Hermit's face. Pathetic. I hate weak people. Yes, I am weak. Die worm. Hermit strikes the ground. Surprise fills the sixth fist as Nijima jumps over the railing, diving into the river. Later, you dumbass, laughs Nijima. Nijima swims with great speed through the sewer water. He gets over to Kamioka and helps the boy up. Underling recovered. Mission a success. Kamioka winces. Nijima-sama, did you really come to save me? What about Hermit? Nijima laughs. I took care of him a bit. Wow, the Shinpaku alliance is amazing, smiles Kamioka. Nijima smirks. He can twist the story around to make it seem like he beat Hermit. The other members of Shinpaku alliance will start to tell everyone how great he is, getting even more members to join. Nijima loves being a genius. Annoyance soon fills the alien's eyes. How could he be so negligent on his information? He never wants Sao to find out where Kenichi is learning martial arts. That is unlike him. It is a mistake he is going to fix tomorrow. All he has to do is follow Kenichi home after school. Nijima gains a dark gleam. No one can keep information from him. Break. Madoka waves. Izumi, a cute girl with round circular glasses and her black hair tied in a braid, comes walking towards Madoka. It is about time. I was waiting forever. Sorry, I had to finish watering some plants, apologizes Izumi. I wanted to introduce you to Naruto-kun, but he had to go home. Madoka sighs in disappointment. The two begin to walk, leaving the school grounds. I wonder if he has a job. He says that he needs to get home, but who is that eager to go home? Izumi's sweat drops. I like to go home. A dismissive wave comes from Madoka. You are weird though. Izumi sulks with a dark cloud above her head. Madoka's gains a determined look. I am going to find out about all Naruto-kun's secrets. Naruto-san is a bit scary to me. That masks me him look like a bully. Madoka bops Izumi on the head. Are you crazy? Exclamation mark quote. Izumi winces in pain. He looks so cool. Hearts appear in her eyes. Not to mention he has the most gorgeous ocean blue eyes. Naruto-kun is definitely the hottest boy in school. Even Tanimoto doesn't compare to Naruto-kun. Izumi knows better to try to reason with her friend when she gets like this. It will only result in more bops to the head. She dosen. She agree with Naruto being more attractive than Tanimoto Natsu. Tanimoto is definitely the most attractive boy at school. As much as she hates to admit it, Tanimoto is even better looking than Kenichi. She still likes Kenichi more. Tanimoto is just a little better looking. Come on. I bet if we hurry we can catch up to Naruto-kun, smiles Madoka running ahead. Hey, you know I don't like to run. Izumi chases after her friend. City. Naruto double checks the address. He looks up at the small store. The store is in a shadier part of the city. Graffiti covers the walls, there is chipped paint, and the sign is crooked. A doubtful expression comes on his face. Next time he sees those guys, he is going to kick their asses. He decides to take a chance and enters Higarashi's weapon shop. Pushing open the door, a small ringing sound signals his entrance into the store. The inside of the store is very different from the outside. Naruto takes back his previous assessment. It is a good thing that He is not in the Anbu anymore, or he would be punished for jumping to conclusions. He takes a step forward on the wooden tile and begins to look around the well-furnished store. In the middle of the room are long glass cases with a wide variety of weapons. Weapons that are made from steel and can be used in actual combat, not those ornamental blades sold in other stores. His eyes travel over to the alls where the large weapons are hanging. Axes, longswords, spears, staffs, and many other weapons are hanging on the wall. All of the weapons are in excellent condition. This is not a library. Only customers are allowed. Naruto turns around to face a tall muscular man with bulging muscles. The man looks to be in his mid-40s, wearing a black apron over a dirty white shirt and baggy gray jeans. A shaggy black beard covers most of his face with annoyed dark brown eyes. He puts off an aura that doesn't take shit from anyone. It is an aura that doesn't intimidate Naruto in the least. The form ninja picks up the faint smell of metal, sweat, and a hint of blood. "You are the blacksmith," states Naruto. An impressed look is on the man's face. "Good eyes, but I still don't let people walk around. If you enter my store, you better be prepared to buy something or get the hell out," grunts the man. "I am hoping to purchase a stock of kunai, shuriken, and possible a Japanese sword." Kunai and shuriken. Not many people use those weapons. Naruto reaches into his pouch on the back of his waist. He pulls out a kunai, twirling it around before tossing it to the man. The man catches the kunai and begins to examine it. Good quality, though the weight is a bit off. Kunai and shuriken are easy to make. I'll make you a set of 50 each for 5,000 yen. 3,000. 4,500. 3,750. 4,000. Okay. Nods Naruto, agreeing to 4,000. "I practice kendo. Any particular sword you recommend?" The man smirks. "Can't go wrong with a katana." I was hoping for something else." "Take a look around. As long as you have the money, pick out whatever you want." The man watches as Naruto starts to walk around the store. An interesting kid. The boy sure does dress in an interesting way. He scratches his beard. Could this brat be one of that group's disciples? No, he would have received word beforehand and the disciple would have been here to pick up, not look around. The man decides to let it go. Like he said earlier, as long as the brat buys something, everything else doesn't matter. School. Nijima smirks. "I had no idea you had such scary masters. I almost passed out twice while being around them." Kenichi ignores Nijima and continues to read his book. "How about you let me borrow them so I can take over the school?" "Idiot. I have no control over them," deadpans Kenichi. "Are you going to keep on following me?" "Don't be like that. We are best buds," smirks Nijima. Kenichi feels like throwing up. When did he become best friends with this freak? Nijima gains a thoughtful expression. "I actually came to deliver some new information. I was attacked by the sixth fist of Ragnarok, Hermit." Kenichi's eyes widen in surprise. "Ragnarok attacked you?" A dismissive wave comes from the alien. "I managed to deal with him." Nijima peers closely at Kenichi. "The interesting thing is that he was asking about you. He wanted to know who was training you." "Oh, okay." The alien is thrown off guard. "Wait, that is it? Don't you care that Hermit is interested in you?" "No." Kenichi brushes past Nijima. "If I worry about every little thing, I will never have time to do anything, including time to read a book. When I am not training or fighting, I am resting." Surprise fills the alien. Nijima pulls out his PDA and begins to write down this new information about Kenichi. "Ah!" Kenichi gasps in horror. "Who is that with Mew?" Nijima peers into the classroom. A very handsome, tall boy with long blonde hair and baby blue eyes is standing next to Mew's desk. The boy has an amazing smile that lights up the entire room. That is Tanimoto Natsu, the most popular boy at school. He has superb grades, plays sports, and is the captain of the school's drama club. Tanimoto is basically the school's teen idol. Kenichi pales. Mew spots Kenichi and gives a pretty smile. "Hi Kenichi." "Hello. My name is Natsu Tanimoto," smiles the boy. It is nice to meet you. I thought you would be a scary person. Kenichi feels the world crash around him. He is so handsome. It is my total loss. Lend me your power and I will spread rumors to destroy this pretty boy, whispers Nijima. Go away, devil. A blush heats Miu's cheeks. The drama club is lacking members, so Tanimoto asked me to play the lead role of Juliet in the upcoming play. I know she will be great. I am going to play Romeo, so I'll help you out, smiles Tanimoto. Kenichi goes into a corner sulking. It is over. Now he will never get a chance to be with Miu. Nijima smirks knowing that he can play this to his favor. Kenichi sulks in a corner. There is nothing he can do to stop the play. Miu is training hard to master her role as Juliet. He can tell that she really wants to do her best. If he tries anything to mess with the play, she will end up hating him. That is something he couldn't bear. He rather have Miu having a great time with another person, even if it is not him, as long as she doesn't hate him. I guess I will Avenue no choice but to watch Miu kiss Tanimoto, sighs Kenichi. Why is Miu kissing Tanimoto? Ah. Kenichi jumps in fright. Turning his head, he looks to see Naruto sitting next to him while staring up at the clouds. When did you get there? Naruto leans back against the fence. I have been here for the past 20 minutes. 20 minutes? How did I not notice him? Kenichi shakes his head. Naruto is a scary person to be able to sneak around like that. It reminds him so much of Shiger. Miu is playing the lead role of Juliet in the school's play. Tanimoto is playing Romeo. In the play, Ameo and Juliet kiss because they are lovers. I see. Kenichi waits for Naruto to finish his comment. Naruto continues to stare up at the clouds. A sweat drop comes from Ryazanpaku's disciple. Realizes after a couple minutes that Naruto isn't about to speak any further. Why are all his friends so weird? The former ninja stands up. Well, have fun at the play. Aren't you coming? No, I have other plans later, waves Naruto. He even talks like Shiger, sweat drops Kenichi. A smile forms on his face. It doesn't matter that Naruto is a bit on the weird side, a friend is a friend. City. Naruto stares curiously at the fried squid. A light grumble comes from his stomach. He holds up his hand signaling that he wants 2 sticks of fried squid. A few minutes later, he is walking back on the street twirling around a clean pair of chopsticks. A flick of the wrist sends the chopsticks flying into the nearest garbage can. Ragnarok seems to have quieted down the past few days. Ever since he defeated that girl for a second time, not many people have been bothering him. It is a bit disappointing. Most of the delinquents are targeting Kenichi, not him. He was starting to enjoy the exercise between classes. Someone up above doesn't want him to have fun at school. Naruto sighs. Hello. He stares ahead to see a pretty girl dressed like a boy. She is wearing a white button-up shirt, dark pants, and a long blue coat that reaches down to just above her ankles. The girl is tall with a lean build and long blonde hair. Yo, greets Naruto. My name is Shiratori. I am Kasara-sama's personal guard. Naruto blinks. Shiratori's sweat drops, realizing that he doesn't care a single bit. Chances are he doesn't even remember that Kasara is the name of the girl he offered to be sparring partners with. She wants you to come to this address. It is a private place where the 2 of you can spar, says Shiratori. Please keep this a secret. The former ninja takes the slip of paper. When does she want to meet? Tomorrow. After school. Okay, I will be there. Shiratori is impressed. Even after Kasara-sama openly declared her desire to beat him, he doesn't show any fear at meeting up with a rival. This could be a trap set up by Ragnarok to ambush him. She finds herself begrudgingly respecting the boy. Thank you. Shiratori walks away, heading back to base to report to Kasara-sama. Yuto memorizes the address on the slip of paper before ripping it to shreds and tossing them into a garbage can. A sparring partner is going to really help his kendo training. Things are starting to look up. Next day play. Nijima grumbles under his breath. Kenichi, being the noble asshole that he is, refused to allow him to spread false rumors about Tanimoto. He had it all planned out. Manipulate Kenichi into ruining Tanimoto's reputation and use it as blackmail to force Kenichi to join the Shinpaku alliance. It was a beautiful plan. I suppose it is not so bad, chuckles Nijima. To be able to resist his charms. Kenichi goes up another notch in Nijima's assessment. There will be plenty of opportunity to manipulate Kenichi in the future, all he needs to do is be patient and work on getting more disposable pawns before obtaining the general. Break. You really thought I was good. Blushes Miu. Kenichi smiles. You were great Miu. Inwardly, he is doing a celebration dance. Miu and Tanimoto didn't kiss at all during the play. Miu was too embarrassed to do a kissing scene, so it was removed from the script. He still has a chance with the girl. Today has been the best day ever. Miu sud. Enli senses a killing intent and turns her head. Kenichi is surprised by her sudden movement. He comes to a stop looking in the same direction as her. There standing in the middle of the bridge is A.B. Oi wearing a dark hood and cloak with arm bands and leather boots. Who are you? Asks Kenichi. The boy raises up his fist revealing a glove with the Roman numeral 6 on it. My name is Hermit. Hermit. Miu gains a confused look. Kenichi's eyes widen in surprise. The sixth fist of Ragnarok. Nijima warned him that Hermit was asking questions about him. Hermit must have got bored asking others. ND decided to come straight to the source. Hermit crouches down into a fighting stance. Shirahama Kenichi, I am going to destroy you. Docks. Kasara stretches out her legs. It almost time for that blonde brat to show up. He better not show up late or she is going to kick his ass. This may be a simple spar, but she doesn't plan on losing. She is going to beat him this time. Is that him? Whispers Shiratori in surprise. Huh. Kasara turns around. A familiar boy comes walking towards them. He has on an outfit that makes him look unrecognizable. If he didn't have on that stupid mask, the two girls would be at a loss on who is walking towards them. Naruto wears a green flak vest over a long-sleeve navy blue shirt, ironclad fingerless black gloves, black pants that are wrapped up at the shins, and open-toed blue sandals. A pair of white pouches are on the back of his waist and strapped to his back is a long black sheath with a sword hilt sticking out over his right shoulder. Why is he dressed like some ninja? Frowns Kasara. Naruto gives a light wave. Yo, this is a spar not a cosplay. Deadpans Kasara. Should you really be making fun of my outfit? You can't even wear jeans with two pant legs, he points out. She blushes in embarrassment. I get them like this on purpose. Naruto gives a doubtful expression. Kasara turns red in anger. This bastard is always saying stuff to piss her off. I hope you are ready to get your ass kicked. Crouching down into her stance, she prepares to get this spar started. He reaches up grabbing the hilt with his left hand and drawing the sword in a smooth motion. A beautiful steel blade is revealed. It is a slightly longer than an average katana with a teardrop guard and red diamond design hilt. You can't use a real sword. This is a spar, shouts Shiratori. I am a weapon user. Using a real weapon will force Kasara-san to increase her reflexes and evasion abilities or get cut, replies Naruto. A smirk forms on Kasara's face. I am not scared. He holds his sword out in front of him with the right foot forward and left foot planted firmly. Placing both hands on the hilt, he locks his eyes onto Kasara. She responds in kind, tensing her legs. The two stand there staring at each other. Neither fighter makes a move. A classic John Woo stare down. Kasara scowls and charges forward, tired of the lack of action. Patience is not her strong suit. A low kick is aimed at Naruto's knees, but he steps around the kick, raising the sword above his head. He swings downward, intent on slicing Kasara in half. She barely manages to avoid the cut. Wincing, a cut opens up across her left arm. Naruto quickly raises the sword up parallel to the ground and thrusts it forward. She ducks under the thrust and aims a kick at his groin. He jumps backwards, avoiding the kick. I am not used to wielding a weapon of this size and weight, thinks Naruto. He is slower when using the sword, notices Kasara. Shiratori is surprised. When using a real sword, Uzumaki's speed is lowered. He is not used to using a weapon of such weight and size. This works in Kasara-sama's favor. Uzumaki has the advantage in reach, but Kasara is used to fighting bigger opponents, so it won't work in his favor for long. That works both ways though. Once Uzumaki gets used to using a real sword, Kasara will lose her advantage in speed. For now the two are about evenly matched, thinks Shiratori. Naruto performs a diagonal slash, forcing Kasara backwards. You are used to fighting weapon users. He can see it in the way she is fighting him. Her body is acting on pure E-reflex with each thrust and slash that only comes from constant training. I used to be part of a group that specialized in using weapons. I fought against them all the time in order to make my kicks stronger than any weapon. Replies Kasara. She launches a barrage of kicks, forcing Naruto on the defensive. You will need to do better if you want to beat me with a sword. Her boot pinned his swerve D to the ground and she spins around, delivering a heel kick to his face. He slides backwards, never losing his grip on the sword. Kasara smirks, proud of her accomplishment. He rubs his jaw before getting back into his stance. I almost reached for a kunai there. This is a spar to increase my kenjutsu abilities. I can't use any other weapons. Naruto springs forward, thrusting forward several times. She flows around the thrusts, aiming a high kick at his face. He ducks under the kick and uses his left leg to sweep out her planted foot. As she falls backwards, she places her hands on the ground and kicks upward. Blade and boot meet, stopping the other. The two leap apart. A woman with steel-toe boots is as strong as any weapon, smirks Kasara. I'll keep that in mind. Naruto's smile is hidden behind his mask. The two continue their spar. Break. Odin sits with a bored expression. Shinpaku Alliance. They managed to take down Kasara and Hermit has gone missing. I heard it is a small group, says Thor. Thor is a very tall and large-framed man. He is lightly tanned with short black hair and long sideburns. He sports a defined and well-muscled build with a large, round belly. He typically is seen wearing a sleeveless kimono to show off his muscular arms. Freya adds her own opinion. She is a fairly tall and very attractive dark-skinned woman with blue eyes and short messy brown hair. Also, she possesses curvy eyebrows and a thin scar running across her left cheek. She is slender but noticeably curvaceous and athletic in frame, with broad shoulders, flare hips, a well-endowed chest, a fairly muscled and well-toned build. The girl wears a form-fitting light blue sleeveless shirt and dark blue spandex pants with an orange leather jacket and a golden eye-like pendant around her neck. If some of the members are strong, we can use them to bolster our own strength. Allow me to deal with them, smirks Loki. He is a tall, muscular young man with light blue hair that sticks up in the front and has combed in the back. Loki wears a dark long trench coat with dark gloves and a skin-tight fighting outfit. The fourth fist is known for his trademark bug-like goggles that hide his facial features. I will find their weakness. No one can escape the battle strategist, Loki. Break. Naruto-kun. Naruto pauses and turns his head to look at the girl. Madoko gives a pretty smile. What are you doing today after school? He opens the locker, ready to put his books away. Naruto spots a strange object in his locker. Reaching in, he pulls out a sealed letter. Makoto blinks. Who is the letter from? The former ninja shrugs. Carefully, he opens the letter. The letter doesn't have any poison, nor did a trap activate upon opening it. It seems to be safe. Dear Uzumaki Naruto, we haven't formally met, but I have seen you around the school. I think you are very brave and strong. I was wondering if you would meet me after school at Matsu Lark. I hope to see you there, Naruto-kun. Madoko gains a tick above her eye. Someone dares to send her Naruto-kun a love letter. Lightning crackles behind the girl. She is going to destroy the girl that is trying to steal Naruto-kun from her. A ripping sound snaps her out of her thoughts. Blinking, she sees Naruto ripping up the letter before tossing it in a garbage can. Why did you do that? I don't go to places to meet with people I don't know, he answers. She cheers inwardly. Take that secret lover girl. Rejected. Motoko nods. I agree. It is way too suspicious. Naruto closes his locker. I'll see you around. He gives a wave. Later. Waves Motoko. A dark cloud appears over her head. She was planning to ask him out. That stupid love letter ruined all her plans. Break. Kasara puts down the water bottle. So you are really not going to do anything. I thought Shirahama was your friend. The two finished an intense hour-long spar with no breaks except when one of them was on the ground. That person being Kasara now that Naruto is more used to using a katana. He is my friend. Naruto places his hands behind his head. He stares up at the clouds. It is an absolutely beautiful day. Do I really have to go help him? Kenichi is not weak. Loki is the biggest coward I know, but he is a genius at using underhanded tactics and gathering information. If the Shinpaku alliance is really as strong as it boasts, it should be able to handle the trap that Loki is planning, admits Kasara. Naruto gains an amused look. You don't much care for Ragnarok. She huffs, refusing to meet his eyes. Shut up. I care about Ragnarok a lot. The former ninja doesn't believe her in the slightest. Ragnarok is all about strength. I want to be strong, so it is the perfect place for me. Kasara turns her head. Besides, you don't seem to care to help out your friend. So what makes you so different from us? I don't understand. No one in Ragnarok would ever risk their neck for a friend or comrade. I don't see you risking your neck for Kenichi or the Shinpaku alliance. So what makes you so different from us? A pensive look is in his eyes. She makes a valid point. Kasara was surprised to see him today because Loki is setting a trap to destroy the Shinpaku alliance. The girl was even more surprised by his nonchalant behavior and desire to spar instead of worrying about Kenichi and the Shinpaku alliance. Friends help out each other. Kenichi told him that friends are supposed to help each other. Naruto enjoys being Kenichi's friend. Perhaps he should have gone to help the Shinpaku alliance against the Fourth Fist, Loki. He doesn't want to be a bad friend. Tomorrow, he will check up on Kenichi to make sure that he is alive. I suppose my behavior isn't much different from Ragnarok. Standing up, he looks down at Kasara with a more serious expression. But I care about my comrades even if they don't care about me. The Shinpaku alliance are not his comrades, he is referring strictly to Kenichi. Kasara gains a light blush. He sounded pretty cool for a moment. Whatever. Great. Now she sounds extremely lame. Naruto throws up a wave as he begins to walk away. Time to go home. Kasara stands up. Later, Kasara-san. Nighttime. Nijima types away furiously at his PDA. Today turned out to be a magnificent day. The Shinpaku alliance scored a major victory against Ragnarok. It took a little manipulation, but he managed to get Kenichi, Takeda, and Yukita to fight for the Shinpaku alliance. Those fake love letters were perfect. The only downside is that they were unable to beat the real Loki. A disappointment for sure, but a minor setback in the scheme of things. Loki is the type of person to hide in the shadows until forced out. The alien will force the cowardly Fourth Fist out by defeating all the other fists of Ragnarok, one by one. Nijima is already gaining information on the Fifth Fist, Siegfried. There is one part of the plan that did not go accordingly. Uzumaki Naruto never showed up. The love letter didn't work on bringing the kendo prodigy. Naruto is definitely the strongest person at school. He is the one that defeated Kasara. Kenichi hasn't even defeated a deadly fist of Ragnarok. Ima knows that Kenichi fought with Hermit, Tanimoto Natsu, but a winner was never determined. To make the Shinpaku alliance complete, Nijima knows that he needs Naruto to be a more active member. I will have to split my information gathering between Ragnarok and Naruto, smirks Nijima. School. How did your date go? Teases Miu. Kenichi gives her a deadpan look. Laugh it up. She giggles, unable to contain her laughter. The two walk through the front gate of the school. Yo. Kenichi jumps in fright. Miu spins around, getting into a fighting stance. Naruto stands behind them. I heard you fell into a trap by Ragnarok. The former ninja walks over to Kenichi. Miu's eyes narrow. How is he able to sneak up on me in such a casual manner? It doesn't make any sense. She has been trained since she was a little girl. One of the first things she learned is how to sense people around her so that no one would be able to sneak up on her. Grandpa was always getting into fights, so she had to keep her senses sharp to prevent enemies from capturing her to use against Grandpa. This boy is able to evade all her senses every time. Just who trained him? Yeah, it was really Nijima who tricked me, grumbles Kenichi. I see. Hey, how come Nijima didn't try to trick you? I mean, you are way stronger than me. Naruto shrugs. I tend to ignore Nijima. Commander. Kenichi, Naruto, and Miu turn around to see two boys running towards them. Matsui, Mizunuma, please stop calling me that. Kenichi shakes his head. He really does hate Nijima. Matsui is a member of the Shinpaku Alliance. He is the proud member that carries around the Shinpaku Alliance flag. Mizunuma is a former bullied kid that joined the Shinpaku Alliance to grow stronger and protect the ideals of justice like Kenichi. Commander, it is terrible. Leader never showed up for school. I think something might have happened to him. Matsui is hyperventilating. Yeah, right, replies Kenichi. The alien is probably at home. I found this in the river on the way to school. Mizunuma pulls out Nijima's PDA. Kenichi's eyes widen in surprise. The waterproof case saved it from being damaged, but I have never seen Leader without his PDA. Kenichi takes the PDA. Nijima would never leave this behind. Something terrible must have happened. The number one disciple at Ryazanpaku gains a hard look. I have to find Nijima. I am getting a bad feeling. Miu nods. We better start looking for him quick. You are going to help Nijima. Naruto gains a confused look. Why? Nijima is an evil alien bastard and a terrible friend. But even a bad friend is still a friend. I have to help him, explains Kenichi. Naruto watches as Kenichi and Miu run off school grounds. The former ninja doesn't understand that logic at all. Those two are going to skip school and run into danger to save someone that they don't even like. He gains a thoughtful expression. It seems that friendship is much like being on a ninja team. Friends look out for friends just like comrades are supposed to have each other's back during a mission. He is beginning to understand more about friendship. Kasara was right, friends are supposed to have each other's back no matter the circumstances. Naruto, you are a general too. Will you help find Leader? Asks Matsui. No, I am not part of the Shinpaku Alliance and Nijima is not my friend. Naruto walks away, leaving behind a surprised Mizunuma and Matsui. Loki scowls in anger. What is wrong? Oden stands in the middle of a field. It is nighttime, making it hard for anyone to see in the darkness. In an instant, Oden thrusts his fist and leg in opposite direction to destroy a pair of skeet discs. The discs are shattered to pieces. Siegfried was defeated by Shirahama Kenichi. Oden's eyes widen. Shirahama Kenichi. Could it be? He hasn't heard that name in many years. The first fist of Ragnarok reaches into his pocket, pulling out a yin-yang badge. A smile appears on Oden's face. Good. I am glad that you are taking our promise seriously. Keep crawling your way up to my feet. Break. Naruto walks out from the kendo club intent on going home. Naruto-kun. Pausing, he turns around to find Madoko coming towards him. She gives him a warm smile. Do you think you can walk me home? A blush heats her cheeks. I don't mind. The two begin to walk next to each other. Madoko cheers inside her head. Hey, are you with that new gang? He looks at her curiously. The Shinpaku Alliance, I think that is what it is called. I am not with the Shinpaku Alliance. Madoko gains a relieved look. Good. I didn't want you to get expelled from the kendo club for being part of that delinquent gang. She places her hands behind her back. It is weird because I overheard several people saying you were part of the Shinpaku Alliance. He finds that to be weird as well. The members of the Shinpaku Alliance all seem to regard him as a member. There is no basis for them to think such a thing. Multiple times he refused to join the group despite Nijima pestering him constantly. He even refused to help rescue Nijima after he was captured by Ragnarok. Still, they continue to look to him as a comrade. Madoko-san, I have a question. Yes. Madoko's heart starts to beat faster. Could he be about to ask her out? Her cheeks begin to burn red. Are we friends? Asks Naruto. She's sweat drops. A gloomy aura surrounds the girl as her hopes and dreams are shattered. Madoko. Naruto stares at her expectantly. Of course we are, smiles Madoko. Naruto smiles behind his mask. Now he has two friends. That explains why she is always hanging around him. School is starting to become fun. Maybe he can gain more friends if he keeps on going to it. I am glad, he says. Madoko blushes. She can live with being his friend for now. Ragnarok. Kasara leans back in her seat with a bored expression. These meetings are extremely boring. It is a waste of her time. She could be using this time to train. A smile appears on her face as she thinks about her recent growth. Over the past few weeks, she has grown much stronger due to her constant spars with Naruto. Her speed, reflexes, and technique have all grown a great deal. Why are you smiling, Valkyrie? Loki stares at her suspiciously. This is no laughing matter. Yomi is the group we are supposed to be preparing for, but now we have this Shinpaku alliance getting in our way. Yomi, I heard that each member has the backing of a master. We don't have any teacher to back us, replies Kasara. Not that she needs a master to help her. She lands on growing strong even without a master. Freya folds her arms under breasts, making them bounce. The main reason I joined Ragnarok is to learn under the great sage fist. A loud smashing sound makes Loki turn around in annoyance. Thor, stop that nonsense. Dosu, I joined Ragnarok to spread the word of combat sumo. I don't need a master when I have the pit, exclaims Thor. Amusement dances in Freya's eyes. The pit. Freya shakes her head. Inflating your ego with that self-made underground fighting arena will only make you weak. Thor's eyes narrow in anger. Would you like to test me? Freya twirls around her weapon. I will destroy you. Cut it out. Kasara kicks her leg between the two. It is forbidden for the fists to fight each other, remember. Loki adjusts his goggles. Hear that Odin is being trained personally by the great sage fist. Freya, Kasara, and Thor's eyes narrow. Loki walks over to the member who has remained silent the entire time. I think Berserker would be a better leader. Berserker chews on his gum, not making a sound. Ryazanpaku. Hayato walks over to where Mew is training on her own. He is not the only to notice that Mew has been on edge the past few days. There is something bothering his granddaughter and he plans to find out what it is. Mew, would you care to talk? Mew pauses in her training. I am not sure I understand. A chuckle comes from the elder. He gives her a knowing look. She smiles sheepishly. Somehow her grandpa is always able to tell when something is wrong. It is like Akisumi's scary ability to read a person's mind. Well, there is this boy at school. Hayato becomes very curious. It's not like that, blushes Mew. I see. What is the problem then? No matter how hard I try, he is somehow able to sneak up on me. Mew frowns. There is something about him that puts me on edge. I feel like I am in the presence of someone very dangerous. Hayato strokes his beard. A boy that is able to put Mew on edge. Mew, who traveled the world with him and been surrounded by some of the most dangerous people in the world, is on edge from a single boy. This is an interesting development. What do you want to do? Nervously, she shifts uncomfortably. Kenichi considers him to be a friend. But I think he might be part of Ragnarok. Mew gains a worried expression. If he is from Ragnarok, Kenichi doesn't stand a chance. I don't want to see Kenichi get hurt. A smile appears on Hayato's face. Normally, I would recommend fighting this person. Mew's sweat drops. If he is a martial artist, you can learn a great deal by fighting with him. Hayato strokes his beard. On the other hand, he is a friend to Kenichi. How about trying to follow him? Mew sighs. Grandpa, He is able to sneak up on me. I highly doubt I will be able to follow someone who has such skill. She does have a point. She spins around to see Akisume sitting on the porch drinking tea. Perhaps a more direct approach and befriend the boy as well, suggests Akisume. As the old saying goes, keeps your friends close and your enemies closer. I like the fighting him approach, grunts Sakari. Sakari is leaning against the tree behind Mew drinking a bottle of beer. Stop listening in on a private conversation. Mew waves her arms angrily. It is times like these she dislikes living with a bunch of masters. Hayato chuckles, the decision is up to you, Mew. But remember to keep an open mind. Until you know more, it is not good to jump to conclusions. Mew bows. I understand, Grandpa. Break. So what is with the ninja get-up? Don't act like I am an idiot. Kasara gains a tick above her right eye. Naruto shrugs. It is comfortable. She gives a doubtful look. He points at the vest. My previous sensei gave me this uniform. It isn't the truth, but it isn't a complete lie. This is merely the standard uniform worn by ninja in Konoha. Many Chunin and Junin wear this uniform. The old man gave him this uniform when he was 12. Here, this scroll contains a more casual set of clothes to wear when off duty. Though it may seem silly, he treasures these clothes given to him by the old man. She notices a faraway look in his eyes. He seems like bringing up past memories is causing him some discomfort. Kasara gains a guilty expression. Kasara-san, why did you leave your sensei? Naruto looks at her curiously. I never got any respect at the dojo. The boys all went easy on me cause I am a girl, scowls Kasara. Naruto shakes his head. I wasn't referring to the dojo, I meant the one who taught you to fight against weapon users. Kasara folds her arms across her chest. Hey, we are supposed to be sparring partners. I shouldn't have to tell you my life story. I see. Naruto leaps down from the crate. Our spar is over, I will leave. Anger burns in her eyes. Wait. Naruto turns around as Kasara leaps down, landing next to him. She stuffs her hands into her pants. He notices that she is a bit uncomfortable. Freya Ne is the one who trained me. She is the third fist of Ragnarok and the best weapon user I know. I left her to follow my own path. He notices it from the way she speaks. You miss her. What? Kasara SPL utters with a red tint dusting her cheeks. Shut up. I do not miss Freya Ne. Maybe you can introduce me, I would like to fight another weapon user. Naruto avoids a kick. Kasara smirks. You wouldn't stand a chance. Well, we will never know our strength until we get into a real fight. You should go to the underground fight arena to test your skills, Naruto suggests. That sounds like the pit. Pit? Kasara nods. It is a fight club that Thor set up. He tilts his head. Thor is the seventh fist of Ragnarok. The former ninja gains a pensive expression. Thor is the seventh fist of Ragnarok. A fight club sounds like the perfect place to test out his skills. He doesn't want to participate in the underground fight arena because that will draw away too much attention. Too many people know him there. Ragnarok is still after him, so if he were to attack them first, it wouldn't be that suspicious. Kasara doesn't care what happens to the other members except for Freya, so he doesn't have to worry about upsetting her. I have to get going. Later, Kasara-san. Naruto gives a wave before walking away. He is so weird. Whatever, thinks Kasara. Fight Club. Thor watches the match with sparks of excitement in his eyes. The pit is becoming more and more popular each night. Lately, stronger fighters have been coming to participate in matches. It really gets his blood boiling. There is nothing in the world that is more exciting than a good fight. With each fight he gets into and each victory he gains, the more popular his combat sumo becomes. He will keep fighting each night until combat sumo becomes the #1 martial arts in the world. The next fight is between shoot boxing and karate. Riku is writing the next pair of fighters on the board. Excuse me, I would like to enter a match. The young man turns around to see a new kid. Are there any opening spots? Got a name and style? Naruto, my style is kendo. Kendo, huh? Riku smirks. We don't get many weapon users, but anything is allowed in the pit. Alright, listen for your name and don't try to back out. Naruto gives a nod. He walks away and starts to blend in with the crowd. Instead of his usual ninja uniform, he wears a dark orange shirt with a red spiral on the back and navy blue pants that are wrapped up at the shins. On his side hangs a wooden bakken that has never been used in a battle. It is simple enough to blend into the crowd. None of them are paying any attention to him, instead focusing all their attention on the fight. He didn't even have to try to sneak in. Ragnarok is so overconfident in its strength that it doesn't bother with proper security. He watches the next couple of matches with a bored expression. The fighters in the pit are not very strong. Regret is starting to fill the former ninja. The underground fight arena contains much better fighters. Stupid old habits telling him not to draw attention made him go to a place with weaker fighters. Naruto shakes his head. Naruto, enter the arena. Walking over to the edge, he jumps down into the area. A kid, this is going to be easy, smirks the karate fighter. Naruto grabs the bakken and places it in front of him. I am taking you down in one hit. Like the karate user claimed, the fight ended in one hit. The crowd watching is stunned. Naruto stands over his opponent. He lowers his sword with disappointed eyes. He kneels down picking up the downed fighter and tosses him out of the pit. Thor smirks. This fighter is skilled. The seventh fist shouts out. Next fighter, enter. I got this. A young man jumps down into the arena. He gives a smile that is full of missing teeth. I am taking you down. Naruto steps to the side avoiding a punch and delivers a thrust, striking the thug in the stomach. The thug coughs up blood. Before flying backwards hitting the far wall, Naruto lowers his weapon. I would like to challenge the seventh fist Thor. The whole reason he came here is to face strong opponents. Thor is the seventh fist of Ragnarok. He hopes that he can fight a strong opponent in Thor. Challenging me, huh? Thor walks forward. The large young man leaps down into the arena. Naruto feels the ground tremble. Thor reaches up, pulling his kimono down to reveal a large stomach. I won't go easy on anyone that dares to challenge me. Naruto responds by lifting up his weapon. Be prepared to face my combat sumo. Dosu. Thor charges forward, showing surprising speed for a person of his size. A palm thrust comes at Naruto. He jumps over the palm thrust, flipping over Thor's head. Thor turns around in time to be struck in the stomach by a horizontal slash. The sumo martial artist doesn't budge a single inch. Underneath my fat is a thick layer of muscle that is as strong as steel. I have trained my body to be in perfect condition. I see I shall not hold back, says Naruto. A flick of the wrist sends the wooden sheath flying to reveal a hidden sword underneath. Thor smirks. I have fought against plenty of weapon users. Naruto tenses, preparing to fight. Demonic open fist slap. A powerful right arm thrust comes at Naruto, who dodges it and thrusts his sword forward. Thor grits his teeth as the sword sinks into his skin. He ignores the pain and reaches out, grabbing Naruto's wrist. Sabauri. Using his tremendous strength, he spins around, tossing Naruto at the closest metal wall. The former ninja strikes the metal wall back first. Naruto dodges a palm thrust that dents the metal. Thor takes a step back, wincing in pain. Blood pours from a small wound in his side. Naruto gets back into his stance. Thor is a strong opponent, but he doesn't have the speed to go with that strength. It is time to finish this match with a technique he has been working on. His eyes lock onto Thor. I just need to land one solid blow, thinks Thor. Thor gives a battle cry. My combat sumo will not be defeated. Naruto takes a step forward and moves at high speeds. Thor's eyes widen as Naruto moves so fast that after images are being left. The speed is too much for Thor to handle. Into thin air, Naruto vanishes. He vanished. A soft voice comes from above Thor. Dance of the crescent moon. Thor looks up. Naruto comes down with a vertical slash. He lands on the ground in a crouch. A large cut opens up across Thor's chest and blood sprays from the wound. Thor falls backwards. Naruto sheaths his sword with a click. Thor was defeated. No way. Quote, I can't believe the seventh fist was defeated. Thor sits up and stares down at his chest. The cut across his chest is a shallow one that will leave a nice scar, but will not kill him. Why? Naruto shrugs. I didn't come here to kill. My goal was to test my skills. My combat sumo was defeated so easily. My dream is gone. I don't know much about dreams. I do know about wanting to be strong. Naruto looks Thor straight in the eyes. If you really want to be strong, don't give up so easily. A smile appears on Thor's face. Grunting, Thor stands up with a great deal of effort. Don't give up, huh? Thor lifts up his leg and slams it down upon the ground. Dosu, I will never give up on my combat sumo. He points a finger at Naruto. What is your name? The former ninja blinks. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, smirks Thor. I shall not forget that name. I will train harder and we will fight again. A shrug comes from the former ninja. Sure, he can always use another sparring partner. The more styles he fights against, the more experience he will get. Besides, the main reason he defeated Thor is due to his weapon able to piece the older boy's body. Who knows how the match would have turned out if he had resorted to using strong fist. I got to go later. Thor feels a fire burning inside of him. He finally found a worthy opponent. No, he found a rival to compete against. Break. Nijima runs over to Naruto with an evil smile. I knew you would join us. Great job. I don't know what you are talking about, says Naruto. No one ever does, sighs Kenichi. Ignore the alien. Mew stares at Naruto with suspicious eyes. Laughter erupts from the alien. Nijima gains a sadistic gleam in his eyes. I received reliable information that last night, Naruto defeated Ragnarok's seventh fist, Thor. Kenichi and Mew's eyes widen. Isn't that right, Naruto-kun? Naruto stares blankly. Yes. Kenichi's jaw drops. Really? A nod comes from the former ninja. Were you attacked by them? Quote, no, I wanted to test my skills, so I challenged Thor. Mew frowns. Well, at least I know he is not part of Ragnarok. Nijima continues to smirk. Don't be so modest. I heard you managed to defeat Thor without taking any injury. I knew it. He might even be as strong as me, thinks Mew. Grandpa may be right. I might have to fight him to learn the truth. Naruto begins to walk away. I have to get to class. Yeah, we better get going too, says Kenichi. The alien watches Naruto's back. This is the second fist to be defeated by Uzumaki Naruto. Nijima begins to write furiously in his PDA. Uzumaki Naruto continues to impress him. How strong is Naruto? Ragnarok. Odin stares down at Loki. A shiver of fear runs down the fourth fist's spine. It is obvious. As to all that, Odin is less than pleased. Loki, I thought you told me that Shirahama Kenichi and the Shinpaku Alliance were the only ones we needed to worry about. Odin speaks with a cold edge that promises pain. Who is this Uzumaki Naruto? That idiot, thinks Kasara. She never expected him to go to the pit and challenge Thor. What got into him that he would attack Ragnarok so openly? We won. We know our strength until we are in a real fight. Kasara smirks inwardly. Guess he wasn't kidding about wanting to test his strength. He is the type of person that when he wants to do something, he goes out and does it. And he isn't some weakling that is scared to get into a fight with a strong opponent. Honestly, she shouldn't be so surprised that he took on Thor. My information is never wrong. Uzumaki Naruto has no affiliation with the Shinpaku Alliance, panics Loki. He isn't wrong about that, states Kasara. All eyes turn to look at the eighth fist. Naruto isn't with any group. Unless you count the Kendo Club. Freya's eyes narrow. Kendo. Loki gains a sudden idea. That is right. He defeated Thor using a katana. It would seem that he is a weapon user like you. He turns to look at Odin. Why not let Freya handle Uzumaki while I take care of Shirahama? I am the one who will deal with Shirahama. The fists turn to see one of their own enter into the warehouse. Hermit walks towards them. A smile appears on Odin's face. Hermit, I see you decided to come back. How was your training? Hermit stares at Odin. Shirahama Kenichi will die at my hands. No one else is allowed to touch him. You dare give us orders? Glares Loki. No, you're. Very well. Loki's eyes widen in surprise. Odin leans back in his chair. I will allow Hermit to handle Shirahama. Freya, I will leave Uzumaki to you. His eyes glance over at Kasara. Since you know his fighting style, Kasara, you will assist Freya. Kasara's eyes narrow. Freya glances at Kasara. Break. Leaving so soon. Freya stands calmly. A scowl shows up on Kasara's face. She refuses to turn around and face her former mentor and role model. I don't serve under you anymore, Freya. I am a fist too. True, but you were given a direct order, replies Freya. Kasara spins around, pointing a finger at the older girl. I don't care. If you want to fight Naruto so badly, go find him on your own. Turning around, she walks away angrily. Loki steps out of the shadows. It looks like Valkyrie might have some connection to Uzumaki. He walks up next to Freya. Isn't it Freya's job to keep Valkyrie in check? You don't need to tell me. I already planned on keeping an eye on her. Freya walks away from the manipulative fourth fist. Her expression is calm with a calculative look in her eyes. There is no doubt about it, Kasara shares a bond with Uzumaki Naruto. Kasara has always been terrible at hiding her emotions. Why are you protecting him, Kasara? School. Naruto walks up towards the roof. He likes to eat his lunch on the roof where no one can bother him. Opening the door, he walks onto the roof. Instead of getting his lunch out, he turns around and waits patiently. He continues to wait even after a couple minutes pass. Finally, after 10 minutes go by, a person comes walking out into the roof with a hint of annoyance. You knew I was there the whole time, says a feminine voice. Yes. He stares at her curiously. You are that girl that hangs around Kenichi. My name is Furinji Miu. Miu is staring at him fiercely. I have some questions for you. Naruto tilts his head to the side. Well, it is really one question. He blinks. Okay. Miu takes a deep breath to calm down. How are you able to sneak up on me? She waves her arms in a childish manner. No matter how hard I try, I can't seem to sense you. Crocodile tears begin to stream down her face. I see. Naruto scratches the back of his head. You were trained to sense people, right? Miu nods. I was trained to avoid senses. She pouts. Aren't going to tell me, huh? A shake of the head comes from the former ninja. Miu walks over to Naruto and takes a seat on the ground. He sits down next to her. You aren't after Kenichi either, are you? No, should I be? Of course not, laughs Miu. She bows her head in an apologetic manner. Truth is, I didn't really trust you since you were able to sneak up on me. It put me on edge. Naruto stares up at the clouds. I am sorry. Miu's sweat drops. I am not that good with people, old habit to avoid detection. A pretty smile lights up her face. It must have been some intense training to get you to move around like that even when at school. That is an understatement. He nods. Miu stares up at the clouds. To be honest, I am not that good with people either. Kenichi is my first friend. Mine too. Since we are both friends with Kenichi, that means we are friends too. Is that how it works? Yep. He becomes thoughtful. So Kenichi is friends with Nijima, that means I am too. Right. I am not sure I like that. Miu giggles. It is not so bad. Nijima is a bit weird, but he is a nice person. Naruto is doubtful. Still, if this is how the whole friend thing works, he can't argue with it. Wait, this means that he has gained 2 more friends. He now has 4 friends. In a single moment he doubled the amount of friends that he has. It is working. Akisume was right. I didn't have to try to spy on him or fight him. All I had to do was talk to him. Naruto is actually pretty nice, smiles Miu. You know, you remind me of Shigure. Shigure, she is a weapons master that lives at Ryazanpaku with me and Kenichi. She loves to train with her sword and talks in the same manner as you two. Naruto tilts his head. What is wrong with the way I talk? Miu's sweat drops. And nothing. She didn't mean to be rude. I just meant that you two talk similar. Sorry, I didn't mean any offense. Naruto relaxes and gives a nod of acceptance. The girl sighs in relief. A bell ringing makes Mew gasp. Oh, we better get going or we will be tardy. All right. Hibiki grunts in annoyance. I told you, brat, I don't let people walk around without buying something. I already bought several items. A previous order doesn't count. Naruto ignores the grumpy store owner. He begins to examine weapons that he laid eyes upon in the past. Along with the 50 kunai and shuriken, he bought 2 swords. It is always good to buy a second in case the first weapon breaks. Plus, the second one is a concealed type sword that resembles a bakken, making it easier to carry around without gaining any suspicion. No one at the pit suspects that he carried a real sword until he unsheathed it. The reason he is back at the store is to find another weapon to learn to use. Weapons are one of the few things that he enjoyed learning beside taijutsu. Of course, all the taijutsu and weapon techniques that he knows, he got from spying on others. He would spy on Chunin and Junin during spars. Sometimes he would hide in the shadows to observe fights going on during his travels. Sure, he stepped in if his comrade was in trouble, but otherwise he would hide in the shadows hoping to learn some new moves. The old man placed him in the Anbu and gave strict orders for him to be treated equally. Villagers were also told to praise him as a hero and never speak of the demon that used to reside in him. It goes without saying that just because an order is given doesn't mean it is followed. He was taught the bare minimum by his teachers and punished severely whenever he made a mistake. To avoid the punishments, he dedicated his full training to learning and mastering even the most basic of techniques. Naruto was determined to become strong even if it was with the weakest of techniques. All he needed to do is work hard to turn the weakest of techniques into strong techniques. And since ninjas specialize in stealing and gathering information, he found no harm in spying on his fellow comrades in order to learn new techniques. One of the main rules that ninja are taught is adaptation, turning a weakness into a strength. Since no one would teach him, he learned to teach himself. I thought you wanted to learn how to wield a sword, yawns Hibiki. I do, but I wouldn't mind learning how to use other weapons as well. Hibiki shakes his head. Learn one discipline at a time. Naruto continues to walk arrow. The store much to Hibiki's annoyance. The brat is almost as bad as those other assholes. Break. Naruto-kun. My main man. Nijima comes up behind Naruto. I wanted to invite you to come to the Shinpaku Alliance meeting. No. Nijima continues to smile, not in the least bit deterred. Come on, it is a meeting of friends. Kenichi is going to be there. No. The alien watches as Naruto walks away. Nijima never loses the evil smirk. Naruto will join the Shinpaku Alliance in due time. He is not going to give up. Once he has Naruto and Kenichi, the Shinpaku Alliance will be unbeatable. Ragnarok will have nowhere to hide. Laughter erupts from the alien. The other students get away from the freak. Ryazanpaku, you were right, Akisame. All I needed to do is speak with Naruto. It turns out he is a really nice guy, smiles Mew. Akisame takes a sip from his tea. He is calmly watching as Kenichi is getting beat up by Apachai. Words can be as powerful as any fist. The jujitsu master smiles as he feels the warm liquid runs down his throat in a refreshing manner. What did you learn? Mew taps her chin cutely. Well, he reminds me a lot of Shiger. A certain mouse pauses, wanting to hear more. He behaves like her and underwent intense training to learn to avoid being detected by others. Kenichi is his first friend too, so we share that in common. And he loves to learn about new weapons. The mouse gains a certain gleam. Oh, we became friends too. A child that behaves like Shiger. Akisame strokes his mustache. Shiger did not have the most normal of childhoods. It might be interesting to meet this boy to find out what type of childhood he had to turn out the way he has. He gets the feeling that anyone that goes under intense training to avoid the senses of others was raised in a manner that was most likely not healthy. Those that undergo such training usually turn out to work in assassination and espionage. The jujitsu master hopes he is wrong this one time. Docs. Kasara falls to her back. A blade hovers an inch from her neck. You are distracted. She rolls away from the blade and jumps to her feet. Naruto stares at her curiously. He sheathes the sword on his back and stares at her curiously. What is wrong? Just shut up and spar, grits Kasara. She runs forward to attack only to have her kick blocked by his arm. With ease he grabs her ankle, tossing her into a crate. He turns around and begins to walk away. I am hungry. Don't walk away from me. Kasara chases him down. The whole reason we meet up is to spar. Naruto continues to walk. I can't spar with someone who is focusing on other matters. Kasara stuffs her hands into her pockets. How does he know? Is he able to read her mind? She refuses to acknowledge that he is right. The truth is, since that last meeting she has been on edge. Her eyes soften. She is worried about him. Freya Ne is after him now. One of the original 3 members and her former mentor is out to get him. He doesn't know it, but his life is in extreme danger. The past 2 months that she has been sparring with Naruto, she knows that he is a strong opponent. In all this time she never once won a single spar. He keeps getting faster and more skilled each day. She is growing stronger alongside him, but it is annoying that he is still above her. Naruto is good with a sword, but he doesn't stand a chance against an expert like Freya Ne. Freya Ne has been training under her grandfather since she was a little girl, and she never witnessed the older girl lose a fight. Being a former member of the Valkyries, she sparred against Freya Ne many times and never came close to landing a blow. It would take a miracle for Naruto to match up against Freya Ne. He discreetly glances at Kasara. For some reason, he is worried about her recent behavior. She is stressing over something. It is causing her great distress and making her lose focus in their spars. He doesn't like seeing her act like this. The former ninja lifts his head up, sniffing the air. Did you just sniff the air? Frowns Kasara. I did, he answers. Perhaps the people spying on them are the ones causing Kasara distress. He will have to look into the matter. Break. A phone begins to ring. Freya puts down her weight and picks up the phone. Hello, Freya-sama. We followed Valkyrie and found out that she is hanging out with Uzumaki. It seems the two are friends. Freya frowns. Keep watching them. Do not reveal your presence until I tell you to. Yes, Freya-sama. The line goes dead. Freya puts down the phone. It doesn't make any sense. Kasara left the Valkyries to grow strong with her own style. As much as it hurt to have her best student leave, she was proud that Kasara wanted to find her own path. Now Kasara is betraying Ragnarok to be friends with some boy. Freya doesn't understand it at all. What is going on? Everyone that comes into contact with the Shinpaku Alliance is being changed, thinks Freya. Siegfried and Thor have disappeared after their defeats. Kasara is becoming friends with enemy. How is the Shinpaku Alliance able to do this? Ragnarok is supposed to be the strongest group of martial artists in the city. What is happening to them? Break. What am I doing here? Kenichi slams his head down upon the table. All week he has been refusing to come to Nijima's stupid Shinpaku Alliance meeting. So how come he is sitting at this table with Nijima across from him? That damn alien used some alien mind trick to get him into coming. Hey, long time no see, Kenichi-kun. Takeda enters the room with a charming smile. Yeah, you look stronger, smirks Yukita. Huh, what are you two doing here? Kenichi stares at the two in surprise. He never expected these two to show up. They are supposed to hate Nijima as much as him. Takeda blinks. To be honest, I don't really know. The boxer runs a hand through his hair. I remember telling Nijima I wanted no part in this meeting, but then things start to get a little fuzzy. Yukita nods. Yeah, same thing happened to me. Kenichi points an angry finger at Nijima. You brainwashed them. I did no such thing, laughs Nijima. Kenichi resists the urge to punch Nijima in the face. Nijima stands up and walks over to a desk with a computer. You three talk about ways to make the Shinpaku Alliance more powerful. I need to do some work. Whoa, is that a computer? Nijima smirks. I managed to put it together using some junk parts one found. Yukita runs over to the computer with wide eyes. If we are going to expand our empire, we have to get into the new age. IHEA. Road, you can meet girls from all over the world using a computer. Is it true? I suppose so, but like with everything else in life, you have to be diligent. I see. Takeda and Kenichi's sweat drop. This is our new website. Nijima smiles proudly. A web page is brewed up with the Shinpaku Alliance in big letters. I have basic information and pictures of each of you on it. There is Captain Takeda, Captain Yukita, Commander Kenichi, and weapons expert Naruto. In an instant, all three boys start to beat up Nijima. Bastard! Who gave you permission to use my name? Now everyone is going to think I am a delinquent. I'll kill you. A binging sound causes the three boys to pause. Nijima slithers into the chair, the evil smile never leaving his face even after the beating. Look, someone sent us a message. It is from Loki. Nijima smiles, not recognizing the name at first. Neither do the other three boys in the room. Dear Haruo Nijima, I am Loki, the fourth fist of Ragnarok. It's Loki from Ragnarok. Yukita grits his teeth. What does that bastard want? Nijima's eyes narrow. He wants Shirahama Kenichi to meet with him at the old abandoned church. Here is the address. The alien notices a file attachment. There is a file attached. Opening the attached file, an image is shown that makes Kenichi's blood run cold. It shows Loki holding a cute little girl that bears a strong resemblance to Kenichi. Hanoka, I have your sister. If you don't want her to get hurt, come and get her, reads Nijima. Kenichi. Takeda turns around to find Kenichi already running from the room. Kenichi races down the hallway at full speed. Why do those bastards have Hanoka? She doesn't have anything to do with this. Break. Madoko gains a determined look. Today is the day that she is going to ask out Naruto. On the way home, she is going to ask him to go out on a date tomorrow. There is nothing that can ruin her plan. It is going to happen. Naruto-kun will become her boyfriend after today. Madoko-chan. Sora-senpai. A red tint heats Sora's cheeks. Naruto wanted me to tell you that he will be unable to walk you home. Sora smiles happily. If you don't mind, I can walk you home. What? Why not? Sora shrugs. I don't know. He never told me the reason. I guess something came out. Madoko's world shatters. Her dreams burn up in flames. Today was supposed to be the day. Sora what? Chess as Madoko walks away with a gloomy cloud above her head. Park. Naruto comes to a stop. This is a good spot. No one is around to get in the way. You can come out now. I know you are there. A silence greets him. He waits patiently. There is no mistaking the scent. The people that have been following him around the past few days are definitely here. After a minute, the bushes rustle, and out walk a girl in a red sailor girl uniform. He turns his head and 6 other girls in the same uniform soon surround him. Each one of them is wielding a different weapon. The one in the red sailor girl uniform points a tonfa at him. Uzumaki Naruto, on the others of the third fist, we are to punish you for crimes against Ragnarok. He has been attacked and jumped by many different people. This feels like a bad erotic hentai dream where a bunch of cute girls in sailor uniforms with weapons want to beat him up. Third fist is that the one called Freya. That is Freya-sama to you. The girls glare at him for the disrespectful tone. We are her Valkyries and we carry out her will. Get him. 2 girls charge forward. One wields a katana and the other a pair of sai. Naruto dodges both attacks with ease. He slams his knee into the gut of one while at the same time his fist buries into the face of the other. Both girls are sent flying in opposite directions. He knocked them out in one hit. All the Valkyries become more wary of their prey. Naruto places down his bag. He reaches onto his back drawing the Bakken. Please attack me. This will be good practice. Docs. Where is that bastard? Kasara doesn't like this one bit. He is never late. Heck, he beats her here most of the time and she doesn't even go to school anymore. Sure, she wasn't on the top of her game in the last few spars, but he wouldn't just abandon her. Right. A voice that Kasara knows very well calls out to her. Are you waiting for someone, Kasara? Kasara spins around to see Freya walking towards her. Freya comes to a stop a few feet from Kasara. You seem surprised to see me. Freya nay, grits Kasara. What are you doing here? Freya regards Kasara in a calm manner. You have betrayed Ragnarok. I know about you spending time with Uzumaki Naruto. Kasara's eyes widen. I never thought that my most loyal student would betray me twice. I never betrayed you. I wanted to find my own path. It seems your path lies with an enemy. The two girls stare deep into each other's eyes. Kasara crouches down into her fighting stance. I guess there is no more point in talking. A smirk appears on the eighth fist's face. To be honest, she is excited that things turned out this way. This is finally a chance to test her skills in a real fight. Freya Nay is someone she always wanted to be like. No, she wanted to be stronger than Freya Nay. Now it is time to put all that training and sparring to the test. I'll show you the path I have chosen. Freya barely draws her staff in time to block a high-speed kick. The power behind the kick sends Freya skidding backwards a couple feet. The third fist feels her arms shaking from the powerful blow. Her speed and the power of that kick, when did Kasara get this strong? Come on Freya Nay, I want to see what you got. I won't hold back. Staff and boot collide against each other. The two break apart evenly matched. Freya twirls around her staff getting into her own fighting stance. Kasara charges forward unleashing a barrage of kicks. Like flowing water, Freya uses her staff to block every single kick. The staff breaks inside Kasara's guard delivering a punishing blow to the chest. Kasara twists around in mid-air landing light on her feet. Do you really think you can defeat me? As long as I have my staff, I can attack and defend at any time, states Freya. Damn, she adapted to my moves in an instant. Kasara takes a moment to think about her attack, but Freya doesn't give her that moment. Freya presses her attack using her staff to attack from multiple angles. Dodging, Kasara manages to stay a step ahead of each attack. She spins around an attack and launches a kick that strikes Freya in the back. The older girl is about to fall forward, but plants her staff in the ground and flips around. Huh. Freya's eyes widen upon noticing that Kasara is gone. A shadow comes down from above. Hammer kick. Kasara's kick slams into the ground missing Freya by inches. I almost had her. What is with this speed? When did Kasara become so fast? Freya narrows her eyes. Kasara, I will give you one more chance to stop this and return to Ragnarok. I don't want to destroy you. The red-head girl gives a smirk that resembles a cat that caught the canary. She reaches into her pocket and tosses a pair of gloves on the ground. Freya's eyes narrow. Sorry, but I don't need Ragnarok to grow stronger. My gang is no longer with Ragnarok, smirks Kasara. Naruto vs. Valkyries. A gasp comes from the team leader of the Valkyries. She falls to her knees coughing up blood. A hand grabs her by the back of the shirt and picks her up. A blush heats her cheeks as he carries her over to the tree where the other knocked-out members of the Valkyries lie. Gently, he places her down with her back against the tree. I wouldn't recommend moving, just rest for a bit, suggests Naruto. Who is this guy? He took us all down and we couldn't lay a single finger on him. She glares at him. You may have beat us, but Freya-sama will defeat you. Naruto looks down at the girl. I would like to fight this Freya. He looks around. Where is she? Taking care of that traitor Kasara. His eyes harden. Freya is fighting against Kasara. In a blur, the former ninja vanishes in pure speed. The Valkyries gasps in surprise. Where the hell did he go? A mouse sits in the trees. It watched the entire fight. Freya vs. Kasara. Kugataki-style second ultimate technique. No sight. Pain fills Kasara. Freya violently spins her staff striking everything within her reach. Blood escapes Kasara's lips. She hits the ground cowing heavily. It is over. You always look down upon those that used weapons, but my weapon is my fist. Freya stands over Kasara. Kasara coughs up blood. I didn't look down upon you. I just wanted to fight in my own way. Freya leaps over a leg sweep. The staff user's eyes widen as Kasara vanishes in pure speed. She senses someone from behind. Shadow dance of the leaf. Kasara appears in Freya's shadow and delivers a powerful kick to Freya's side. Both girls fall to the ground, managing to land on their feet. Kasara falls to a knee. Shit, I managed to use his stupid move. But it wasn't enough. Freya stands up wincing. What was that? Her style changed in that instant. A hint of pride is on Freya's face. It seems that Kasara's immense ability to learn is still there. Kasara always did have amazing potential. That is one of the main reasons that she recruited Kasara into the Valkyries. You fought well, but it is over. Kugataki S. Tile first ultimate technique. Thunderclap. Freya lifts her staff above her head and brings it down at Kasara's head. I don't have the strength to dodge. Kasara waits for the attack to hit. It's C. Ms. like she is still unable to beat Freya nay. For some reason, it doesn't bother her all that much. She smiles waiting for the blow to connect. Dynamic entry. A high-speed spinning kick strikes Freya in the face, knocking her backwards. Kasara's eyes widen in surprise. Naruto. Naruto stands in front of Kasara. Yo. Kasara gains a tick. Don't just say yo, you showed up late. There were these girls. Naruto notices that his comment seems to make Kasara angry. You were late to spend time with some girls. He gets the feeling that Kasara wants to pound his face in. It is strange because he knows that he is stronger than her. But his instincts are telling him to run away. So you managed to defeat my Valkyries. Freya rubs her cheek. I should have expected as much from someone able to defeat Kasara and Thor. Kasara calms down, realizing what Naruto means now. He was attacked by the Valkyries, which is an all-female fighting group in Ragnarok under the command of Freya. A group that she used to belong to. Freya nay is stupid to think that any of them had a chance at beating Naruto. Freya points her staff at Naruto. Anyone that challenges Ragnarok must be defeated. Naruto unsheathes his katana. I have been wanting to challenge you. Freya smiles, sharing that sentiment. Neither fighter makes a move. Both are evaluating the other. Naruto. Don't underestimate her, grits Kasara. A silent alarm goes off and the two fighters spring towards the other. Freya is caught off guard at the amazing speed. He launches a flurry of slashes coming at her from a dozen angles. Taking a step back, she begins to deflect and parry the slashes. Kasara watches in awe as a battle of weapons takes place. Naruto and Freya spin around each other. Wood and metal clash against each other. You're fast, but speed alone is not enough, states Freya. Naruto takes a blow to the shoulder but manages to get a cut across Freya's cheek. Kasara-san was right. Freya's skill is incredible. The staff gives her better range than his sword, allowing her to counter his speed. Every time he gets in close, she is able to counter his movements. He only managed to get that cut across her cheek by taking a direct blow. Those hits of hers pack power behind them. No way he can keep fighting long by taking too many of those attacks. Freya raises an eyebrow as he sheathes the sword on his back. Giving up. Give up. Amusement dances in his eyes. A different strategy is all. Naruto reaches back into his pouch. His arms swing forward, launching several shuriken. Freya spins around her staff, deflecting the shuriken. The shuriken are a distraction, with Naruto getting behind Freya. She thrusts her staff backwards. He knocks it downward with a kunai in his right hand. A foot comes up, hitting her in the face. It dazes her for a moment. But she manages to come up with her staff, forcing Naruto to flip backwards. He springs off his hands, landing a short distance away. Shuriken and kunai. Very few master such weapons, smiles Freya. She spits out blood. Those are the first weapons I learned to use, replies Naruto. Naruto tosses 3 kunai at Freya. She knocks away the first 2 and lets the third one embed in her staff. Freya spins around, swinging her staff at the side, launching the kunai at Naruto. He puts his finger through the ring and twirls it around, raising the knife above his head to block a downward blow. Stepping forward, she aims a barrage of thrusts at him. The former ninja draws a second kunai and parries all the thrusts. He tosses both kunai at her feet, forcing Freya to dodge backwards. A barrage of shuriken fly at Freya. That won't work. Freya knocks away all the shuriken. Her eyes widen as 6 more shuriken hidden in the shadow of the first come at her. She manages to knock away 2. But the other 4 slice up her legs and arms. Shadow shuriken. What the hell happened? Exclaims Kasara. Freya winces in pain. Blood pours from her wounds. You hid the second tch of shuriken in the shadow of the first ones. I didn't even see you toss those 6 shuriken. Bastard. Kasara stands up, pointing an angry finger at Naruto. You have been holding back against me. The former ninja feels his instincts telling him to run away. Something about the female's wraith is making his instincts scream at him to run away. I wasn't holding back, I merely wanted to increase my abilities in Kenjutsu. A chuckle comes from Freya. Kasara's eyes widen. She never heard Freya laugh. He wasn't holding back, Kasara. When it came to Kenjutsu he went all out, but my skills with my staff are above his with a sword. Freya gets into her stance. You would lose with sword alone. It is possible. Naruto crouches down into his stance. The fight isn't over yet. I will end it now. Enemies of Ragnarok must be dealt with, says Freya. A strong aura surrounds the older girl. Naruto reaches deep down, touching a power he hasn't been forced to use in a couple years. It is a power that he still has trouble molding since arriving in this new world, but he should be able to mold enough to win this fight. He speeds forward. Freya locks onto his movements and comes in with an attack. Naruto sees the attack and goes to dodge. A smile appears on her face as he bites on her feint. Kugataki-style third ultimate technique, Yamizuki. Her staff moves in at high speeds towards his chest. It is over. Naruto channels chakra through his legs, increasing his speed. Freya's eyes widen as her staff strikes air. She looks down to see Naruto break inside her guard. He thrusts his elbow into her gut using his other arm as support. Leaf rock destroying rise. Pain fills Freya. The staff slips from her fingers as she flies backwards, crashing into a surprised Kasara. Both girls roll a couple feet before coming to a stop. Freya nay. Kasara watches in worry while Freya coughs up blood. Naruto, what the hell? That was too much. Freya gives a weak smile. I think I finally get it. Kasara gains a confused look. I understand why you left now. Kasara, you really grew strong. I could see it when we fought. Freya nay. Kasara reaches up, wiping her eyes. Naruto takes a seat next to Kasara. He needs to rest. Channeling chakra puts a strain on his body. Ironically, he used to have the chakra reserves of a cage. Now he barely has enough chakra to channel through his body to increase his physical capabilities. Oh well, a ninja is all about adapting. He is going to grow strong with or without chakra. Besides, he is not a ninja anymore, so there is no need to rely on chakra. There seems to be plenty of strong people in this world who don't use chakra. You two are weird friends. Kasara gains a tick. Shut up. I don't remember asking for your opinion. And why the hell did you hit her at me? Why is she so mad? Wonders Naruto. He turns to look at Freya. Was she always this angry? A smile lights up Freya's face. Yes, Kasara has a very short fuse. Freya nay. Don't side with him. It is the truth. Quote, you want to fight, eager to be beat again. I'll kick your ass. Naruto feels his eyes grow heavy. He had to use chakra to increase his speed to get here in time to help Kasara. Chakra exhaustion is starting to settle in. It sucks having such small chakra reserves. It looks like he needs to start training in the basics of chakra control again. A light snoring sounds make both girls turn their heads. Freya and Kasara turn to see Naruto sleeping. Idiot, he didn't have to rush over here after fighting the Valkyries, blushes Kasara. Freya stares at Naruto. He is an interesting individual. She looks up at the clouds. When we fought, I felt a thrill I have not experienced in a long time. I had fun. A smile is on her face. Kasara smirks. Yeah, Guess that is why sparring with him is always so much fun. She glances at Freya. I am not returning to Ragnarok. I am going to keep walking my own path. I understand. Freya finally understands. Thor, Siegfried, and Kasara all left Ragnarok to regain their martial arts spirits. Ragnarok has become nothing more than a delinquent gang. It wasn't until now that she realized how much of her own martial arts spirit was drowning. Standing on the crates a good distance away is the second fist of Ragnarok. Berserker chews on his gum. He is staring at the sleeping former ninja. Berserker feels his blood boiling. Finally, a fighter that might be able to relieve his boredom. Is the demon still alive? Yeah, the Hokage keeps sending him on simple recon missions. Not to mention that damn Snake K's watching his back every time trouble breaks out. 2 years the demon has been tarnishing the name of Anbu. I can't believe the demon was ever allowed into the Anbu. It is giving us a bad name. A nod comes from the Anbu wearing a wolf mask. At the least the demon learned to stop asking us to teach him jutsu. As if I would ever pass down my techniques to a demon. The Anbu with the panther-styled mask chuckles. I showed him a few of my jutsu, but of course I didn't teach him the right-hand signs or proper way to mold the chakra. Laughter comes from the two Anbu. Word is that a seal is going to be placed on the demon. It is going to draw out the demon's power. Danzo-sama wants the demon to use its true power. The council agreed upon it. Looks like we might able to get some use out of the demon. Just hope I don't get placed on any future missions with that monster. Tell me about it. I am staying far away from that beast. In the shadows, a 10-year-old boy stands showing no emotions on his face. He learned a couple years ago to stop caring what others say about him. Naruto adjusts the fox porcelain mask so that it is secure on his face. So the council is going to force him to use the demon's power inside of him. If that is what he needs to do in order to gain acceptance, he will do it. One day he will show them that he is a trusted ally, not a demon. Naruto wakes up from his slumber. He stares at the ceiling. It has been a long time since he dreamt about his days in the ANBU. Tossing away the covers, he climbs out of bed and heads towards the bathroom. Time to get ready for the day. Break. Odin thinks back on the fight between Hermit and Kenichi. He watched the entire fight from a safe distance. Loki using Kenichi's little sister as a hostage was the perfect way to get Kenichi to fight with his full power. Of course, Loki was hoping that it would weaken Kenichi, but the fourth fist obviously didn't know Kenichi very well. Kenichi is the type of person that grows stronger when protecting others. Still, it worked out for the best. The fight showed him how powerful Kenichi truly is. It is no small feat to defeat a martial artist like Hermit. Hermit is a martial artist that is on the same level as Freya. Odin smiles, eager to fight Kenichi once the boy grows stronger. A figure comes walking forward. Odin loses his smile. Freya, I am surprised to see you came back. Freya stares at Odin without an ounce of fear. I came to announce that I am leaving Ragnarok. Do you really want to do that? Loki steps forward with a cruel smirk. You know the punishment for leaving Ragnarok. If you feel like you can take me, I dare you to come at me, challenges Freya. Loki takes a step back in fear. He grits his teeth looking towards Berserker and Odin for help. She looks back over at Odin. Freya is not worried about Odin or Berserker coming at her. Though the two might be stronger than her, but she knows that Odin won't risk angering her grandfather. Her grandfather is a senile old man that is always going on pilgrimages, but he is a master-level martial artist. Odin is not a fool. The first fist adjusts his glasses. Freya, are you sure this is the decision you want to make? One loss is no big deal. She smiles, finding amusement in his lack of understanding. If you are able to defeat the Shinpaku Alliance, I may reconsider. Freya turns around and begins to leave. I highly doubt you can accomplish it though. Ragnarok lacks the same spirit as those fighters. Berserker blows a bubble. Spirit. We can't let her leave without punishment. Ragnarok will look weak, yells Loki angrily. Odin stands up. Are you challenging me? Loki cowers like the coward that he is. The fourth fist grits his teeth in anger. The time to strike will come in time. For now let the Shinpaku Alliance feel secure in its small victories. School. Can you believe it, Naruto? I have a date with Miu. That is good. Kenichi nods vigorously. Of course. A blush heats his cheeks. This is my chance to make her fall in love with me. Naruto doesn't understand a single word. Love, date, he has no idea what those things are. Actually, now that he thinks on them he does remember seeing others in love. Hayate and Yugao were in love with each other. Yugao was very public about her feelings towards Hayate. Unfortunately, he doesn't understand the feelings of love since he never experienced it firsthand. He does remember that people in love tend to perform a certain activity. Naruto's next words cause Kenichi to splutter. Love, so you want to have sex with Miu? Blood sprays from Kenichi's nose. A sudden image of Miu naked and in his bed comes to mind. Kenichi feels his entire face turn red. He quickly turns away, trying to stop the blood from pouring down his nose. Naruto stands silently waiting for an answer. That isn't what I meant at all. Kenichi shakes his head and waves his hands in disagreement. I mean, I wouldn't mind getting a kiss from her. Ah, I see. Kenichi-kun. Naruto-kun. A sigh comes from the two boys. Nijima appears between the two with an evil smile. Great job taking down the sixth and third fist. I knew there was a reason I made you two my general. A punch to the face sends Nijima flying backwards. I hate that alien, grumbles Kenichi. Naruto shakes his head. Friendship is more complicated than he thought. Still, he has to admit that it is pretty funny. Break. Tanimoto watches as Uzumaki Naruto heads to his next class. The class idol remains calm, never exposing his true emotions. Girls and boys wave to him. He puts on a fake smile as he waves back to them. Freya, the third fist of Ragnarok, was defeated by Uzumaki. He knew that Uzumaki was strong, but he never thought that Uzumaki was that strong. The first, second, and third fists of Ragnarok are in a whole other league compared to the rest of the fighters in Ragnarok. Those are the original three members of Ragnarok. They are the reason he joined Ragnarok, because he wanted to learn how to better rule over others. The one time he challenged Odin to a fight, he couldn't land a single finger on the first fist. Uzumaki Naruto is far stronger than he is letting on. How strong is that guy? Who trained him? Wonders Tanimoto. Break. Kasara stands with a red tint on her cheeks. This is stupid. I already miss half the school year. She keeps her arms pinned down to the side so that the school skirt doesn't blow up, revealing her panties. Naruto blinks. Why are you yelling at me? Shut up. Kasara plops down on the ground next to him. Like she is going to tell him that Sei came back to school in order to protect him. The bastard doesn't know how much trouble he is in now. Ragnarok is not going to let him defeating Freya slide. I am going to quit Ragnarok. Keep an eye on Naruto-san. I doubt Odin will let him continue to walk around freely. Freya Ne is even concerned for Naruto's safety. Berserker and Odin are the two strongest fighters in Ragnarok. Naruto defeated Freya Ne. The regular thugs in Ragnarok aren't going to be enough to take on Naruto. That means only one person is going to be sent to take down Naruto, and that person is the most dangerous person in Ragnarok, Berserker. It is said that Berserker never lost a single fight. The gum-chewing second fist always gave her a bad vibe. Kasara is going to make sure that if Berserker shows up, Naruto has someone to back him up. I am finished, says Naruto. Huh. Kasara turns to see Naruto's lunch gone. No way. Naruto wipes away a few crumbs on his mask. He looks at her curiously. Damn it. She wanted to see what was under his mask. Another reason she returned to school. He is going to have to take it off at some point. The wannabe ninja can't hide his face forever. I will see what's under that mask. Ryazanpaku. Shoo. Tochimuru pokes his head out from between Shigur's cleavage. She looks down at her best friend in curiosity. Appa. Tochimuru says that he met Miu's friend, smiles Apachai. Shoo. Shoo. Apachai nods. He says that Miu's friend is very skilled with weapons. Shigeru lifts Tochumuru up, placing him on her head. Tochumuru stands on his hind legs. She walks past Apache, never showing any emotions. Thank you. The Muay Thai giant waves goodbye as she vanishes into thin air. Break. Miu smiles brightly. It is nice to meet you. My name is Furinji Miu. Kasara gains a sudden tic. Her eyes travel down Miu's well-endowed body. Miu's large breasts, wide hips, and round butt. Irritation forms in the redhead's eyes. There are two things in this world that I hate. People who use weapons and girls with big breasts, grits Kasara. Don't try to act friendly with me, dairy cow. Dairy cow. Miu stands there frozen. An image of a cow appears in her head. You take that back. I have a perfectly good name. It is Miu. Naruto and Kenichi sweat drop at the two girls fighting. It is the first time that the two met. The former ninja shakes his head. Kasara really does get into a fight with everyone that she meets. He is going to put off introducing her to Madoko. Kasara and Miu continue to argue. Meow. A cat passes by, causing both girls to freeze. Kitty. The two girls race over to the cat. Kenichi face faults. Just like that. It seems Kasara loves cats as much as Miu. I like dogs, says Naruto. A shiver goes down his spine. He turns his head to see Miu and Kasara glaring at him. Once again, his instincts are screaming at him to run away. I need to get going. He turns around and takes off running at high speeds. Get ba, CK here so I can kick your dog-loving ass, shouts Kasara. The former eighth fist chases after Naruto. Cats are the best, yells Miu. Kenichi smiles. I have weird friends. I am weird. Miu starts to cry crocodile tears. Not you, waves Kenichi. Those two. I'll make it up to you. We can visit the pet store to play with the kittens on our date. Miu perks up. Let's get going. Kenichi shouts, trying to keep up with her. Break. Hermit. No way. The former sixth fist is with Ragnarok. Tanimoto freezes. What the hell? He runs over towards the hill. Down below, he spots someone dressed up in his clothes fighting several Ragnarok members. An evil laughter that he recognizes anywhere fills the air. Nijima steps forward. That is right. Hermit is now part of the Shinpaku Alliance. I suggest you all give up now. The thugs look at each other before charging forward. Hermit moves like lightning, defeating them all in a single blow. Tanimoto's eyes narrow. Those movements were good, but nothing like his own. Nijima watches in glee as the Ragnarok weaklings run away in fear. Good work, my minion. Freak. A knife strike comes down from above towards Nijima. It is blocked and Tanimoto is forced to leap backwards to avoid a kick. Your moves are good. Who are you? Demands Tanimoto. Go ahead. Reveal yourself, smirks Nijima. Hermit tosses away his disguise to reveal a familiar face. Tanimoto is left in shock. You. La la la. It is good to see you again, Hermit. Sings Siegfried. Siegfried. Tanimoto is confused as hell. Why the hell are you with the Shinpaku Alliance? A cackle comes from Nijima. It is a long story. Siegfried spins around singing a tune. After my defeat, I was left with no melody. The immortal musician gains a somber look. Tanimoto is starting to wish that he never asked. How could he forget how dramatic Siegfried is? I sat alone without knowing my place in the world. Then, a beautiful melody that I have never heard filled my ears. My great Demon King came to me playing an accordion with a melody that filled my soul. I knew from that moment forth that I was destined to be at his side. Nijima smirks. I guess my secret is revealed. Quote, you are destined to join us as well, Hermit. I can feel the melody of a fighter when I fight with them. I could feel it in your heart. The melody of friendship is calling out for you, exclaims Siegfried. Tanimoto scowls. He turns his back on Siegfried. I don't know what the hell you are talking about. Worry not, my Demon King, he will be back. Pausing, Tanimoto runs back. Give me back my clothes. I told you he would be back. Break. A heavy panting comes from the former ninja. He falls to a knee with sweat pouring down his brow. Naruto takes a seat with his back against the tree. This is much easier than the first time he started to learn chakra control. When he had huge chakra reserves, it took him a long time to learn to properly channel that chakra. Now that his chakra is on the same level as an academy student, it is much easier to control. The problem is that he has so little that he can only use it for short periods of time before becoming exhausted. Still, he takes comfort in the fact that he is able to generate any chakra at all. Considering how damaged his chakra coils are, he really shouldn't be able to use chakra. It is a miracle that he is alive at all. That last jutsu he used against Akatsuki should have guaranteed his death 2 years ago. Instead, he ends up in an entirely different world, spending a whole year in the hospital in a coma and another 6 months in physical rehabilitation after waking up. It took him another 4 months to train his body into the physical condition it had been during his time in the ANBU. Overall, he possesses Chunin-level speed and strength. When it comes to stealth, he knows that he is borderline Chunin level. There is always room for improvement. Contrary to popular belief, Anbu are not super elite ninja that are unbeatable. Anbu are special because they are hand-picked by the Hokage. To be selected as an Anbu shows that something in that ninja impressed the Hokage. It is a great honor to receive such praise from Lord Hokage. Naruto stands up. No time to dwell on the past. He needs to get back to training. He turns around to see a mouse standing behind him. The former ninja frowns. A mouse was able to sneak up on him. How is that possible? He must be more tired than he thought. The mouse runs towards him, leaping high into the air. Naruto raises an eyebrow as the mouse lands on his shoulder. You staying with me? It is strange, but he gets the feeling that the mouse wants to stay with him. Naruto walks back towards the tree. The mouse is free to stay. Training is always better when with a friend. He rubs the mouse's head before running towards the tree. Warehouse. Kasara strikes the heavy bag with a spinning heel kick. Kasara-sama, the leader of the Shinpaku Alliance, is here. Shiratori bows respectfully. Kasara turns around to see that freaky alien bastard and her former subordinates Takeda and Yukita enter the room. A pleasure to meet you, smirks Nijima. What the hell do you want? Kasara narrows her eyes. A singing makes her head turn. Siegfried comes spinning into the room. Valkyrie, the bonds of friendship have brought us back together. La la la, sings the former fifth fist. Surprise fills the former eighth fist. No way, you joined up with the Shinpaku Alliance. Kasara shakes her head in disbelief. Siegfried was always the strangest of the fists. Still, he is a powerful fighter. The Shinpaku Alliance is growing stronger and stronger. It may stand a chance against Odin and Berserker at the rate it is growing. Nijima steps forward with a manipulative smile. Ragnarok is a common enemy. It only makes sense that we join up. The alien reaches into his pocket, drawing several photographs. If you join me, I won't spread around these photos. The photographs are tossed into the air. Kasara's eyes widen in horror. On each of the photograph is a picture of her playing around with a cat. A deep blush heats her cheeks. Shiratori, get those pictures. Yes, Kasara-sama. Nijima bursts out laughing. He tosses more photographs into the air. I have an unlimited supply. As long as I contain the hard drive, I can make as many copies as I want. Yukita scowls. I hate this bastard. Yeah, I had no idea this is what he had planned, nods Takeda. Give me that hard drive, glares Kasara. It is in a safe. I have it here. Siegfried holds up the hard drive. Nijima's eyes widen. In a simple motion, Siegfried destroys the hard drive. Nijima cries out in horror. Siegfried, you are my most loyal. Why? Siegfried takes a knee. I have pledged to serve you, my demon king. A dramatic melody begins to play. I can foresee you becoming ruler of the world. You need not such tactics to gain an alliance. These are the tactics that Ragnarok would use. My demon king, you must forge your own path to greatness. A contemplative look is on the alien's face. Siegfried is right, he needs to pave his own path to world domination. He can't use the tactics of others. The sign of a true genius is to conquer the world in his own unique way. Kasara, if you join us I will give you this kitten. Siegfried pulls a kitten out from his jacket. Takeda, Yukita, and Nijima sweat drop. Kasara's eyes light up as she immediately tries to grab the kitten. Siegfried keeps it out of reach. I know your apartment doesn't allow animals, but I will open a room at my estate and you can come visit whenever you want. Okay, deal. Now give me the kitten. Kasara grabs the kitten and begins to roll on the ground with it. Nijima smirks. Great going Siegfried. Shinpaku Alliance gains another powerful ally. Now if only he can manipulate Naruto into joining them. Once he has Uzumaki, the ultimate peace will have been gathered. There will be no stopping the Shinpaku Alliance. Loki spots his prey. Calmly, he walks forward blocking the path. He must admit that compared to other potential martial artists, this one looks unusually plain. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto comes to a stop. He stares at the young man blocking his path. Yes, there is something about this goggle-wearing person that gets him annoyed. It is a similar feeling he gets when around Nijima, but to a much higher degree. Strange. He doesn't even know this person and he wants to punch them in the face. We haven't been formally introduced. The name is Loki, the fourth fist of Ragnarok. The former ninja understands his feelings now. Kasara told him about Loki, the self-proclaimed battle strategist of Ragnarok. Loki is arrogant, manipulative, and a coward that never fights his own battles. Basically, a cockroach. No matter how many times these type of people are squished, they always seem to get back up. Ragnarok lost 5 of its 8 leaders and Loki walks around like his name carries weight. Naruto remembers meeting plenty of people like this in the elemental nations. He wonders where people like that gain such an air of self-importance when they do absolutely nothing to gain it. It must be one of those mysteries of life that will never be explained. A hint of annoyance appears on Loki's face as his name invokes no reaction. People should fear and respect him. He is the fourth fist of Ragnarok. Loki calms down knowing that he came here for a reason. I have come with a proposition. I want you to join me. I can use someone strong like you. I have no desire to join Ragnarok. I didn't say Ragnarok. I said join me. Loki smirks widely. Ragnarok is about to be dead. When one empire crumbles, another must rise up to take its place. I plan on creating a new group. That will be even more powerful than Ragnarok. No thanks. Loki grits his teeth in annoyance. Don't be a fool. I am offering you a chance to achieve greatness. Naruto gains a hint of amusement. Loki is acting like Danzo. The major difference between the two is that Danzo actually possessed power. Loki is a weakling that never even bloodied his own hands. At least Nijima knows that he is weak and uses manipulation to gain followers. The fourth fist actually believes himself to be strong. Okay. A smile appears on Loki's face. I will join you if you can beat me in a fight. Surprise and fear fill Loki. He hesitates, taking a step back in fear. Naruto stands calmly. Anger burns in Loki's eyes. This little punk is challenging him. He is the fourth fist, Loki. Loki's inner ranting do nothing to bolster his courage. His body refuses to get into a fighting stance to take up the challenge. Uzumaki Naruto is the one that defeated the 8th, 7th, and 3rd fist of Ragnarok. In all of those fights, Uzumaki never suffered any real injury. Berserker reported that Uzumaki was exhausted after his fight with Freya, but Loki knows that is mainly because Uzumaki fought with the Valkyries beforehand and raced across the city for several miles at full speed to make it in time to save Kasara. At full strength, who knows if Freya would have caused Uzumaki to break a sweat. Well, Naruto waits patiently. Loki gains a sudden idea. I accept your terms. He turns around. But we will fight when I am ready. The fourth fist of Ragnarok walks away with a scheming smile. I guess I won't ever be seeing him again, thinks Naruto. Shrugging, he continues to head to school. School. So Kenichi is gone. Mew's sweat drops. When you say it like that, it makes him sound dead. Naruto shrugs. He isn't dead. But he did get beat pretty bad by the first fist, Odin. A scoff comes from Kasara. He was an idiot to challenge Odin. Kasara leans back folding her arms across her flat chest. Shirahama is an idiot to think that because he took down Hermit and Siegfried he would be able to challenge Odin. Odin is on a whole other level. The blonde girl nods in agreement. Yeah, I never thought one that strong would be in a delinquent gang like Ragnarok. Kasara gains a tick. The dairy cow just called her weak with that comment. Odin is someone who has been trained by a master. What happened to Kenichi? Oh right, blushes Mew. My grandfather took him on a training trip deep into the center of Japan. It is a great honor. As far as I know, my grandfather has never trained another disciple other than me. Shoo. Mew's eyes widen. Tochumuru pokes his head out from Naruto's pocket. Naruto feeds the mouse a cracker. That's Tochumuru. Kasara raises an eyebrow. Did you just name a mouse? Naruto looks at Mew curiously. You know this mouse. Tochumuru happily eats its cracker. Tochumuru is Shigure's pet. Kasara and Naruto stare at Mew blankly. Mew flushes in embarrassment realizing that neither of them knows who she is talking about. Shigure is a master that lives at Ryazanpaku with me. She is a master of all weapons. I told you about her. Tochumuru climbs up onto Naruto's head. It lies down enjoying the soft feel of Naruto's golden blonde hair. Yes, I remember you mentioning her. He shrugs. Does she want her mouse back? Well, Shigure is usually with Tochumuru. I have never seen the two apart. The former ninja becomes a bit tense. Tochumuru belongs to someone else that specializes in weapons. That means the mouse could be spying on him. It may sound ridiculous, but he grew you in the elemental nations where animals of all species can be summoned and even speak. Ocean blue eyes dart around trying to find any signs that someone is spying on him. Wait, Mew said this person is a master at weapons. Mew-san, when you say master, what do you mean? How would you rate her strength compared to yours or mine? Mew smiles. I mean she is a master class fighter. The girl laughs a small amount. Her strength is so great she could beat all three of us without lifting a finger. We are only disciple class, we can't compete with a master class fighter. Naruto doesn't like that one bit. He thought when she said master it was a title. Like Hanzo Senpai being the master of the Kendo Club. Mew was referring to master as a ranking system, not a title. If he is considered a disciple class despite his victories, that must mean a master class fighter is on the same level as a Junin and maybe even Cage level. It doesn't surprise him that there are such powerful fighters even with people in this world lacking chakra, but to think that this whole time Kenichi is being trained by such powerful individuals. No wonder Kenichi has grown so fast over the school year. 1-on-1 training with 6 powerful beings would make anyone grow strong. To make matters worse, if someone that powerful is spying on him, he is pretty much screwed. He is nowhere near the level of Angthen's skill to challenge a person on par with a Junin or Cage. Maybe if he still had the demon inside of him. The demon's chakra boosted his power 2 to 3 times more depending on how much chakra the seal forced out. It definitely gave him the power to take on Junin-level opponents, but with no demon he has to rely on his own strength. As confident as he is in his own abilities, he knows that he is not ready to face such a high-level opponent. At least not yet. I am at this Shigure-san's mercy, thinks Naruto. A kick to the leg makes Naruto snap from his thoughts. Wake up. We need to get going. I am not serving another stupid detention, glares Kasara. He stands up. Okay. Higurashi Weapon Shop. Hibiki comes out from the back of the store. A grunt comes from the man upon spotting. A tall individual wearing heavy samurai armor. This is why I don't get many customers. I got you guys coming in here looking like damn idiots with your armor and weapons waving about. The old man walks behind the counter. A chuckle comes from the samurai. Is that any way to greet a customer? Customer. You never buy a damn thing. It's that stupid organization that buys everything. Just an errand boy that picks it up, scowls Hibiki. The samurai smiles in amusement. Well, should be more grateful. We keep you in business. I get plenty of customers. The old shop owner waves dismissively. I got this annoying brat that comes in here every week. Figured he is with you all, but judging from that stupid look on your face I know he's not. Why would think he is with us in the first place? A very interested look is on the samurai's face. It is rare that a kid would catch the attention of Hibiki. The old man may have extreme anger and customer service issues, but Hibiki is known to have good eyes. It is in his movements. The brat is a trained killer. He knows how to use kunai and shuriken, not to mention when he walks he unconsciously distributes his weight so that he doesn't make a single sound. No one gets that type of skill on their own. In a couple years the damn brat might even be able to sneak up on me. Hibiki folds his arms across his chest. Not many kids these days receive that type of training. Not without a proper master. The samurai rubs his chin. This is unexpected news. Reaching down at his feet, he brings up a suitcase and places it on the table. Next time he comes in, get a name. I might be willing to buy it from you. Then you won't be able to complain about me never buying anything. Hibiki scowls. The weapons are in the back. The samurai follows the blacksmith. Break. I expected so much more. Odin adjusts his glasses. He wasn't planning to fight Kenichi so soon. He wanted his old friend to get a bit more training in. All he wanted to do is talk and reminisce about old times. Unfortunately, Kenichi is as idiotic as he remembers. The fool dared to call Ragnarok's fights pointless. Fights are essential to a martial artist. How does one expect to grow strong without fighting? I want to grow strong in order to protect my friends. I don't use my power to harm others. That is the sentiment of an idiot. Martial arts were created to kill one's opponent. The strong survive and the weak die. It is really quite simple. Odin pities those that believe the martial arts are to save people. Still, there is that girl. His eyes narrow. Furinji Miu. If she is with the Shinpaku alliance it will make things much more difficult. He never expected that Kenichi would be friends with that girl from so long ago. The same girl, one who fought 3 grown men and was like a feather dancing in the wind. She is the one that inspired him to pursue the path of a martial artist. It is a pity, but if she interferes he will take her down. Berserker. Berserker looks up. Be prepared. We will be launching our attack on the Shinpaku alliance at the end of the week. Odin gives a smile that promises pain and destruction. In 4 short days, the Shinpaku alliance will be destroyed. Ryazanpaku. Miu walks around Ryazanpaku looking for a certain weapons master. A frown forms on Miu's face as she looks around the dojo. Where is Shiger? She turns around. The corner to find Akisame sipping on tea and Kensai reading a porno magazine. Akisame glances at Miu. Looking for Shiger. Hey, I told you to not read my mind. Pouts Miu. Did you want to see me? A squeak of fright comes from Miu. She turns around to see Shiger hanging upside down. Shiger is using her toes to grip the ceiling. Miu really hates when Shiger sneaks up on her like that. I saw Tochumuru at school today. He is staying with my friend Naruto. I just wanted to know why Tochumuru is no longer with you. Shiger turns her head to stare out into the distance. Tochumuru was curious about your friend. He wanted to meet this Naruto. It could be possible that Tochumuru is checking out Naruto's abilities, offers Akisame. Miu's sweat drops. The whole idea of a mouse examining a person is ridiculous even for Tochumuru. Granted, she has seen Tochumuru use various weapons to take down much larger animals. Maybe it isn't so weird after all. Don't forget, Tochumuru is not only Shiger's best friend, but a disciple of Shiger. A mouse is a disciple, thinks Miu. It is official, these people are the weirdest. Akisame watches as Shiger stares out into the distance. Ever since Kenichi joined Ryazanpaku, she is becoming more open with the others. All the others, him including, are enjoying having a disciple to pass down their techniques to. Unfortunately, Shiger is unable to pass down her techniques because Kenichi is afraid of weapons. She can teach him the basics of future weapons he may come across and how to defend against them, but he is the type that will ever be comfortable wielding such a dangerous tool. It is ironic, but it seems Shiger is the most eager of us to teach, smiles Akisame. It is only a matter of time before she seeks out this Naruto to test his potential. Kendo Club. Madoka gasps as her shinai is parried to the side and a soft blow to the chest knocks her backwards onto her butt. Falling to her butt hurt more than the actual hit. A blush heats her cheeks when she sees a hand being offered to her. It is so worth getting hit to the ground. She reaches up taking his hand. Thanks Naruto-kun, smiles Madoka. Naruto nods. You are getting better. Her face lights up at the compliment. It is all thanks to your training. Reluctantly, she releases his hand. Hey Naruto-kun, do you want to go out after school? Go out where? Madoko's face burns red. I mean, do you want to go out on a date? A silence greets her question. She refuses to look up. It was stupid of her to ask him. He is going to say no. Naruto is one of Cut.'s boys in school and the ace of the Kendo Club. There are much prettier girls than her that probably ask him out all the time. I have never been on a date but okay. Really? Madoka exclaims. Everyone in the club turns around. She blushes and whispers under her breath. Really? He shrugs. Yes. Inside her head, a chibi Madoka jumps into the air with a victory sign. Madoka is unable to stop smiling. This is the best day ever. He agreed to go on a date with her. Meet at my house around 6. Okay. Hey, you two get back to practice. Shouts Hanzo. Yosh, or I shall make you do 100 laps around the school. Sorry sensei. Bows Madoka. Naruto bows too. I got a date with Naruto-kun. The former ninja watches as the girl seems to go into her own world. She is starting to act like Kenichi-wi. And he was excited about his date with Miu. He wonders what they will do on this date. Break. Nijima comes into the room sneaking up behind Tanimoto. Hey buddy, you ready to join us? The alien barely avoids a knife chop to the neck. Didn't I tell you that if you talked to me again I would kill you? Tanimoto's eyes narrow. I have no interest in joining your stupid group. Now get the hell away from me. An evil cackles comes from the alien. We are having a meeting this Saturday. It is a group meeting among all the captains. Tanimoto raises a hand catching an envelope. The location is that letter. There will be karaoke and drinks, a whole party. Tanimoto rips the letter to pieces. Get lost. Nijima moves aside. He watches as Tanimoto walks away. No matter. Tanimoto will join him soon enough. It is now time to gather information on Naruto. Date. Makoto smooths out her white flower dress. It hugs her body nicely showing her developing curves. Her long black hair falls down a couple inches past her shoulders and she wears a black jacket to keep warm. She keeps shifting around nervously. This is going to be the first date she ever went on. Is he going to like her dress? What are they going to do? Will he hold her hand? Will he give her a kiss at the end of the date? Madoka starts to hyperventilate. Yo. Ah. Madoka jumps in fright. Spinning around, she sees Naruto standing behind her. A blush heats her cheeks because he looks so cool. Naruto's outfit consists of a leather jacket over a white shirt, black pants with orange strips running down each leg, and white sneakers. As always, a black face mask covers the lower portion of his face from the nose down. Hi, blushes Madoka. Naruto stares at her blankly. Madoka groans inwardly at how lame she must have sounded. I'm ready to get going. Where are we going? I was thinking we go to the movies. Okay. Nijima pokes his head around the corner. The alien begins to type away at his PDA. Uzumaki Naruto going on a date. An evil smirk appears on Nijima's face. It seems that Naruto does have a weakness after all. Date. Makoto and Naruto walk side by side. Much to her disappointment, his hands are in the pockets of his pants. She was hoping to get to hold his hand. Hey Naruto-kun, when two people go on a date they are supposed to share personal information with each other. Naruto looks at her curiously. A blush heats her cheeks. It helps the two people become closer. I see. I can start. Makoto fights down her blush. This is my first date too. I joined the kendo club because I am not good at gymnastics or gardening like my friend Izumi. And I like to watch romantic movies. He nods. Okay, your turn. Naruto gains a pensive expression. I like to train and fight strong people. I like learning kendo too. Yes, I am learning more about him. Her plan is working. What do you do for fun? Train. No, I mean like, when not training. Eat and sleep. She sweats drops. All he does is train, eat, and sleep. I like to spar with Kasara-san, says Naruto as an afterthought. Makoto frowns. Kasara, who is that? The theater comes into sight. Oh come on, I know the perfect movie. Matt. Oko grabs his arm, dragging him towards the theater. Break. Naruto waits outside the restrooms. The movie was boring and wasn't scary in the least bit. It was supposed to be a horror movie, but he found it to be unrealistic and dumb. He would have killed Jason without breaking a sweat. Jason didn't even know how to fight. Those adults and teenagers were idiots to get killed by such an amateur. I'm done. Makoto walks towards him. Where to next? Makoto puts on a false smile. The truth is she expected the date to be so much better. Naruto is barely talking to her and he doesn't look like he is having any fun. Honestly, she wants to go home. It is pretty late. I better get home or my parents will get worried, she lies. Are you upset? Why would you ask that? He stares at her curiously. Because you are lying. Her eyes widen in surprise. She looks away with a guilty expression. Sorry, it just seems like you don't want to be here. I don't want to force you to stay with me. I want to spend time with you. Makoto looks at him in surprise. Naruto scratches the back of his head. Sorry, it is my first date. I am not sure how to act. I tend to be cautious when doing new things. A blush heats her cheeks. So, you are not bored of me? He shakes his head. Not even of the movie. Makoto implores with a knowing smile. The movie was boring, admits Naruto. Makoto giggles. We'll just have to find something else to do. Okay. Naruto smiles behind his mask. As boring as the movie was, it is fun to spend time with Makoto. He always enjoys spending time with his friends except for that alien that is failing to stay hidden in the shadows. Are you hungry? Yes, I know this great pizza place. Makoto smirks inwardly. She is going to see his face for the first time tonight. Naruto allows Makoto to drag him. He has never tried pizza. It sounds good. Freya glances at Kasara. I heard you joined the Shinpaku Alliance. It is a temporary alliance until everything blows over with Ragnarok. Kasara stares up at the stars above. It is a nice night, but all she wants to do is go to the pet store and play with the kittens. We had a stupid meeting today. I guess it wasn't so bad. Yukita and Takeda aren't so bad. Even Siegfried seems less annoying than I remember. Siegfried. Freya is surprised at that knowledge. Siegfried is a strong martial artist. In Ragnarok, as one of the few people that she wanted to fight. His unique style would be an interesting match to her own staff skills. The Shinpaku Alliance is stronger than I thought. Kasara shrugs. Odin bet. Do something quick or he is not going to be able to anything at all. I like your confidence, but I assure you that a weak group like that poses no threat to me. The two girls spin around to find Odin walking through the park towards them. Kasara and Freya stand up, narrowing their eyes upon the first fist. Odin pushes up his glasses. He gives a friendly smile that lacks any warmth. I see you two are back to being friends. Freya draws her staff. I am surprised you didn't send Berserker. Come now, Freya. You were one of the original 3 members of Ragnarok. Like me, you are trained by a master. Odin's smile turns wicked. I want to see your abilities with my own 2 eyes. I have always wanted to kick your ass, glares Kasara. She charges forward, aiming a kick at his face, but a blow strikes her across the face. Pain fills the former 8th fist. Kasara is knocked backwards, hitting the ground hard. Odin stares down at Kasara. Granted, you do have potential. You will never be able to pierce my Sikuken with such plain attacks. He raises his hand, stopping a staff from striking him in the face. Freya grits before jumping back. Kasara, we will fight together. Kasara spits out blood. Right. The two girls get into their stances. Odin chuckles. Break. You like Kasara, huh? Yukita splutters like a fool. What? I don't like her. I was just having friendly conversation. His cheeks are tinted red. Takeda has a knowing smirk on his face. Right. Just friendly conversation. Shut up. An object comes down from above. Yukita doesn't even see it coming until a blow hit him in the back, smashing him face first into the ground. Takeda barely avoids a punch. The boxer gets into his stance. Takeda's eyes narrow. It's you, Berserker. Berserker chews on his bubblegum without a care in the world. You are Takeda, right? Takeda tenses and gets into his boxing stance. A groaning sound comes from Yukita. Berserker is standing on top of Yukita, not in the least bit concerned for the boy. Get off, Yukita. By the way, you didn't dodge. I missed on purpose. Takeda speeds forward. I said get off him. Berserker watches as Takeda throws several punches. It is like time is moving in slow motion. He easily dodges each punch while thinking about which way he should do and should he attack back. Takeda's eyes widen as Berserker dodges his punches with a look of boredom. No way. How is he so fast? Straight left. Blood splatters the ground. Takeda lowers his eyes to see a knee buried into his stomach. The boxer falls to the ground, coughing heavily. Berserker is about to finish the boxer when a new voice makes him pause. Hey, you big muscled idiot. Berserker lifts up his head. Who are you? An alien freak is standing on the bridge with a wide smirk. The name is Haruo Nijima, leader of the Shinpaku Alliance. I am going to make you pay for destroying my base and minions. Haruo Nijima. Berserker kicks Takeda, knocking him away. I got orders to kill you. Nijima bursts out laughing. Kill me, huh? First you will have to catch me. The alien takes off running at high speeds. He needs to get the hell out of here. Yukita and Takeda were taken out in a matter of seconds. Not to mention, when he checked on the base, every single person was beaten to a pulp. Berserker took down everyone without getting a single injury. The second fist of Ragnarok is far more dangerous than he ever imagined. He needs to lose the brute and think of strategy to counter Ragnarok's sudden attack. Berserker is impressed. To think that a weakling has the ability to move so fast. He is going to have to reevaluate the alien freak. Hark! Odin stands over the defeated forms of Freya and Kasara. Kasara is unconscious with a couple broken ribs and her right eye swollen over. Fr. Eya on the other hand is barely conscious with her staff shattered in two. The first fist walks away. If the two girls don't receive some medical attention, they might die from their injuries. He could care less. The martial arts are meant to kill. It is not his problem that they were too weak. Freya coughs up blood. He is stronger than I thought. Grimacing, she reaches into her pocket, pulling out a cell phone. She needs to call the Valkyries. The former third fist begins to dial, using all her strength and willpower to remain conscious. City. Naruto pauses at the corner of the street. It is strange, but he suddenly gets a bad feeling. He shakes his head. Strange. He ignores the feeling and continues to walk down the sidewalk. For some reason, he had the sudden urge to walk around the city. His eyes travel down to his empty vest pocket. Ironic, he is starting to miss having Tochumuru around. The mouse disappeared a couple days ago. Mew did say that Tochumuru belonged to a woman named Shigur. Oh well, maybe one day in the future he will meet Tochumuru again. I am missing a mouse. Naruto smirks. Kitty. A familiar girl is crouching down in front of the pet store window, waving at the kittens. He notices that she is no longer wearing glasses, or her hair falls down to her butt. It doesn't surprise him in the least that this whole time she has been putting on a facade to fool people at school. He noticed from the first day that she is not an ordinary student. The way she moves, her acrobatic skills, and how she is the only one at school that ever came close to sensing him were all telltale signs that the girl is highly trained. Furinji Mew is a high-level martial artist that may even be on the same level as him. No doubt she has been trained from a young age too. A part of him wants to fight her and test her true capabilities, but she is a friend. Friends do not fight each other. At least, that is what he is told. The former ninja comes up behind Mew. He masks his presence perfectly. She doesn't even know that he is there. Mew-san. Mew spins around aiming a fist at his face. He tilts his head to the side avoiding the punch. Naruto. She blinks. Naruto raises up his hand and waves. Yo, sorry. Mew blushes with an apologetic smile. Amusement is in his eyes. Hey, you did that on purpose. Maybe. She pouts like a child. That is not nice. Naruto smiles behind his mask. It is fun to mess with Mew. Mew turns around to look at the kittens. I love cats so much. Whenever I am around them I completely zone out. Why the love for cats? Naruto comes up beside Mew. When Grandpa and I traveled the world, there were cats everywhere. The cats are always so carefree and lazy. Never a care in the world. Mew smiles warmly. I wanted to take one home, but since I was traveling I couldn't take care of one. He tilts his head. What about now? A sheepish smile appears on her face. No way. A cat would never survive at Ryazanpaku. Mental images of Akisam. Running a cat through one of his crazy machines, Kensai showing porn to the cat, Sakari giving the cat beer, and Shiger using the cat as target practice all appear in her head. She sulks in depression. I see. The former ninja hears whispering coming from behind him. His eyes narrow. I need to go. Mew blinks. That was strange. Naruto throws up a hand giving a wave. Later Mew-san. Bye Naruto. Waves Mew. He is a bit on the strange side, but he is a really nice guy. Break. Nijima runs at high speeds down the street. Help me. A pervert is chasing me. The alien pretends to be a frightened child. Inwardly, he is laughing darkly as Berserker's reputation is being ruined. Where are that boy's pants? Cover your eyes. Berserker ignores the looks that people are sending at him. Hi's eyes are locked onto the half-naked Nijima. The alien freak is pretty good at escaping. Every time he managed to lay a hand on the freak, the alien would slip out of that article of clothing like a snake shedding its skin. Not to mention Nijima is running at impressive speeds. This is pretty fun, smirks Berserker. The alien turns down an alley and runs all the way towards the fence. Nijima's eyes widen in terror. He spins around to find Berserker come to a stop at the end of the alley. Shit, I ran down the wrong alley, gulps Nijima. It looks like you got nowhere to go. Berserker walks forward. Nijima's eyes glance downward for a second. The second fist catches the glance. He pauses, noticing that the ground is different. A tap of the right foot causes the ground to collapse, revealing a deep hole. Interesting. But pointless. Berserker leaps over the hole, landing in front of Nijima. An evil smirk lights up Nijima's face. The alien reaches out, pulling a lever. Berserker gasps in surprise. The ground beneath them opens up, revealing a large hole 3 times as large and deep as the first one. Nijima grabs onto the fence. Berserker falls down, landing in a crouch. Matsui start pouring in the special cement. Matsui comes running forward with a barrel filled with wet cement. Do you want to know why you lost? Go ahead, tell me. Berserker stands calmly, not in the least bit worried. It will be the last words that you ever speak. Dark laughter erupts from Nijima. It doesn't matter if you can think 2 steps ahead. I can see even farther into the future than that. Nijima points a finger at Berserker. Now stay at the bottom of the hole where you will spend the rest of your days. Matsui tips over the wheelbarrow. A blur moves at high speeds. Nijima's eyes widen as a voice comes from above him. You are an interesting individual. No power, no skill, yet I am able to have fun. The alien looks up to see Berserker standing above him. I will kill you quickly. Berserker throws a punch straight at Nijima. Nijima stares in fear. There is no escape for the alien. A hand catches the fist, much to Berserker's surprise. Berserker barely avoids kick. Forgive me for being late, my demon king. Siegfried. Berserker frowns. So you really are with the Shinpaku alliance. Siegfried spins around. That punch right there would have struck a killing blow. I will not allow you to harm my demon king. He glances back at Nijima. Run. I will handle Berserker. I am sorry, Siegfried. Nijima dives into the river. It is time for him to make his escape. Break. Appa. Apachai wants to get home to eat. Akisame pats the bag of rice. There is no need to be in a hurry. Once we get home I am sure Mew will make a large dinner. Apachai cheers happily. The sound of battle causes the group of masters to turn their heads. All the masters notice two boys on top of a fence battling it out. Sakari pops open a beer. Not bad. Those kids have lots of energy. It reminds me of Kenichi. Someone misses their disciple, smirks Akisame. Look, a fish in the water. Shiger points at the person in the water. Appa, it looks like a kappa. Akisame strokes his mustache. This fight, yeah, it looks like the one in the hat is ready to die, finishes Sakari. The masters watch as Siegfried grabs onto Berserker and leaps high into the air. Both young martial artists are at the peak of the jump. Shiger, Akisame, Apachai, and Sakari sense it. All four masters spot several flying objects heading towards Berserker and Siegfried. Siegfried holds on tightly to Berserker. This is it. Requiem. A sharp object slices through Siegfried's arm. The musician winces, loosening his grip. Berserker instantly takes advantage of the weakness and breaks free. The second fist spins around ready to launch an attack, but leans back to avoid a dagger aimed at his shoulder. A chain wraps around Siegfried's body. The musician gasps as he is yanked towards the sidewalk. He is caught before hitting the ground. Berserker splashes into the water. Sorry, I couldn't let you finish that attack. Siegfried falls to his knees. The chain falls harmlessly to the ground. I still need a bit work with this weapon. The savior places the chain back inside his pouch. Who are you? Coughs Siegfried. Uzumaki Naruto. Siegfried clutches his side in pain. Uzumaki Naruto. This is the person that defeated his friend Thor. According to the rumors, Naruto also managed to defeat Kasara and Freya. Why? The immortal musician coughs. Why are you helping me? Naruto glances backwards. It is because we made a deal. Nijima walks forward, still in his underwear. The alien is not happy in the least bit. This whole time I thought I was gathering information on you, but you were gathering it on me. Nijima climbs out of the sewer. Yo! The alien jumps in surprise. He looks up to see a person he never expected to see. Naruto-kun. Naruto stares down at the alien. I heard people talking about an alien running naked. The former ninja gains a hint of amusement. You really do anything to gather information. I am not gathering information. I am running for my life. Nijima jumps to his feet. The second fist is after my head. The alien's eyes widen. You no way. It is impossible. This entire time he thought he had won over on Uzumaki was all just an illusion. Naruto's nay. XT words cause Nijima to grit his teeth. The former ninja smirks behind his mask. Do you need help? Nijima can't believe it. This entire time he thought he was following Naruto in secret. In truth, Naruto was letting him sneak around. Naruto was gathering information on him. To think that he was played so well. It seems I was wrong. The best one at gathering information is Naruto-kun. This is my total defeat, chuckles Nijima. I don't understand, says Siegfried, struggling to stand up. In exchange for his help, I have to agree to stop spying on him, smirks Nijima. You are pretty clever, Naruto-kun. Now, defeat the second fist like promised. Berserker steps onto the pavement. Naruto turns to face the second fist. The two blonde-haired warriors stare each other down. He is the one who was watching my fight with Freya. The former ninja was wondering when he would face this person. People need to learn that it is not possible to spy on him undetected. Nijima learned that firsthand tonight. He purposely let Nijima follow him around. As the old saying goes, keep your friends close and enemies closer. Even though Mew told him that Nijima is a friend, he doesn't fully trust the alien. Actually, he doesn't fully trust anyone. Old habits die hard. Anyway, he found the perfect moment to get one over on Nijima while talking with Mew. A few people were talking about some lean pervert running through the street naked. Only one alien in this entire city. He immediately knew that it had to be Nijima. Why would Nijima run around naked? He followed the rumors and found Nijima was being chased by some muscular blonde young man in a red jacket. Nijima is the leader of the Shinpaku Alliance, so it was easy to deduce that Ragnarok was hunting the alien. Naruto reaches up drawing his sword. It seems that he owes Ragnarok a favor. He managed to strike a deal with the alien. Defeat Ragnarok and in exchange, Nijima stops following him around. You couldn't defeat Freya with that sword. I doubt it will be much fun if you use it against me, says Berserker. You are not Freya. Naruto crouches down into a stance. Nijima's eyes narrow. That is not a kendo stance. He only has one hand on the hilt. Kendo teaches to use both hands. The alien pulls out his PDA. A new fighting style. This needs to go down in his information. Berserker notices the different stance as well. He runs forward throwing a high-speed punch. Naruto ducks down low and comes up with an upward slash. Berserker displays high levels of speed by twisting to the side and aiming a kick at Naruto. The former ninja draws a kunai with his left hand and aims to slash the kicking leg, but Berserker draws it back. Interesting, smirks Berserker. Naruto tosses the kunai at Berserker, forcing him to dodge. Berserker ducks down to avoid a slash from behind. He performs a backflip coming down with a kick that strikes the ground. The second fist jumps over 3 shuriken. Naruto appears above Berserker. Berserker slaps his hands together catching the blade. A kick to the chest sends Berserker rocketing towards the ground, but Berserker twists around landing in a crouch. Are you like me? Asks Berserker. No, we are nothing alike. Replies Naruto. Break. Tochumuru leaps onto Shigure's shoulder. Shoo. Shigure stands there not saying a word. Her eyes are completely locked onto Naruto. She follows his every movement as he fights with Berserker. That is not completely true, states Akisame. What are you mumbling about? Akisame continues to watch the fight in enjoyment. The truth is that the two have similar fighting styles. Berserker, I believe he was called, has no true fighting style. He possesses amazing natural talent and no doubt defeated many fighters with that talent. A self-taught style that revolves around fooling his opponents with his lack of style. Understanding appears in Sakari's eyes. The problem is that the kid with the sword is using multiple styles. So you noticed, smiles Akisame. Yeah, the sword-wielding kid is using several styles, but the main essence of his style seems to revolve around attacking from blind spots using high-speed movements. Sakari takes a long sip from his beer can. These two aren't half bad. Berserker vs. Naruto. Berserker avoids a sword thrust and comes down with an elbow, but Naruto reverses the grip aiming a thrust to Berserker's side. A wince comes from the second fist. A small cut opens up on Berserker's side, but he has no time to rest when Naruto appears above. Berserker breaks inside Naruto's guard, striking the sword hand. Naruto releases the sword and grabs Berserker's wrist. He comes up with rising knee, slamming it into Berserker's face. Kicking Berserker in the chest, Naruto springs backwards, flipping in the air and landing in a crouch. Incredible, smirks Nijima. Naruto-kun developed a new style with one hand so that he can attack with his other. He must be a genius on the same level as Berserker to create such a style. Naruto glances at his sword that lies on the ground. It took him a long time to learn to use a one-handed sword style. He learned the basics of it in the Anbu, but it was with a much shorter and lighter sword. Kendo helped him get used to the weight of a katana, and he continued to use it to improve his technique while at the same time adapting it to a one-handed style. This is the first time that he is using such a style in a real fight, and it is pretty effective. He never intended to become a master at Kendo, but instead used it to develop the style he learned while in the ANBU. Of course, like a true ninja, he kept this hidden from prying eyes. Old habits and all that crap. A wide smile appears on Berserker's face. Yes, this is the fight I have been longing for. Berserker ignores the strange feeling that he is suddenly getting. He is having too much fun. Nothing is going to get in his way of this fight. I am finally having fun for the first time. The former ninja is caught off guard when Berserker moves even faster than before. He begins to backpedal, dodging a barrage of punches. Naruto leans back to avoid a punch. Berserker aims a right kick, forcing Naruto to flip backwards. The moment Naruto's hands touch the ground, his eyes widen. It causes him to freeze up and Berserker lands a powerful blow. Ignoring the pain, Naruto manages to land on his feet and slides backwards. Berserker frowns. Hey, you need to pay attention. I want to have fun. I felt it. Naruto stays in a crouch with wide eyes. He lowers his eyes to stare at the ground. For the first time in a long time, he feels fear. There is no mistaking what he felt. When it comes to his special ability, it is never wrong. It is a talent that he only revealed to 2 people. Fearfully, he extends a finger and touches the ground. In a split second, he removes his finger and grits his teeth. Watch out! A fist is about to strike Naruto in the face, but he slides around the punch and goes for a leg sweep. Berserker leaps over the leg sweep. Naruto swings his arm, tossing 6 shuriken at the airborne Berserker. Berserker manages to dodge 4, but 2 manage to slice his chest and leg. The other 4 shuriken head straight at their original target, having never been aimed at Berserker. 3 of the shuriken are caught and the 4th one is knocked away by a sword. Not very nice, kid, chuckles Sakari. Good aim though. You could use a little more work, says Shiger. Akisame hands the shuriken to Shiger. I thought it was a pretty good tactic. Using his opponent's bow, die to hide the shuriken in order to take us out in one move. Most impressive. Appa, Apachai can't eat this. Nijima's eyes widen in surprise. Kenichi's crazy masters. When did they get here? Berserker frowns. Why is he attacking them? Single quote. Naruto narrows his eyes. As always, his ability to sense people in a quarter-mile radius is never wrong. All it takes is for him to place a single finger on the ground. The old man told him that it is a rare technique that the 2nd and 4th Hokage possessed. He was told that he inherited it from his father, but was never given any more information on his father. It is an ability that prevents anyone from sneaking up on him. Many times he used it during missions to find enemy ninja and avoid detection while gathering information. The ability not only allows him to sense others, but give him an assessment of their power. These 4 people standing at the bridge are 4 of the most powerful presences he ever felt. Every one of them is on the same level as a Kage. It is like he is facing off against Akatsuki all over again. To make matters worse, old habits rose up before rational thought. Anbu policy: attack first and ask questions later. Now, he attacked 4 powerful opponents and revealed the fact that he knows how strong they are. He saw them earlier but paid them no mind since he couldn't sense any killing intent. This whole time they have been watching him fight. This is not good. Naruto reaches into his pouch. What does he do now? Does he fight or run away? Naruto tries to think of a way out of this situation. 4 people with Kage-level power are standing a short distance from him. All of them are highly trained from the way they caught his shuriken. Worst part is that he failed to take them down and revealed his hand. A ninja is supposed to hide their attack until the most opportune moment. He blew his opportunity and is now at their mercy. Keep fighting, waves Akisame. We have no interest in interrupting. Naruto is put even more at edge that one is able to read his mind so easily. The former ninja glances over at the woman in the group. It takes all his willpower not to blush. She is definitely one of the most beautiful women he ever laid eyes upon. The woman is fairly tall, about his height, with a slender frame yet remarkably curvaceous figure and well-endowed breasts. She has long waist-length raven hair tied back in a high ponytail, peach skin, and light purple eyes. Her outfit consists of a pink kimono, purple choker, and purple stockings. On her back is a Tsubasa-less Nodaichi with a makeshift grip of bandages wrapped around the hilt. He is concentrated on her because she is staring at him with strange eyes that make him uncomfortable. Shiger, stop staring at the boy like that. It is making him uncomfortable, says Akisame. A punch comes at the back of Naruto's head. Naruto spins around, pushing the fist to the side and delivering a kidney punch to Berserker. Berserker coughs up blood. Leaf Gale. A rear leg sweep knocks Berserker onto his back. Damn, I revealed another move, thinks Naruto. He jumps back to avoid an upward kick from Berserker. Crouching down, he picks up his fallen sword and gets into his stance. Berserker jumps to his feet. He is so fast, I can't land a single blow. Speed and strength are at a Chunin level, but he has no real technique. Naruto avoids several more punches and kicks. Channeling chakra to his feet, he moves at high speed, slashing Berserker across the chest twice. Berserker falls to his knees, blood beginning to soak his shirt. Akisame shakes his head. Being a brawler only works when you are stronger and faster than your opponent. When facing an opponent of equal or greater abilities, technique and hard work will always prevail. Even with his incredible natural talent, this fight has already been decided. Laughter begins to come from Berserker. Naruto is a bit surprised that Berserker stands up, showing no sign of injury. It is Lee K. Berserker doesn't even register that he was slashed across the chest. Berserker turns around with a large smile. This is the fight I have been looking for. Don't give up on me now. The second fist charges forward, moving even faster. Naruto rapidly avoids the punches and tries to find an opening, but the punches are coming in too fast. A kick knocks away his sword and a right hook sends him skidding backwards. The kid is running on pure adrenaline, smirks Sakari. Berserker comes down from above with a kick. Naruto vanishes into thin air, appearing above Berserker. Leaf Whirlwind. Berserker ducks under the high kick, but is unable to avoid the follow-up low kick to the ribs. The former ninja watches as Berserker slams into the ground. I am revealing too much. Naruto lands on the GR. Ound in a crouch and swings his arm, launching 3 kunai at the charging Berserker. Berserker puts up his right arm, letting the kunai impale his arm, and gets on top of the surprised ninja. The second fist lands 3 solid blows before Naruto reaches out, yanking a kunai out of Berserker's arm and flicking it so the blood gets in Berserker's eyes. Berserker stutters from being blinded and Naruto pins around, stabbing the kunai into the back of Berserker's right shoulder. It is followed by a kick to the back, sends Berserker stumbling away. Naruto is impressed, giving up his arm in order to land a blow. He would have been a good ninja. He wishes that Berserker would give up, but he knows that even a useless right arm is not going to stop the second fist. And he ate a promise to Nijima that he would defeat the second fist, and even at the cost of revealing his abilities to 4 potential enemies, he never breaks a promise. It is time that he ends this fight. He begins to channel his chakra, preparing to finish this in one more move. Shiger speaks up for the first time. There is hesitation in his attacks. It is hard to tell the motivation behind that hesitation. He is either trying to conceal his true power from us, or he truly doesn't wish to kill. Akisame ponders the matter. I believe it may be the latter. That last attack, he could have stabbed the kunai into the spine, ending this fight. Sakari crunches the can and tosses it into a nearby garbage can. Akisame will give him a whole lecture on littering if he doesn't dispose of it properly. Kid is trained like an assassin. Ninja, corrects Shiger. Apachai scratches his head. What is a ninja? Appa, can I eat it? Nijima scribbles away at his PDA. This is an absolute goldmine. Uzumaki Naruto is not only strong, but absolutely ruthless in his attacks. To use his opponent's own blood as a weapon, it is absolutely magnificent. It is the sign of a true fighter to use everything around him as a tool to defeat an opponent. Also, Naruto is able to fight at a high level with or without a weapon. The alien is loving every second of this fight. An evil smirk will be on the alien's face for a long time to come. That attack on those crazy masters shows that Naruto-kun can sense other powerful people. Nijima wonders what else Naruto is able to do. He hopes that more of Naruto's abilities are revealed. Berserker turns around to face Naruto. His right arm hangs useless at his side. Adrenaline continues to pump through the second fist's body. He is unable to feel any pain. All he desires is to crush his opponent. This is the most fun he's ever had in a fight. Give up, speaks Naruto. You cannot win. Give up. I am having too much fun. The second fist never gets a chance to continue the fight. A blow to T. He back of the neck knocks Berserker into unconsciousness. Naruto tenses up and prepares to run, but finds the way behind him blocked by a wall of muscle. Nice fight, kid. You got some major talent. Sakari claps Naruto on the shoulder. I never seen someone use their opponent's own blood against them. So who's your master? Akisume tosses Berserker over his shoulder. Apache, please get the one with the hat. We will take them back to my clinic to get treated. Apache picks up the unconscious Siegfried. Siegfried is mumbling while unconscious. Great work, Naruto-kun. Ragnarok is closer to defeat with this victory. Laughs Nijima. Shoo. Tochimoru runs over towards Naruto. The mouse leaps onto his shoulder. Naruto reaches over, rubbing Tochimaru's head. Shigure appears next to Naruto. She holds out his sword to him. Hesitantly, he lifts up his arm, taking the sword. You are rough, need more training. Naruto twirls the sword around and sheaths it on his back. Shigure and Sakari leap awa. Why as Naruto spins around, launching shuriken in every direction with his other hand. The former ninja moves quickly, grabbing Nijima and leaping away. Sakari shakes his head. Kid has major trust issues. I have a feeling we will meet him again. Akisume begins to walk in the direction of Ryazanpaku. He notices that Shigure is no longer with them. A smile appears on the jujitsu master's face. Apache is hungry. Next day, school. Tanimoto enters the room where the stupid Shinpaku alliance gathers. Rumors are circulating all over school that Ragnarok and the Shinpaku alliance are fighting. He hasn't seen anyone from the Shinpaku alliance at school. Takeda, Yukita, Kasara, Shirahama, and that alien freak are all missing. Shirahama is in the mountains training, so he doesn't count, but all the others are gone. It sure does look like the work of Berserker. The second fist doesn't know the meaning of the word restraint. The doors to the rooms slide open. Tanimoto turns his head to see Matsui. Matsui locks eyes with Tanimoto. Captain Tanimoto. A cheer comes from the flag-carrying member of the Shinpaku alliance. I am not your damn captain. I knew you would come to save us. Matsui cries cheers of joy. Captain Tanimoto would never abandon us. Tanimoto gains a tick. Idiot, I told you I don't consider any of you my comrades. Matsui smiles. That is okay because we all consider you to be a friend. Tanimoto's eyes widen. Here, take this. It is the secret location of where we are mounting our counterattack. I know I can trust you with this. A piece of paper is thrust into Tanimoto's hands. Shinpaku. Matsui runs from the room. Break. Loki punches the wall in anger. How the hell could Berserker lose? Berserker has never lost a single fight. He possesses the ultimate physical physique and unmatched natural talent. He was going to have Berserker becoming the leader of the new Ragnarok he is building up. The entire plan is ruined by some ninja wannabe prodigy. Uzumaki Naruto has ruined everything. I am going to make that bastard pay, grits Loki. Number 20. Yes, Loki-sama, prepare the troops. It is time to finish the Shinpaku alliance off, Loki orders. Number 20 smiles in joy. Yes sir. Shinpaku alliance. You know, you didn't have to be so paranoid. Those masters wouldn't have harmed you. Naruto ignores Nijima. He leans against the wall staring up at the ceiling. Nijima slides up next to Naruto with a conniving smile. Personally, I applaud your trust no one attitude. Only naive fools like Kenichi are so open with their feelings. Those masters, you know them. Naruto speaks for the first time. Nijima chuckles. Of course, they are the masters at Ryazanpaku. Naruto's eyes widen. That is right, they are Kenichi's masters. Each one of Hem is a master at a certain martial arts, Muay Thai, Karate, Jiu-Jitsu, Chinese Kempo, and weapons. The former ninja understands so much now. It explains why Kenichi has grown so much. Kenichi is being trained by cage-level individuals. Individuals that are the best at their current field. Versatility is the key to winning any battle, and Kenichi is becoming highly versatile to learn from so many masters. Naruto has to admit that he is highly envious. He knows that gaining personalized instruction from any of those masters would help to increase his own abilities at an exponential rate. Kenichi is extremely lucky to have such an opportunity. Still, such powerful people must have a hidden motive. All ninja are taught to look underneath the underneath. Why are four masters of such power staying together? Why did they decide to take Kenichi on as a disciple when there are people like Kasara, Freya, Berserker, and so many others with high levels of talent? Kenichi is a good friend, but when it comes to talent, he doesn't really possess any at all. There must be a reason that the masters chose Kenichi. The ninja inside of him wants to gather information and find out that reason. You are in deep thought. Naruto goes to grab a kunai, but freezes in mid-motion. There is no point. He didn't even sense her presence until she spoke. If she wanted to kill him, he would be dead. The former ninja turns his head to see the woman with the sword standing next to him. Nijima is speaking with Matsui and doesn't even notice Shiger. "Why are you following me?" asks Naruto. "Tochumuru likes you." Chew. Tochumuru munches on a cracker with a smile. Naruto doesn't like this feeling of weakness. He supposes that it is to be expected. There is always someone stronger out in the world. In this case it happens to be a beautiful woman with large breasts and a great body. Strange how most women that like to flaunt their strength over him have purple hair and are very pretty. Enko and Yugao instantly come to mind. I like Tochumuru too. Shiger pokes Naruto's shoulder. How come you are fighting with the evil one? I made a promise, I keep my promises. You have been trained to kill. Shiger looks at him curiously. Yet you are choosing to not kill. Why? A shrug comes from the former ninja. I never enjoyed killing, I only did it when necessary. Killing is not a good path to walk. Naruto gains a hint of amusement. Weapons were created to kill. Kenjutsu is the art of killing. Isn't it hard to resist to use a weapon for its purpose? She bops him on the head with a rice spoon. No killing. He rubs his head. Naruto-kun. He turns his head to look at Nijima. The enemy found us. The window above them explodes and a bottle smashes into the ground, setting the place on fire. Several more bottles are tossed through the windows, creating an inferno. Naruto turns to find Shiger and Tochumuru gone. Damn, they are smoking us out, curses Nijima. Naruto is not in the least bit concerned. Even with the smoke rising, he can breathe just fine due to his mask. It is more than a decoration to hide his face. Commander, what do we do? Nijima stands up straight. There is no need to worry. Naruto-kun will protect me. He points ahead. We will charge right through the enemy lines. Matsui raises the flag up. Naruto's sweat drops. This is becoming way too dramatic. The doors burst open with Nijima and Matsui prepared to run straight through the delinquents. That pan is blown to smithereens. A wall of Loki clones blocks their path. It's a wall of Loki, gasps Nijima. Loki stands on a large hill of junk. It is all over Shinpaku Alliance. Ryazanpaku, let me go. I must help the Shinpaku Alliance. Siegfried thrashes around trying to escape Akisame and Kensai. I jabs a needle into Siegfried, making the former fifth fist fall back unconscious. He sure is a wild one. I don't think that will keep him under for long, smirks Kensai. Akisame nods in agreement. Yes, he is determined to help his friends. Without turning around, the jujitsu master talks to other patient. I wouldn't recommend you moving either. Your arm will need time to heal. I am fine. Berserker sits up in the bed. A hand touches on Berserker's shoulder. Berserker's eyes widen in surprise upon seeing Kensai standing next to him. How did the short man get beside him so fast? I have seen that look many times. Kenichi wears it quite often. Kensai chuckles. The look of someone who can't believe that with all their ability, they were defeated so easily. Berserker doesn't say a word. He thinks back on the fight with Uzumaki. It may have looked even to an outsider, but it was far from it. Uzumaki was able to predict all his movements and counter them. Even with his amazing natural talent, He was unable to find a proper tactic to defeat Uzumaki. Uzumaki was able to fight in mid-air, counter attacks from above and below, and match him while in berserker mode. In all the fighters Berserker ever fought, he never fought against someone trained to fight in every possible situation. It was only when Uzumaki was distracted did he manage to land a few solid blows, but Uzumaki too all the blows in stride, never losing any strength. What the hell type of training does Uzumaki do to be that strong? Kensai gives a friendly smile. So you were able to notice it, right? Uzumaki was holding back. He could have killed me, answers Berserker. Berserker stands up. His right arm is in a sling. Why didn't he? I don't know much about the boy, but he has been trained heavily in fighting a wide variety of opponents. A brawler like you didn't stand a chance. All that kept you in the fight was your instincts, smiles Kensai. A frown forms on the second fist's face. That feeling he felt during the fight with Uzumaki. Now that he has time to think on it, it is the same feeling when he first met Oden. He lost the fight long before he challenged Uzumaki. If you want to challenge him again, you need to gain better techniques. Akisame walks forward. I am not saying you need to find a martial arts style to learn, but you do need to become more than a brawler. You are a genius after all. I am sure that you can find a way to grow stronger. Mew enters into the clinic carrying a tray with several cups of tea. I brought tea. Kensai places a palm on Berserker's chest. Berserker gasps in surprise as a powerful force knocks him onto the bed. I must help my demon king. Siegfried shoots awake. Please, let me go so I may help. Akisame rubs his temples. I already let you make a call. You are in no condition to move around. Siegfried gasps in surprise when he is lifted into the air. Akisame raises an eyebrow. Appa. Apachai can carry the bed so that he doesn't leave the bed. Apachai holds the bed above his head with ease. Laughter comes from the doorway. That is okay, right? Smirks Sakari. Berserker stares at Apachai in awe. These people are in a whole other league. Oden and Uzumaki don't even compare. It is true after all. There are people in this world that are far stronger than him. A smirk appears on Berserker's face as he lies back down on the bed. It looks like he is going to have to start doing some hard work to get that strong too. Ragnarok vs. Shinpaku Alliance. A delinquent is sent flying through the air. He is too strong. We can't even touch him. Nijima bursts out laughing. None of you stand a chance. He is the one that defeated the second and third fist of Ragnarok. Ragnarok members stare at Naruto with wide eyes. What hope do you have against the ninja of Shinpaku? Naruto sweat drops. That is the lamest nickname that anyone ever gave to him. He prefers demon and monster to being called the ninja. He is starting to regret ever agreeing to help Nijima. The alien is truly starting to test his patience. I am getting out of here. No way we can win against him. The two thugs turn around to run, but never get more than a couple feet. Both are struck by a high-speed blow that knocks them into a world of darkness. A handsome boy with purple hair, a white suit, and glasses comes walking forward. Loki narrows his eyes. Oden pushes up his glasses. So, you are the one that defeated Berserker. Naruto stands calmly. Nijima takes a few steps back. This is Oden, huh? He pulls out his PDA. It is time to start gathering information on the first fist. A smile appears on Oden's face. I could use someone with your abilities. Join Ragnarok and I will spare you. I already made a promise to help defeat Ragnarok. Naruto draws his sword. I don't break promises. Oden shakes his head. I feel like I am dealing with that idiot Kenichi. He pushes up his glasses. So be it. I guess I will take care of you. The rest of you deal with what remains of the Shinpaku Alliance. The members of Ragnarok begin to surround Nijima and Matsui. Nijima and Matsui prepare to be attacked when a loud shout fills the air. A large Ipom thrust strikes four of the delinquents. Oden's eyes narrow in annoyance. Thor. The ground shakes as Thor steps forward. Dosu. I got a call from my friend Siegfried. He told me I could get a little sparring practice in. Thor looks over at Naruto. I'll handle these small fries while you take care of Odin. It is the seventh fist. What the hell is he doing here? Sensing an attack, Odin raises his hand using his fingers to push the blade away from his body. Naruto moves in a flowing motion, slashing several more times at high speeds. The former ninja is surprised when Odin continuously pushes aside the blade. Odin even catches a kunai and uses it to deflect 3 shuriken. It is pointless. Your attacks can't penetrate my Sikuken, smirks the first fist. Naruto takes a moment to analyze the situation. He isn't blocking my attacks, he is predicting them. It is like he is facing an Uchiha. He never personally fought any Uchiha, but he did witness a fight between Hitaki Kakashi against an enemy ninja one time. Kakashi used his Sharingan to predict and copy his opponent's moves and jutsu. Odin is predicting his attacks just like Kakashi did to that enemy ninja. I need to test the limitations of this Sikuken. Single quote. Odin calmly gets into his stance. He is able to penetrate my Sikuken. My ki is having no effect on him at all. Reaching into his pouch, he tosses several shuriken. Odin flows like water, hitting the shuriken at the proper angle to avoid being cut. The first fist senses his Sikuken being penetrated and jumps high into the air to avoid 3 more shuriken. Concealed in the shadow of the first batch. Shadow shuriken. Naruto appears above Odin. Both fighters move at incredible speeds, attacking and defending at the same time. Naruto and Odin land on the ground across from each other. Break. Amazing. They are moving so fast. Siegfried watches the battle between Naruto and Odin through a telescope. It belongs to Kensei, who uses it for more perverse desires. Mew stares at the telescope with eyes full of curiosity. I want to watch the fight. Wait your turn. Let me see. Sakari pops open another beer can. It is his 4th one and it is not even past noon. Those moves are way too flashy. Not too bad for a couple of brats though. The masters are standing next to each other watching the battle. All of them are on the other side of the river Ba. NK able to witness the fight from 1 mile away. Even at this distance all of them are able to see with perfect clarity that would make a Hyuga proud. A pity that our disciple lacks such natural talent, smirks Kensei. Kenichi will grow in time. Akisame strokes his mustache. I am much more interested in how this fight will go. Naruto vs. Odin. Odin catches Naruto wrist. Naruto flicks his wrists. Chi tossing a kunai at point-blank range, forcing Odin to release him to dodge. The former ninja brings the sword back so that the tip touches the ground. He channels chakra to his legs to increase his speed. Odin's eyes widen as Naruto moves so fast that he leaves behind after images. Dance of the Crescent Moon. Naruto appears in front of Odin. You are fast, but my Sikuken will render your speed useless. Odin thrusts his hand forward. It passes through empty space. His eyes widen. He senses danger and jumps back to avoid a slash from above. A cut opens up across Odin's cheek right under his right eye. The glasses on the first fist's face crack. Thor smirks. That is the same attack he used to defeat me. The sumo grits his teeth. Odin was able to dodge the attack at the last second, only suffering a small cut. He was able to dodge my attack at the last second even with chakra to increase my speed. Naruto crouches down into a low stance. I was able to figure out his Sikuken. Odin is creating a sphere around his body that extends to the length of the first fist's arm. The first fist is trained so extensively in the Sikuken that it is an instinctive reaction. Naruto made a wrong analysis about the Sikuken. It is nothing like the Sharingan. The Sharingan is able to predict an attack before it even happens. Odin is doing what any high-level fighter is trained to do, read body language and react to it. You didn't aim to kill. If you did, this fight might be over with your victory. Odin reaches up, grabbing his glasses. I am afraid that your weakness will be your downfall. Nijima's eyes narrow. He is near sight. Why is he removing his glasses? Naruto takes a step forward, shooting forward at top speed. He goes for a horizontal slash, but strikes air. Odin already took a couple steps back to avoid the slash. The former ninja unleashes a flurry of slashes and thrusts. A smile is on the first fist's face as he continues to dodge and deflect Naruto's attacks. Naruto goes for a leg sweep, but Odin steps inward using his leg to absorb the blow. Odin weaves in and out of the shuriken thrown at close range. Ginner. A blow slams into Naruto's face much to the former ninja's surprise. 2 more blows strike Naruto forcing him backwards. What's the matter? You seem so slow. Now he truly is predicting my moves, thinks Naruto. Odin is reading his every movement. He saw the Ginner coming, but was unable to dodge. He predicted where I would dodge. Was his initial assessment correct? Does Odin truly have the ability to predict his movements like the Sharingan? Or is this another level of the Shikuken? Break. Akisame is surprised. He possesses the inner eye. Miu gains a confused look. What is the inner eye? The inner eye is a high-level technique that as few martial artists are able to master. It holds the power of observation. By observing an opponent's attack pattern, it becomes easy to predict their every movement, explains Kensai. It doesn't apply only to the outside, but to the inside, such as balance shifts and breathing to predict your opponent's next move. Miu nods. She turns around and her butt is immediately grabbed. You would turn around with my inner eye. Pervert. The philosophical jujitsu master remains calm. How long will the inner eye work? Elsewhere. Ryuto. I recommend finishing this fight soon. A man wearing a white cloak with a hood sits on a pole high above the buildings. He is watching the fight between Odin and Naruto. Excitement burns in the man's eyes. He never expected that his disciple would go up against such a fighter. His blood is boiling, wanting to see more. Odin versus Naruto. Naruto takes a couple more blows. Ginner. Odin drives a blow straight into Naruto's face. The masked martial artist stumbles backwards and falls to a knee. It is all over. My Ginner never misses its target. With my inner eye I can see all your movements. Odin stands over Naruto. I told you, if you aimed to kill, this might have turned out differently. The martial arts are meant to destroy your opponent. Those that use it to protect and save others can never gain true strength. I never asked for your opinion. Odin barely avoids an upper slash. Naruto turns on his heel, kicking Odin in the chest. Pain fills Odin. The first fist slides backwards, not believing that he was hit. Your inner E caught me off guard, but it won't work anymore. Naruto appears above Odin and slashes downward. Odin avoids the slash and comes in for a strike. He stabs his sword straight into the ground and RSES his grip, then uses his arm strength to spin around, launching a high kick. Odin ducks under the high kick, but Naruto uses the momentum to spin fully around and releasing his hold on his sword. Leaf Whirlwind. A low kick slams into Odin's face, sending him flying backwards. Blood drips down Odin's bust lip. What happened? I can't read his rhythm. Odin stands up, getting into his fighting stance. Naruto tosses his sword straight at Odin. The sword is halfway towards Odin when it suddenly speeds up. Ah! Odin cries out in pain as the sword pierces his side. He looks down to see a kunai streak abbing into the bottom of the sword's hilt. He tossed a kunai to hit the sword to increase its speed twofold. The inner eye gives you extreme powers of observation. Odin yanks the sword out, glaring at Naruto. However, you should never trust your eyes against a ninja, finishes Naruto. I can change my breathing patterns and body movements on a whim. A ninja is trained in deception. The glare intensifies. Odin spits out blood. A ninja? What nonsense are you spouting? The first fist stands up. An intense aura of Ki begins to surround Odin. I won't lose to some weakling. What is happening? This power is it chakra. Naruto watches as Odin's shirt explodes from his body. Odin's muscles begin to expand. The first fist's entire body starts to grow bulkier. No, this is not chakra. It is something else. Laughter comes from Odin. Seto go. Odin vanishes. A fist buries into Naruto's gut. Odin moves so fast that it is like there are clones. 6 blows strike Naruto all over his body. Naruto takes a right uppercut that launches the ninja high into the air. He slams down on the roof of the abandoned warehouse. By combining the powers of Sei and Do, I am able to attain limitless power. Odin lands on the roof looking down upon Naruto. Odin lifts up his foot ready to smash it down upon the ninja. It is caught much to Odin's surprise. A powerful force flings Odin into the air. What? Naruto jumps to his feet. Impossible. How are you still standing? Odin lands on his feet in complete disbelief. Naruto begins to channel chakra through his body. Odin's technique is nothing he hasn't seen before. It is the same thing that he used to do with the demon's chakra, but on a much smaller scale. The power behind Odin's attacks are much more powerful. Still, it will take much more than a few punches to take him down. He used to get daily beatings from the villagers and his comrades in the ANBU. Kunai and shuriken impaled all over his body and countless jutsu launched at him in failed attempts to take his life. Odin will have to do more to take down this former ninja. Die. Odin charges forward. Naruto springs forward channeling chakra through his legs. He begins to channel chakra through his arms as well to increase his arm strength. Both fighters throw a barrage of punches. This is not possible. How is he able to keep up with me? Two fists meet in mid-air creating a small shockwave. A kick knocks Odin backwards. Naruto begins to toss a flurry of kunai at Odin. Odin dodges rapidly. Shurikens soon follow coming at Odin from all directions. Multiple cuts open up all over Odin's body. He is unable to track the incredibly fast ninja. It is like Naruto is teleporting all around him. Damn it, how does he still have this much strength left? Odin doesn't understand at all. How is it possible that the Shinpaku Alliance possesses such a powerful fighter? No, I refuse to lose. Odin appears in front of Naruto. Naruto suddenly vanishes. A kick rises up from below hitting Odin in the chin and launching him into the air. Shadow Dance of the Leaf. Odin spins around to strike Naruto. Naruto ducks under it and kicks Odin in the stomach. Ooze. A punch hits Odin in the face. Zaw. Naruto twists around kick Odin in the back making blood spray from the first fist's mouth. Ma. Flipping forward, Naruto comes down with an axe kick that drills Odin straight towards the ground. Ki. Naruto combo. Amazing. Gasps Nijima with a large smile. Damn, he grew even stronger from when we fought, smirks Thor. Odin smashes straight through the roof slamming straight into the ground. Pain like nothing the first fist ever felt fills his entire body. He coughs up blood. It is taking all his willpower to stay conscious. I was beat. Naruto lands in a crouch. Ninja falls to a knee breathing heavily. Odin is unable to move a single muscle. Finish me. No sound comes from the masked martial artist. Naruto stands up. He stares up through the hole in the roof. If I kill you, how will we fight again? Surprise fills the first fist. I don't understand you, but you are the first person who gave me a real fight. I would like to fight you again. Odin's eyes widen. There is no deception in those ocean blue eyes. This strange martial artist is speaking sincerely. Such a pure martial artist. Is this what Kenichi was speaking about? I agree, it would be a pity to prevent you two from getting the chance to fight again. Ogata-sensei. A man suddenly appears behind Naruto. Naruto turns around with wide eyes. He prepares to move, but feels a tiredness starting to fill him. I used too much chakra. There is no escape for him. A silver flash comes from behind. Ogata avoids the slashes jumping over to where Odin lies. Ryazanpaku. Annoyance appears on Ogata's face. Shiger lands in front of Naruto. Do not lay a finger on my disciple. Disciple. Naruto frowns behind his mask. He doesn't remember agreeing to that. Shit, he is not going to be able to remain conscious. Small ass chakra reserves suck. The only good thing is that he managed to use his chakra for much longer this time around. All that training is starting to pay off. Ogata chuckles, a dark gleam in his eyes. As that's so, I think he would do much better in the darkness. I am afraid that if he has been claimed by Shiger, he will be staying with her. Ogata turns his head to see Akisume standing behind him. Sakari and Apachai are standing at opposite ends of the warehouse. Kensai is standing on an old beam. Unless you think you can take us all, Ogata, smiles Akisame. A dark laughter comes from Ogata. He crouches down picking up Odin and tossing the purple-haired boy over his shoulder. The time for us to fight is not right now. Ogata glances at Akisame. Do not worry, the darkness is coming. Ogata leaps upward vanishing into thin air. None of the masters from Ryazanpaku bother to give chase. Naruto begins to black out. I guess these masters are not so bad. He succumbs to darkness. I am finally ready to face Ryuto. Kenichi walks next to the elder. I am going to show Ryuto that there is more to fighting than power. A chuckle comes from the elder. Do not get cocky now. You may have learned the Sikuken, but you have a long way to go in terms of mastering it. Kenichi smiles sheepishly. Remember to keep a calm mind and stay focused, and you will be able to fight any opponent. Kenichi nods in understanding. I understand. Thank you for the training, elder. He is more thankful that the training is over with. The elder is a child abuser. Akisame. And his machines are more humane than what the elder put him through. There at least a dozen times when he came close to death. My pleasure, my boy, laughs the elder. Ryazanpaku. Naruto lies in bed staring up at the ceiling. Passing out around unknown people with incredible power, that is something a ninja is never supposed to do. A sigh comes from the ninja. Wait, he is not a ninja anymore, so he needs to stop trying to follow the guidelines of a ninja. Old habits sure are hard to overcome. He sits up in bed. Still, he doesn't know these people, and who knows what they might want to do with him. It wouldn't be the first time that powerful people try to use him for their own selfish desires. A familiar voice makes him turn his head. So, you managed to defeat Odin. Naruto looks at Berserker. Berserker lies in bed chewing on gum. I guess you really are strong. Thank you. Berserker turns to look at Naruto. How come you didn't kill me? The former ninja leans his back against the headboard. Why do you want to die? Berserker doesn't respond to that question. Naruto closes his eyes. When we fought, I had fun. It is the same when I fought Odin. Why would I want to kill people who make fighting fun? The second fist of Ragnarok begins to smirk. Berserker understands that feeling perfectly. All he ever wants to do is have fun. Unfortunately, he is never able to find a single person that can give him a good fight. He ends up getting bored, and he ends the fight not wanting to move on to the next fight. It turns out those boring fights made him lazy and weak. Since he never had to try hard to win, he never bothered with taking his training seriously. It wasn't until he fought Odin did he regain hope to face strong fighters. Odin is the first person to defeat him. The fight wasn't in the least bit fun, with Odin destroying him with a few blows. He started to get in more fights, hoping to find more strong opponents like Odin. If he continued to fight strong opponents, one day he would reach Odin's level. Once again, he ended up defeating everyone he faced with ease. The boredom settled in, and he resigned himself to the fact that Odin is stronger. I finally met an opponent that is stronger than Odin. Uzumaki Naruto is a martial artist that is stronger than Odin and is ruthless in battle as him. Despite the cold efficiency that Naruto fights with, he enjoys the battle even against weaker opponents. Berserker never considered that he could have fun with a weaker opponent. He thought he needed to have a strong opponent to enjoy a fight. Naruto showed him that a fight can be enjoyable no matter the opponent, as long as the fighters share a love for fighting. Next time we fight, I plan on winning, states Berserker with a smirk. Naruto's smile is hidden behind his mask. I look forward to it. For some reason, he gets the feeling that he gained a friend in Berserker. It would be nice to gain Berserker as a friend. They both share a love for fighting. He thinks that the two of them could be good friends. Plus, then he would have 5 friends. Who would have thought that he would ever have so many friends? He blinks. I think we should go before they come back. Berserker points at the headboard. Naruto turns his head to see Tochimuru standing guard with a small katana. The mouse alerts those people whenever I try to leave. Tochimuru puffs out his chest proudly. The two boys lie back down, knowing they aren't going anywhere anytime soon. Ryazanpaku. What? Mew winces at the volume. Kenichi. Not so loud please. Ryazanpaku's number one disciple stares at Mew with eyes wide in disbelief. Ragnarok is disbanded. What happened? Kenichi begins to shake Mew. What about Ryuto? He is flipped over and smashes to the ground. Ah, you know better than to grab me. Mew gains a worried look. Kenichi lies on the ground with stares in his eyes. Kenichi quickly hops to his feet surprising Mew. Mew, what about Ryuto? There is no way he would disband Ragnarok without a fight. A dark laughter comes from behind Kenichi. The number one disciple at Ryazanpaku feels a shiver crawl down his spine at hearing such evil. Nijima comes up beside Kenichi. While you were off training, Ragnarok launched an attack upon the Shinpaku alliance. But we managed to defeat them all. Nijima laughs victoriously. Mew decides to elaborate. Naruto decided to help the Shinpaku alliance out. He defeated the second and first fist. Kenichi stares at Mew with surprise written all over his face. Ryuto and Naruto fought an intense battle. I really didn't know who would win. But Naruto managed to defeat Ryuto. Naruto defeated Ryuto. She gains a worried look. Are you upset? Nijima begins to walk away. If you want to speak with Naruto, he is at the clinic. The alien throws up a wave. I need to check on the other members of the Shinpaku alliance. Kenichi's eyes harden. He needs to speak with Naruto. Kenichi. Mew chases after Kenichi. Clinic. Yuto glances at the 3 empty beds in the clinic. There are 3 empty beds and yet for some reason she is sitting on his bed. She is not only sitting on his bed, but on top of his legs. He looks at Berserker hoping for an explanation. Berserker gives a shrug and continues to chew on his gum. Ocean blue eyes go back to staring at the woman who is completely ignoring his discomfort. Shiger sits with her legs crossed and sword out. The weapons master is gently cleaning her sword without a care in the world. Tochumuru is sleeping on her head. The doors to the clinic burst open. Kenichi races into the room. Naruto. Mew comes running into the clinic behind Kenichi. Yo. Kenichi runs over to Naruto. He pauses turning his head to look at Shiger. Shiger-sensei. Yes. Why are you sitting on Naruto's legs? Shiger stares at Kenichi blankly. Kenichi gulps. Out of all the masters, Shiger is definitely the scariest. He takes a step back fearing that he upset her. She goes back to cleaning her sword. I am cleaning my sword. A thud fills the air as Kenichi face faults. Mew's sweat drops. Naruto doesn't bother to argue knowing that it is a battle he isn't going to win. Berserker continues to chew his gum. Okay Naruto, what happened between you and Ryuto? The former ninja tilts his head in confusion. Ryuto, you know the guy you fought. A shrug comes from Naruto. Odin, says Berserker. Oh, we fought and I won, answers Naruto. Kenichi slaps his face. I mean, why did you fight him? I made a deal with Nijima. Kenichi and Mew lean forward curiously. Naruto stares at them blankly. A silence envelopes the clinic. Mew waves her arms childishly. Tell us about the deal. She pouts cutely. Naruto scratches the back of his head. He needs to remember that people like to have full details and not be so vague with his answers. I told him I would defeat Ragnarok in exchange he would stop following me around. Does that mean you are part of the Shinpaku alliance? Asks Mew. No, that was never part of the agreement. Naruto and Mew look at Kenichi. Kenichi's head is lowered so that his bangs shadow his face. The two get a foreboding vibe from Kenichi. Ryazanpaku's number one disciple begins to cry childishly. I can't believe this. Why couldn't you beat Ryuto before I left? Do you know what crazy and hellish training I had to endure? The elder is a freaking beast. A sadistic beast who tried to kill me all week. The former ninja's sweat drops. I am sorry. Kenichi continues to act like a child. Inwardly, Kenichi is sad. He had hoped to fight with Ryuto and show him that martial arts are meant to help others, not destroy. As happy as he is to hear that Naruto protected his friends from Ragnarok, he is severely disappointed that it wasn't him that fought Ryuto. Ragnarok is disbanded now, and who knows when he will get the chance to see his friend again. Ryuto, when we meet again I will show you that there is more to life than gaining power. Break. Berserker and Naruto stand across from each other. I am going to leave for a bit and go train. I will do the same. Naruto surprises Berserker when he holds out his hand. Until we meet again. A smirk forms on Berserker's face. Berserker reaches forward shaking hands with Naruto. The two part ways with a wave. Naruto prepares to leave the dojo as well, but finds his path blocked. He stares at the woman with no fear. If she was going to kill him she would have done it by now. Shiger bops him on the head with a wooden spoon. You are to stay here, my disciple. Naruto narrows his eyes. I won't become another weapon for someone to use. Teach you to use weapons, become one with your weapons. Shiger stares deep into his ocean blue eyes. You decide the path to take with such power. He hesitates for a second. This is a chance of a lifetime. A chance to learn from a woman that possesses cage-level skill and power. Naruto never had a teacher that wanted to teach him. Nko was a comrade who helped him out from time to time, but she never taught him more than the basics. Sorry, but my jutsu are meant to kill a certain monster. I don't plan on passing them down. Judging from the way that Kenichi was able to grow so strong, he knows that training under her will help him grow leaps and bounds. Still, can he trust her? Akisame starts to speak as he walks towards the two. Shiger is not asking you to live here like Kenichi does. The jujitsu master gives a friendly smile. How about stopping by each day after school to train under her? Or every other day if it suits you. No one is going to force you to do something that you don't want. Shiger looks down at the chain in her hands. I can't. I know you may think that there are ulterior motives, but that is far from the truth. Naruto gives a doubtful look. Kenichi is Ryazanpaku's disciple, but unfortunately, he has an irrational fear of weapons. I am afraid that he will never be able to truly learn all that Shiger has to offer. Shiger is an excellent teacher and wants to pass down her techniques. It is a great honor to be offered such an opportunity. Shiger puffs out her large breasts proudly. The former ninja can sense no deception. He scratches the back of his head. It goes against everything that he was taught. Trusting people that he doesn't know, but his instincts are telling him that they are speaking the truth. His instincts are what kept him alive for so long. Okay, I will come by after school. I will be waiting, do not be late or I will find you. Akisame chuckles while Naruto sweat drops. Shiger gives a dark look. That instinct he gets when around an angry Kasara is starting to scream at him to agree to Shiger's demands. He gives a nod. Shiger gives a satisfied look and walks away heading inside the dojo. I somehow feel like I am going to regret this decision, thinks Naruto. Hospital. Freya-sama. Carrie, a member of the Valkyrie, runs into the hospital room. Freya lies on the bed with her arm in a sling. Stop screaming. I am trying to get some rest. Kasara is in the bed next to Freya. She is in no better condition with bandages wrapped tightly around her chest. The redhead is tired of the Valkyries running in and out of the room to speak with Freya. Freya ignores Kasara's outburst. What is it? Odin was defeated. Freya and Kasara's eyes widen. Carrie continues in a rushed voice. The Shinpaku Alliance defeated Ragnarok. Kasara sits up wincing in pain. What the hell are you talking about? Who beat Odin? It was Uzumaki, wasn't it? States Freya knowingly. A nod comes from the Valkyrie. He not only defeated Odin, but he beat Berserker too. Freya gains a smile. Kasara's jaw drops, not believing what she is being told. Thor even joined the Shinpaku Alliance at the final battle. Thank you, Carrie. Can you go get us some tea, please? Carrie bows respectfully. Freya looks over at Kasara, the smile never leaving the older girl's face. It seems Uzumaki Naruto keeps growing stronger and stronger. Kasara shakes her head. I can't believe that he beat Berserker and Odin. What an interesting man. Freya closes her eyes. Perhaps she should spend some time with Naruto-san. She does like to be around strong men. School. Madoko runs forward with worried eyes. Naruto-kun. Yo. Waves Naruto. I heard you got into a big fight. Are you okay? Motoko begins to check him over. That alien freak is spreading it all over school. Something about you fighting with Ragnarok and the Shinpaku Alliance saving you. Naruto sweat drops. The Shinpaku Alliance saved him. He remembers it being the other way around. Nijima truly is a master at manipulating the situation to suit his needs. Now that he thinks back on the battle with Ragnarok, there is one son that Naruto expected to make a move during the battle with Ragnarok, and that was Loki. Surprisingly, the fourth fist never tried to attack him during the fight with Odin. It would have been the perfect opportunity. He needs to speak with Nijima to find out what happened with Loki. Naruto-kun. Sorry. Naruto scratches the back of his head. I am fine. Nothing to worry about. A smile lights up her face. Okay. Motoko turns around. Come on. We need to get to class. Shinpaku Alliance. Nijima sits back in his chair with his feet kicked up on the table. The Shinpaku Alliance is the #1 gang in the city. Ragnarok has been completely destroyed. Things have turned out even better than he planned. More people are seeking to join the Shinpaku Alliance than ever before. Of course, he set up a screening so that he doesn't get any rotten apples to ruin his organization. Anyone that tries to tarnish the good name of the Shinpaku Alliance must suffer. He thinks over the list of captains that are with the Shinpaku Alliance. Takeda the Puncher, Yukita the Thrower, Siegfried the Immortal Musician, Nanju Kasara, and the recently joined Thor. All 5 captains are powerful martial artists that with the proper training will grow even stronger. He plans on helping them all reach Naruto and Kenichi's level. That reminds him, he needs to find out how much Kenichi has grown since coming back from his training with the Elder. The Elder is the strongest monster at Ryazanpaku, so Kenichi's training must have been hell on earth. Nijima can't wait to see Kenichi's newfound strength. I need to Nijima jumps in fright. Naruto sits on the other side of the table with a bored look. The alien gulps, wondering how long Naruto has been there. Naruto-kun, what are you doing here? Have you reconsidered joining the Shinpaku Alliance? Naruto shakes his head. I want to know what happened to Loki. Loki. Nijima thinks back on the matter. Oh yes, well, while you were fighting Odin, Tanimoto showed up. It turns out that Tanimoto wanted revenge against Loki for using the Great Sage Fist's name a while back. I found it quite amusing to see Loki try to run away only to be crushed. Tanimoto not only defeated Loki, but also all the members of a new Ragnarok gang that Loki was planning to set up. Laughter erupts from the alien. The former ninja feels a bit disappointed by that knowledge. He actually wanted to see what Loki had planned for him. Then again, it is probably for the best. It most likely would have been annoying to deal with Loki's schemes. Tanimoto did him a favor. Thanks, says Naruto standing up. Nijima gains a gleam. So ninja training, huh? Naruto freezes mid-step. I had no idea that ninja existed. Inwardly, a curse fills the ninja's head. He never have said anything about that to Odin. Naruto got carried away with the fight and started to brag about his abilities. A ninja is never supposed to reveal information about his life or techniques. Information is deadly when in the wrong hands. He glances back at Nijima. Nijima feels his body begin to tremble. The alien finds it hard to breathe. Did you say something? Asks Naruto. Nothing. Nijima laughs, waving his hands. Not a single word. A nod comes from the masked student. Once Naruto leaves the room, Nijima takes in a large gulp of air. What the hell was that? The alien has no idea what happened. But he decides it is best that he doesn't mention the word ninja around Naruto again. Gardening Club. Miu peeks inside the greenhouse to see Kenichi working with Izumi to plant a couple new flowers. A worried look is on her face. This morning she overheard Grandpa and the masters talking about a danger that is coming. It has been a long time since she's seen her grandpa so concerned. Even the other masters were unusually serious on the matter. Kenichi smiles happily. He is oblivious to the danger that could come at any second. Hey honey, Takeda comes walking towards Mew. "Hi Takeda," smiles Mew. The boxer gives a charming smile. He notices that Mew seems to be tense. "What is wrong? You seem tense." Laughter comes from Mew. "Nothing. I am not tense. Just checking on Kenichi." Takeda raises an eyebrow. Mew gives a wave before jogging away. "I got to get going to gymnastics. Bye." That was strange. Takeda shrugs. Girls are known to be weird. He heads into the greenhouse to have a chat with Kenichi. "Ryazanpaku. This is great. Maybe with you becoming a disciple the masters won't torture me so much," smiles Kenichi. Mew giggles in amusement. "You rarely train with Shiger-san as it is. I doubt your training will change." Kenichi starts to cry crocodile tears. She doesn't bother to tell him that the masters are going to increase his training regimen. It is best not to scare him. Naruto shifts uncomfortably. He hopes that he is doing the right thing. Once he is inside that dojo, any evil intentions that the masters may have hid from him will be known and he won't be able to do anything about it. Kenichi and Mew both notice Naruto's anxiety. "Hey, the masters are really great. I mean they are tough, but you can learn so much from them," reassures Kenichi. "Plus, we will be there to help out," smiles Mew. "Okay." Ryazanpaku comes into sight. Much to Kenichi and Mew's surprise, Shiger is sitting on top of the doors cleaning her sword. Her eyes travel downward to look at Naruto. "Open the doors." Naruto steps forward placing a hand on the doors. Pushing. The doors don't budge in the slightest. He instantly understands the situation. The doors are a test. Only those that train their bodies beyond human limits will be able to open the door. He reaches up placing a second hand on the door. Kenichi's jaw drops as the doors swing open far enough to all two people to enter at once. No way. He didn't even look like he tried. Shiger lands next to Naruto. Good. Naruto follows her into Ryazanpaku. The elder walks forward with a friendly smile. "Shiger, I see you brought a guest." Naruto turns his head to look at the one approaching. It is incredible the power he senses coming from the man. He feels like he is in the presence of the Hokage. A part of him is terrified being in the presence of such a powerful individual, but the more rational part can sense no dark intentions and knows that this man means him no harm. "He is my disciple." Shiger puffs out her chest. Naruto stares up at the elder. The elder is a towering fair-skinned man with blue eyes and blonde hair. His hair reaches mid-back and also sports a chest-length beard, mancho mustache, and strands forming a thick antenna-like shape hanging in front of his face. Despite his advanced age, he has largely muscular and well-defined build, few wrinkles, and not a single gray hair. He wears a green kimono and traditional wooden sandals. "Nice to meet you. I am Uzumaki Naruto," bows Naruto. "Hayato Furenji, but I am also known as the Elder of Ryazanpaku," smiles Hayato. Hayato strokes his beard a few times. "Your style of clothing is quite interesting. I get that a lot." Hayato laughs stroking his beard. "Good luck with your training, young man. I need to get back to tending to my bonsai tree." Appa. Shiger has new disciple. Apachai is jealous. The former ninja turns his head to see another giant. "My name is Apachai Hopachai. Nice to meet you." Apachai is extremely tall and powerfully built, has light dark skin, short spiky silver hair, and is usually seen wearing a yellow tank top and red shorts and a monkol around his head with bandages wrapped around his hands and feet. "Nice to meet you too," bows Naruto. Shiger bops Naruto on the head with her rice spoon. "Come, it is time to train." Break. Naruto walks on his hands across the dojo grounds. To make the training more difficult, Shiger is standing on his feet with Tochimuru on her right shoulder. He doesn't complain as he walks around the dojo grounds with little difficulty. A weapon must be treated as an extension of the body. Like a fist of a karate master and the knees of a Muay Thai fighter, a weapon is a part of the body. If you treat it as an object and not an extension of your own will, you will never be able to master any weapon, lectures Shiger. "So I must become the weapon?" asks Naruto. "Yes." Naruto walks around the entire grounds. He comes to a stop and lifts up his left arm. as he begins to do one-arm handstand push-ups. I think I understand. A weapon must not be seen as an object, but an extension of his body. It is an interesting concept. When he thinks about a weapon, he thinks of a disposable tool that is used to help him accomplish a goal. Never once has he given any thought to make a weapon an extension of his own body. Akisume watches Shiger train her new disciple. She is currently testing the limits of his physical strength and conditioning. It is easy to see that the boy is in top physical condition. The past hour of upper and lower body workout is barely pushing Naruto to his limits. He had much more extreme training growing up, giving him excellent endurance and stamina. Naruto possesses a lean body with tightly packed muscle that hides his true strength. A more bulky build than Kenichi, but at the same time trained in a manner that focuses on speed over brute strength. Akisume will hand it to the ones that trained Naruto. They knew what they were doing to help bring out the child's maximum physical abilities. Is there any weapon you would prefer to learn? Asks Shiger. I want to learn to use a sword, but none of the katana I use feel right. Shiger narrows her eyes. I will turn you into a master swordsman. A hidden smile is on Naruto's face. It seems deciding to train under her was a good idea after all. She leaps from his feet, landing on the ground. He pushes upward, flipping in the air to land on his feet. Naruto catches a sword thrown at him. Take your stance. Shiger draws her nodaichi. Naruto unsheathes his sword, but never gets it out when a powerful slash slams him face first to the ground. That is not the proper way to unsheath a sword. Naruto coughs. Damn, so fast and strong. He rises up to all fours before standing up. Shiger grabs his hand, placing it properly on the hilt. Sheathing and unsheathing is essential to learning to properly wield a sword. It can be the difference between life and death. In a smooth motion, she shows him to unsheath the sword. Reversing his grip, she teaches him the proper way to sheath a sword. Until you can properly sheath and unsheath, you will not be allowed to use a sword. Is it truly that important? Quote, a wise voice begins to speak up. Unsheathing the sword in combat is called Ijutsu. It is a sword style that dates back to the Nara period. Akisume takes a sip from his tea. The earliest practitioners perfected the art of unsheathing a sword in order to end a duel in a single move. A single high-speed move to launch a premeditated surprise attack to end a fight before it even begins. However, Ijutsu is not only an aggressive style but also a counterattack-oriented combat. If you are too slow or sloppy in drawing your sword, it provides an opening for any opponent to use against you. Quote, the former ninja never thought that unsheathing the sword could mean so much in a fight. Naruto crouches down low, placing his hand over the hilt. A single move to end a fight. It sounds a lot like how a ninja operates. He grabs the hilt and unsheathes the sword, but the fast movement causes the sword to hit the sheath, making the slash wobble 100 times more. Every time you make a mistake 200 times extra, orders Shiger. She leaps, landing a good distance away. Also, Shiger draws 6 shuriken. Naruto's eyes widen. You must learn to do it while dodging attacks. Shit. Hayato takes a sip from his tea. He places the cup gently on the mats and looks up at his fellow masters. The elder looks straight at Shiger. Are you sure about taking him on as a disciple? I sense that he has a pure heart like Kenichi, but he was raised in a far different manner. Hayato strokes his beard. Killing to him is as common as breathing. I fear that it will be difficult for him to accept our ways. Sakari decides to speak up. A rare occurrence, since the karate master tends to sit back enjoying a drink and accepting whatever decision is made by the others. The kid is a ninja, right? Are we sure that he is not with another group or clan? I didn't notice any symbol or mark that would suggest he is part of a bigger organization, but it is something to keep an eye on, says Akisume. I say we give him a chance, smiles Kensai. Kenichi is growing, but I am afraid that his foolish principles will never truly allow him to learn Shiger's style. I agree with her taking on a disciple to pass down her techniques. Shiger gives a grateful nod to Kensai. It is one of the rare times that she will ever get along with him. Apachai smiles brightly. Naruto has good heart. Apache, I think Naruto should stay. I will train him well. Teach him that killing is not the only path, says Shiger with a firm look. Akisame gains a small smile. Kenichi-kun could use a sparring partner. I believe this arrangement will work. It is settled then. Hayato gives a nod to Shiger. We shall gladly welcome Naruto to Ryazanpaku. Ryazanpaku. Kenichi pants heavily. I told you. The masters are devils in disguise. It wasn't so bad. Kenichi sits up staring at Naruto in disbelief. Naruto's vest, shirt, and pants have multiple rips and tears. The cuts on his body are small and shallow. Most of the cuts are already healed up due to his regenerative abilities. One of the benefits of having a demon inside his body is that he gained inhuman healing capabilities. The demon may no longer be in him, but his body memorized the proper way to mold chakra to heal wounds. It doesn't take much chakra to heal minor wounds like shallow cuts. Naruto stands up. He turns his head to look at Kenichi. Honestly, he received much worse training methods while in the ANBU. Shiger cut him up all over, but she did it to help him improve. The teachers he had in the Anbu cut, stabbed, and tortured him for their own amusement. He is more than happy to go through hell with Shiger in order to grow stronger. You are lucky to be trained by such masters. A smile appears on Kenichi's face. I know. Naruto lifts his head to look at Shiger. She is sitting on the roof. He gives a small wave. Later, sensei. Shiger gains a small smile. Tochumuru waves. Shoo. Naruto gives a second wave to Tochumuru. Next day. School. Bastard. How come you didn't come visit me? Naruto raises his arm blocking a kick. I didn't know you were injured. Kasara scowls delivering a flurry of kicks. He dodges them all with ease. She winces in pain, forcing her to stop the assault. I think you need to stop. Kasara glares at Naruto. Shut up. Stop attacking Naruto-kun. Madoko comes walking forward with a glare. Who do you think you are to attack Naruto-kun like that? A tick appears above their heads' eyes. Who do you think you are talking to? Madoko and Kasara glare at each other. Lightning sparks between the two girls. Madoko narrows her eyes. I am Naruto-kun's friend. A victorious smirk is on the Kendo girl's face. Friend. Kasara grits her teeth. She points an angry finger at Naruto. Naruto. Tell this chick to get lost before I kick her ass. The redhead blinks as she points at an empty spot. Huh, where did Naruto-kun go? Both girls begin to look around. Madoko and Kasara glare at each other. This all your fault. They shout at each other. Naruto watches the two girls from afar. There is no way he is getting involved between those two. He has never seen Madoko act so aggressive. Kasara is angry at him as always. How was he supposed to know that she was in the hospital? No one told him that Odin attacked her. It does make him very angry that Kasara was hurt by Odin. He wants to find Odin and pummel the boy for harming her. Strange. He doesn't remember ever feeling such an intense feeling of rage except when using the demon's power. Kasara and Madoko go back to arguing with one another. I better go before they find me, thinks Naruto. He will worry about his feelings towards Kasara being hurt at another time. P.E. Class. Tanimoto watches as Uzumaki runs ahead of the other students. How is it possible that someone that strong is so far under the radar? That organization is always keeping an eye out for strong disciples and masters to recruit. Uzumaki Naruto should be at the top of the list. Yet somehow a powerful disciple like Uzumaki is undiscovered even by the fast resources of that organization. Is it possible that it is a coincidence, or is Uzumaki that good at hiding from others? What secrets is Uzumaki hiding? Tanimoto's eyes narrow. How do I measure up to him? Roof. I never thought I would see you hiding from someone, smirks Takeda. Naruto lies on the ground next to Takeda. I am not hiding. He refuses to meet Takeda's eyes. I am watching the clouds. Takeda bursts out laughing. Yeah, whatever you say. A dark ominous feeling fills Naruto. He turns his head to see Kasara glaring at him. Naruto groans inwardly. He forgot that Kasara knows where he likes to hang out during lunch time and when he decides to skip classes. Takeda sits up, throwing up a wave. Hey Kasara, good to see you back. Kasara stomps over, taking a seat next to Naruto. Thanks. Naruto sits up. Who was that girl earlier? She is annoying. A smirk appears on Takeda's face. It looks like someone is having girl problems. He is going to stick around to hear this. That was Madoko-san. She is a friend that I met in Kendo Club. I don't like her. Okay. The redhead folds her arms across her chest. Are we going to spar after school? Kasara looks away with a light blush. Freya Ne wants to join us as well. Naruto leans back against the fence. I can't. Kasara's eyes narrow. A hint of hurt and betrayal is in her eyes. I am training at Ryazanpaku after school. Takeda's eyes widen. Hey, that is where Kenichi-kun trains. Curiosity burns in Kasara's eyes. Yes, Shiger-sensei has taken me on as a disciple. He gives an apologetic look. I am sorry. A scowl comes from the girl. Pulling down her hat, she refuses to meet his eyes. Whatever. I don't care. Naruto can tell that Kasara is lying. He feels bad knowing that she is upset with him. The former ninja doesn't like to see Kasara like that. How about we spar this weekend? Asks Naruto. Kasara shrugs. I don't care. Naruto sighs. Just make sure you show up or I'll leave. Got it. He looks at her in surprise before smiling. A nod comes from the weapon user. Takeda bursts out laugh. Kasara's eyes narrow into cat-like slits. He throws up his hands. Nothing. I just thought of something funny is all. Don't make me kick your face in. Naruto watches in amusement as Kasara gets into another fight. Kendo Club. Hanzo frowns. I don't understand. Naruto bows respectfully. I apologize, but I will no longer be able to stay with the Kendo Club. Hanzo folds his arms across his chest. I have become a disciple to a master. I will be dedicating my time to her teachings. A sigh comes from the third-year student. Hanzo reaches over, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. I am sad to hear this. You were one of the finest students to ever grace the Kendo Club. We shall miss you. Thank you for understanding. Hanzo strikes a good guy pose. Yosh. Our paths will cross again one day. A little while later, Naruto leaves the club. He will miss the Kendo Club. There were many nice people in the club and he learned a great deal. It is time to head to Ryazanpaku. Shiger-sensei will be mad if he is late. Naruto-kun. Madoko runs towards her crush. A hurt look is on her face. Why? Why are you leaving the Kendo Club? I have decided to learn under a new master. Madoko lowers her head. I see. Don't worry. She looks up at him curiously. I will always make time for my friends. The girl pouts cutely. Friends, huh? He nods. She rolls her eyes, but a pretty smile lights up her face. Good. I won't forgive you if you break your word. Naruto surprises Madoko by giving an eye smile. Never. He turns around and throws up a wave. We should hang out like we did before. A blush heats her face. Definitely. Madoko pumps her fist into the air. He basically asked her out on a date. Take that, you red-headed bimbo. She smirks. Ryazanpaku. Hinoka sits across from Apachai. The little girl is barely paying attention to the game. A blush heats her cheeks as she stares at the newcomer in Ryazanpaku. Hinoka. Blinks Apachai. Her entire face is red. She is fixa. Ted upon Naruto, who is standing across from Shiger. Naruto is bare-chested, revealing a muscular chest and six-pack abs. A few cuts adorn his body courtesy of Shiger. It is the reason he is bare-chest. Since Shiger destroyed his clothes including his pants. The pants he was wearing are now tattered shorts. Apachai reaches over to poke Hinoka. Appa, is anybody home? Huh. Hinoka blinks. She turns to look at Apachai. Oh sorry. It is my turn. The poor little girl sneaks another glance at the boy. He is even cooler looking than the pretty boy. Pretty is the nickname she gave to Tanimoto. Hey Apachai, who is that guy? Apachai turns his head. Oh, that is Naruto. He is Shiger's new disciple. New disciple? I thought my brother was the disciple here. Are you guys replacing him? Apachai bursts out laughing. Kenichi is not being replaced. Naruto is Shigure's disciple. Kenichi still disciple to Ryazanpaku. Hinoka tilts her head, not really understanding. As long as her brother is still a disciple here, it isn't so bad. Plus, the new boy is super hot. That mask he is wearing makes him look so cool and mysterious. Naruto tosses a barrage of shuriken at Shigure. Not a single one comes close to hitting her. He takes a step back, but a powerful slash sends him flying backwards. Flipping, he stabs a kunai into the ground, stopping his backwards momentum. Cold steel touches against his throat. You are dead. Shigure stands behind him. Ocean blue eyes stare down at the cut across his chest. Even with the dull side of her sword she is able to cut me. Naruto relaxes, surrendering the spar. This is his 10th loss in a row. He smiles behind his mask. It doesn't matter that he is losing because with each fight he is growing stronger and faster. Kensai watches as Naruto stands back up. Incredible. He possesses an incredible amount of natural talent. It is impressive to see one so young with so much talent in the martial arts. Not only that, but Naruto's never give up attitude. And strong will even surpasses Kenichi. Naruto has not complained once about the training. Instead, he keeps getting back up, silently demanding to continue. Kensai wishes that Kenichi would complain less and train more. A chuckle comes from the Chinese master. Naruto and Kenichi are special. He looks forward to see their continued growth. Shigure sheathes her sword. No more sparing. It is time to work on unsheathing. Yes, sensei. Naruto was hoping for some more difficult training. Minutes later, Naruto is decked out in ancient samurai armor that covers his entire body. Naruto groans before falling to a knee. He struggles to remain in a kneeled position. Shigure stands over him without a shred of compassion. This armor weighs 300 pounds. His eyes widen. 300 pounds of pure steel weighing him down. No wonder he is unable to move a single muscle. The most that he ever strapped onto his body is 100 pounds, 50 pounds per limb. Once you are able to stand, I want you to unsheath and sheath 300 times each. Then we will work on overhead slashes. Naruto regrets asking for thinking about more difficult training. Kenichi is right. The masters at Ryazanpaku are insane. Shigure turns around. I am hungry. A snack sounds good. She walks away, leaving Naruto, who is still trying to stand up. Ryazanpaku. A new outfit. Kenichi looks down at his new clothes. Everything fits comfortably. He gives a few practice punches and a high kick. It seems a bit mismatched though. Mew smiles in amusement. A karate, jujitsu dogi, Muay Thai bandages, kung fu pants, and a chainmail. Each piece represents a different study of martial arts that you are learning. Oh yeah, it is perfect, smirks Kenichi. I better go start on dinner. Mew walks by Kenichi. Oh, will you see if Naruto is going to stay this time? Sure. A grumble comes from Kenichi's stomach. All that training made him hungry too. He walks down the hallway heading towards Shigure's room. On the way, he comes upon a strange sight. Kenichi blinks, tilting his head in curiosity. Apachai is kneeling in front of Sakari's room and trying to peek inside. What are you doing? Apachai puts a finger over his mouth. Shoosh. The door begins to open. In a movement too fast for Kenichi to follow, Apachai vanishes around the corner. Two men wearing expensive suits exit the room. Kenichi's curiosity is aroused even further. Who are they? Sakari comes out and peers down the hallway to where Apachai is peeking. What the hell are you doing? Did they bring gifts? Sakari's sweat drops. No. Kenichi steps forward. Who are they? Sleuths. Sleuths. Detectives. Kenichi gasps. Police. He runs forward, grabbing Sakari by the shirt and begins to yell like a maniac. What did you do? We still have time. Give yourself up. Give yourself up. Quote, you idiot. I didn't do anything, yells Sakari. Kensai reveals his hiding spot. They would need more than 2 detectives to take down Sakari. They would have to call in the army and tanks. A yawn comes from the karate master. I need a beer. He begins to head towards the kitchen. What did they want? Kenichi hurries to catch up to his master. It was a job request. A confused look is on Ryazanpaku disciple's face. Didn't I tell you? They come around once in a while with dangerous jobs that can't be publicized for diplomatic reasons and such. Kenichi thinks back on it. Now that you mention it, he does remember Sakari complaining that he hadn't had any jobs recently. I don't have a steady income like Ma and Akisame. So I take on high-level jobs and earn a lot in one go. Smirks Sakari. It sounds really dangerous, gulps Kenichi. In the shadows, a certain jujitsu master gains a smile. Akisame nods. This is the perfect opportunity to introduce Kenichi to the underworld of the martial arts society. It can be the push that Kenichi needs to getting prepared for Yami. Evening. Kenichi screams like a girl. No, I don't want to go. Naruto exits the dojo in time to see Sakari drive off in a motorcycle with Kenichi tied up in the passage car. The disciple shakes his head, not wanting to know what that is about. He turns around prepared to leave, but a certain big-breasts master blocks his path. Tomorrow. Yes. Naruto walks past her and throws up a wave. Good night, sensei. Shiger waves. He doesn't plan on heading home tonight. He is going to work more on water walking at a pool near his apartment. Water walking is vastly more difficult than tree climbing. The constant change in the flow of the water means he needs to constantly change the consistency of chakra he channels to his feet. With his low chakra reserves and damaged coils, it is proving to be more difficult than the first time around. Pausing, that reminds him. He wanted to ask Shiger-sensei about that strange power Odin revealed during their fight. It could not have been chakra. The people in this world do not possess chakra from what he observed. Odin had a power that was more raw and uncontrolled. What was that power? Do all high-level martial artists have it? Naruto reaches out with his senses. He can sense a similar power from the masters, but it is contained very well. Tomorrow, he will ask Shiger-sensei about it. Next day, school. Aren't you going to ask where Kenichi is? Naruto turns his head to look at Miu. No, not really. Miu's sweat drops. The two are walking side by side down the hallway. Naruto and Miu share several classes together. Ever since he started to train at Ryazanpaku, the two have become a bit closer. It is not uncommon to see the two together. Yesterday, Kenichi went with Sakari to protect a rich and wealthy weapons dealer, Gosh-Win. An assassin was hired to kill Gosh-san. Kenichi got injured pretty badly during the fighting. Was the client protected? Miu nods. Yep. Sakari defeated the assassin, but I heard he escaped from custody shortly afterwards. A hard look appears in the girl's eyes. I managed to speak to the assassin for a bit. He mentioned something about Yami, a dark organization that declared war on Ryazanpaku. I think it might be the reason that the masters have been acting so strangely. Yami. That is word for darkness. Naruto gains a pensive expression. A powerful organization that operates in the shadows. It seems no matter what world a person is in, there are always people that want to try to control the world. He has no desire to get involved in Ryazanpaku's battle with Yami. All he wants to do is train and become stronger. I am sure Grandpa and the others can handle it, smiles Miu. Naruto can see past her false smile. She is extremely worried. The masters are strong. It will take a great deal to be them, reassures Naruto. You're right. Miu feels so much better. Thanks Naruto-san. Naruto nods. You're welcome. Ogata heads up towards the ballroom with an amused smile. A whole cruise ship being used to move 4 passengers. One of the many KS of being part of a worldwide organization that operates almost the entire underworld. He pushes open the door entering the ballroom. At the far end of the room sitting alone is a man drinking a very expensive bottle of wine. Ah, welcome to Japan, Tenman Dono. I am Ogata Ishinsai. Let me hand you this before you enter the country. Ogata gives a humorous smile before a flick of the wrist sends a card flying at the Chinese master. The card flies through the air striking the wine bottle. So you're Kensai Dono. It's an honor to see you. Tenman pours wine into the glass. He places the bottle down upon the table and removes the card. This is a license to kill card, isn't it? Smiles the Chinese master. Don't say anything that might hurt your reputation. It is just a passport, one of Yami's, that is. Tenman decides to get a bit more serious. Not that I have a problem with testing out a new candidate for Yomi, but why am I being sent? Ogata smiles with a knowing look. He knew that Tenman would ask this question. The armed division should be handling this. Ogata pushes a strand of hair from his face. Normally, I would agree with you. I witnessed his fighting abilities firsthand. But the target is skilled in unarmed combat as well. We want you to test which area he has more talent in. Very well. I shall see what this boy is truly made of, smirks Tenman. Ryazanpaku. No weapons. Kenichi hides behind Miu. Miu's sweat drops at his behavior. There are times when Kenichi acts like a complete wimp. Naruto stands holding a katana. Sensei. Akisume walks over, taking Naruto's sword and replacing it with a bakken. Kenichi has an unfounded fear of weapons. Tei weapon using disciple scratches the back of his head in confusion. He grew up around weapons all his life. It is a fear that he can't understand. Okay, now you will be able to spar. A shove from behind sends Kenichi stumbling forward. Get in there already, grunts Sakari. Naruto gets into a stance. Kenichi takes a deep breath. I have to keep my mind calm and focus on my Sikuken. Ryazanpaku's disciple gets into his stance, putting up his Sikuken. The training with the elder truly produced high results. Kenichi's Sikuken is prefect, thinks Akisume. Kensai, Shigur, Apachai, and Sakari notice it as well. Wow, Kenichi's Sikuken is amazing, smiles Miu. Naruto turns his head to the side, making Kenichi look in the same direction. In a blur, 6 blows strike Kenichi all over his body and a final blow smashes Kenichi in the face. The masters shake their heads in disappointment. Shigur puffs out her chest. She points at herself with a proud smile. Great. Kensai waves dismissively. Yes, you are a great teacher. What happened? Kenichi mumbles into the mats. I had my Sikuken up. A sigh comes from Akisume. The Sikuken works by controlling the air space around your body. By observing your opponent's movements so you can use the Sikuken to anticipate and defend against attacks. Kenichi weakly rises up. However, the moment you decided to follow Naruto's movements, you lost concentration for a moment and he used it to break your Sikuken. In other words, don't observe wasteful movements, reiterates Kensai. Don't worry about what he is looking at, focus on the fight. Kenichi gets back into his stance. So it was a trick. He finds that to be a bit dirty. Calming his mind, he puts up his Sikuken. Naruto's eyes begin to dart around. Kenichi resists the urge to follow Naruto's eye movements. Suddenly, Naruto focuses completely on Kenichi. In a blur, Naruto comes in with a flurry of thrusts. Reacting on pure instinct, Kenichi blocks all the attacks. It happens much too fast for Kenichi to follow, but soon pain fills Ryazanpaku's disciple when a low kick strikes him in the legs. His legs are swept out from under him. A downward slash strikes Kenichi in the side, slamming him down into the mats. Miu groans. Kenichi-san. Naruto is able to attack with more than his sword. The Sikuken is weak to lower body attacks. Naruto places the bakken on his shoulder. It is not the first time I have faced the Sikuken. Right, I forgot you fought Ryuto, groans Kenichi. He doesn't know what is worse. Getting beat up by Miu or getting beat up by Naruto. Neither of them are good at holding back. Akisume strokes his mustache. Naruto-kun has already analyzed the Sikuken and knows how to trick it. The Sikuken is a technique based on observation. Kenichi-kun has a perfect Sikuken, but he trusts his eyes too much. Naruto-kun has been trained to deceive, which he is using to slip through Kenichi's Sikuken. It reminds the Jujutsu master of when Kenichi fought Tanimoto that second time at the church. Tanimoto was able to put Kenichi on the ropes with feints. Ichi is better at dealing with feints now, but Naruto's speed far surpasses Tanimoto, making it harder for Kenichi to react in time. Keep going, shouts Sakari. Get some fight in you. Shiger cheers too. Naruto kill him. Miu waves her arms, no killing. The rest of the hour passed with Kenichi building a new relationship with the mats. Noon. Naruto is out in the courtyard practicing his overhead slashes. He is doing this while wearing the 300-pound samurai armor. Miu needed to restock on supplies, so took Kenichi with her. He is now doing his own training while Shiger-sensei is out on a trip. She wouldn't tell him where she is going and he didn't pry into her business. Shiger-sensei told him to continue his training, so that is what he is doing. It is a pity because he wanted to ask her a question. As if someone is reading his mind, a voice interrupts his thoughts. Something on your mind. Pausing, he turns around to see Akisame walking towards him. Naruto lowers the sword. Yes, I had a question concerning what happened with my fight against Odin. Akisame walks over to the patio and sits down with his legs under him. Perhaps I can help. He gestures for Naruto ask the question. Naruto takes a seat on the ground in the same position. During my fight Odin suddenly gained a tremendous power boost. The power was tangible and reminded me of something I faced in the past. You were referring to his ki. Akisame strokes his mustache. What do you mean by ki? Asks Naruto. There are many different translations to the term ki. To give it a technical term would be doing it an injustice. I think the best way to describe ki is to say that it is developed in individuals who undergo intense physical and spiritual training. You don't necessarily need to be trained intensely in both to access ki. But a high level of training in either will develop ki. Naruto nods, understanding a bit. The philosophical jujutsu master continues with the explanation. There are two types of fighters in the martial arts world. Those that fight using the ki of Sei and those that fight using the ki of Do. A Sei martial artist fights not with anger or power, but with talent, skills, and wit. In order to master Sei, it requires a state of calmness and sense of clarity. The weapon's disciple understands. Kenichi and I would be classified as Sei-type fighters. A smile forms on Akisame's face. Correct. A Do martial artist on the other hand uses anger and power to make their ki explode outward. Many Do martial artists use brute strength and instincts when fighting. Berserker is a Do-style fighter. Naruto's frown is hidden behind his mask. Towards the end of our fight Odin used a technique and he seemed to be using Sei and Do at the same time. Akisame nods. A rare few individuals are able to access both Do and Sei. Odin utilized a dangerous technique that channeled both ki at the same time. I am sure you noticed that it gave him an incredible boost of power, but it came at a high cost. Had you not beat him so quickly after he used the technique, Odin's body would have begun to deteriorate. The weapon disciple gains a look of understanding. It is not like chakra at all. To be able to use chakra one must train physically and spiritually. Plus, one needs to have chakra coils to produce the chakra. He imagines that his body is alien compared to the people of this world. So, is it possible for me to learn to use Sikuken then? Asks Naruto. The Jujutsu master chuckles. You already use it to some degree. Though it is not at the same level as Odin or Kenichi. You are adept at reading your opponent's movements and body language, giving you the basic principles of Sikuken. Akisame smiles in amusement. I am sure with enough training you can develop your own Sikuken. A smile is hidden behind Naruto's mask. If he can find a way to make his own Sikuken, maybe he can also find a way to use Do techniques as well. The technique that Odin used may do serious damage to people of this world. But Naruto has a feeling that he can handle it. He used to be able to handle incredible amounts of demonic chakra being pumped through his body. Surely he can handle a mixture of ki. Or perhaps he can develop his own technique and uses chakra instead of ki. Excitement burns in his eyes. I suddenly feel like he is going to try something reckless, thinks Akisame. Shinpaku Alliance. Yukita leans back in his chair. What the hell are we doing here? Nijima wanted to talk to us about something, shrugs Takeda. He better hurry up. I could be training, grumbles Kasara. A singing makes the other three sigh in annoyance. My demon king wouldn't call us here for no reason. Siegfried twirls around before taking a seat to scribble away in his notebook. A new melody came to him. The captains of the Shinpaku Alliance are sitting in a dark room with several metal chairs. Behind them is a projector which is producing the only light in the room. A squeaking sound signals the arrival of Nijima, who enters the room in a grandiose manner. The alien wears a red cloak with a gold-plated shoulder emblem. Nijima walks up to the front like a king residing over his subjects. "Where is Kenichi?" Takeda shrugs. "He never showed up. I bet is probably out with honey." Nijima gains an annoyed look. Kenichi is becoming much too lax as of lately. Matsui. The flag BRER runs over to the projector, turning it on. Images appear on the white wall. Since Ragnarok's defeat, many new teams have been popping up. These teams are in constant fights with each other, creating a civil war. Matsui switches to the next screen. However, the team known as Yomi seems to be defeating most of the other teams. "I've heard the rumors." Siegfried begins to speak up with an unusual amount of seriousness. "It's just like if they want to test the strength of a member. I've heard that many of these teams are destroyed by a single individual." "That's right. When it comes to Yomi, even I have little information. But I have succeeding in gaining knowledge about just one thing." Nijima raises his arms up and begins to cackle. "They are avoiding us. I say that this Yomi is scared to face the Shinpaku Alliance." A bored expression is on Kasara's face. They are saving the best for last. The alien puts on a false smile. "There is no proof of that." Nijima was thinking along the same thoughts. But he will never admit it aloud. "If you put it that way, the person who defeated Ragnarok's leader will be targeted." Kasara's eyes widen. "Naruto." Nijima came to the same conclusion. Uzumaki Naruto is going to become the #1 target of Yomi. It is merely a matter of time before Yomi tries to strike down Naruto-kun. The alien begins to gain an evil smirk. Perhaps if he is able to gain information on Yomi and give it to Naruto-kun, he might be able to gain Naruto-kun's allegiance. He begins to laugh, smile like an evil genius who came up with a successful plan to take over the world. Time to go investigate this mysterious Yomi, thinks Nijima. Higurashi Weapon Shop. A ringing sound makes Hibiki lift up his head. Well, it has been a long time since I saw you, brat. I have been focusing on my training." Naruto enters the shop, walking straight over toward the swords. He begins to look at all the swords. Shigur-sensei's room contains almost all the weapons that are in the store in it, and she told him that he may take any of them he desires to train with. At this point he knows that she has no ulterior motives, but a part of him doesn't feel right taking something so expensive for free. Shigur-sensei is already teaching him so much that it wouldn't be right for him to keep on taking from her. The least he can do is come to training with his own weapons like a proper disciple. Hibiki notices Naruto testing the other swords. Got tired of using a katana. Naruto draws a short sword. "I am trying to find a weapon that suits me. That is not an easy task. Most weapons are a representation of death, since the purpose of a weapon is to kill. Those that delve into learning a weapon need to embrace this fact and find a weapon that suits their killing instinct." Hibiki raises an eyebrow. "The question is what your preferred style of killing is." The disciple turns to face Hibiki. "So you believe that a weapon is purely meant for killing?" The blacksmith bursts out laughing. "Weapons are made for one purpose and one purpose only. A fool deludes himself into believing that a weapon is made to protect or save others." "I see." Naruto wishes that he could come up with a good argument against those claims. In all honesty, it was exactly the same speech he received many times while in the ANBU. Ninja are weapons. Weapons are meant to be used to kill the enemies of the village. A good weapon can wipe out all enemies, and a weak weapon shatters, becoming ashes to the wind. He sheathes the sword. "I teach you what you choose to do with that power is your decision," says Shigur. Naruto places the sword back on the rack. "I am afraid that I will no longer be able to shop here." Hibiki raises an eyebrow. The disciple bows respectfully. "Have a good day." Hibiki gains a small smile. "Good decision, but Yami will test that resolve." "Good luck, brat." Nighttime. alley. Nijima and Matsui hide in the shadows. The two are hoping to get more information on Yomi. Nijima received a tip that the Devil's Hand gang is going to be hit next. Devil's Hand is a small group of thugs that goes around committing small acts of vandalism and stealing. All 7 of the members are gathered in the alley waiting to face down the Yomi member. A shadow is cast over the group. All of them turn to see a single person. It is a girl dressed up in a full red bodysuit with helmet, knee pads, elbow pads, groin pads, and shoulder pads. The girl also has on gloves, goggles, and boots, making her appear like a skater. Who the fuck are you? Don't tell me this is the person from Yomi. Must be some type of joke, scowls the leader. Get lost or we are going to mess you up. The girl responds with a taunting smile. This serves to further aggravate the gang. Oh, you think that is funny? Take her down. It can hardly be called a fight. What happened next is a one-sided massacre. Nijima and Matsui barely even see the girl move. She moves with such speed and ferocity that makes both boys pray that she doesn't notice them. Her high-speed movements cause sparks to fly everywhere, blinding several of thugs, making them easier to take down. So that is the one codenamed Spark. Nijima stands up, walking forward. Wait. She will see you. There is no need to worry. Nijima stares down at the thugs that are barely breathing. She is already gone. Matsui's eyes widen. Terror fills him. It has only been a couple seconds. She defeated them all that fast. He begins to doubt that the Shinpaku Alliance can beat Yomi. Ryazanpaku. All the masters of Ryazanpaku are gathered together. Shiger, who recently returned from her trip, sits among them between Akisame and Apachai. Sakari and Kensai sit opposite of the 3 masters. Hayato sits at the head of the gathered masters. It is rare for the masters to meet with such an oppressive atmosphere. Surprisingly, this is the second meeting in a few days. Once again, the topic concerns a certain disciple. Hayato places down his cup of tea. Yami is moving, straight to the point with no messing around. Ryazanpaku is known for its direct bluntness, so this is no surprise. Ogata Ishinsai, who calls himself Kensai, has declared war on us. It seems he joined forces with Yami. All of you should also be aware he was the man who was intended to be the #1 disciple of Ryazanpaku before Kenichi. This is a little bit troublesome. Sakari gains an excited smirk. Geez, this is beginning to look like more than a little quarrel. That Ogata, despite the implicit understanding between us and Yami, says Akisame. If they come here in full force, I predict that our history's strongest disciple will be in danger, states Kensai. Apachai's eyes widen. Appa, what? I am sure that they know about Kenichi. But I somehow feel he won't be their main target. At least not at the moment. Hayato strokes his beard. Naruto-kun is the one that defeated Ogata's disciple. I am sure that he is the one that Yami will have eyes on. Shiger's eyes narrow. No one will touch my disciple except me. Akisame agrees with the assessment. I agree. Naruto-kun will be targeted by Yami. Weapon users are rare in the martial arts world these days, and his talent will not be overlooked. The philosophical jujutsu master becomes pensive. I hate to say this, but this works to our advantage. Sakari tilts his head in confusion. Not sure what you mean. Kenichi is not ready to face the dangers that come with Yami targeting us, but Naruto on the other hand just might be, explains Kensai. Quote, Naruto's background and fighting experience will put him on the same level as the disciples in Yami. My disciple is strong, he will survive any attack, nods Shiger. Sakari finally gets it. So while they are targeting the masked brat, we use this time to get Nikki up to par. Not a bad idea. Hayato nods. We will need to keep an eye on Naruto-kun in case he needs our help. Yami cannot be trusted to abide by certain traditions. I believe that is covered, smiles Akisame. Warehouse. Tochumuru happily munches on a sandwich. The mouse sits in the rafts watching the sparring match down below. In the middle of the warehouse, 3 individuals are having an intense sparring match. Freya twirls around her staff deflecting several shuriken, but is unprepared when a kick from behind strikes her in the back. Kasara smirks, but it doesn't last long when she is evading at high speeds to avoid a sword slash. A feint causes her to bite and leaves her wide open to a kick to the chest. Naruto raises his sword above his head to block a downward staff strike. He twirls around aiming a kick at Freya's stomach, but she bats it away with her staff and aims a thrust at his face. The Valkyries watch the three-way battle in awe. It has been an hour since the three started to spar with each other. None of the girls have ever witnessed such an intense spar. Naruto, Kasara, and Freya are displaying martial arts abilities on a whole other level compared to their own abilities. What surprises all the girls that despite it being a three-way spar, Freya and Kasara are being forced to work together in order to take on Naruto, and he is able to hold off their combined attacks with little difficulty. Naruto stabs his sword into the ground and lifts his body up, doing a split kick, hitting Freya and Kasara at the same time. Both girls are knocked into opposite directions. Freya hits the ground groaning. Kasara curses angrily as she rolls a couple feet. Damn, curses the redhead, completely exhausted. Another loss goes down in the books. I don't think I can go any longer, states Freya. She rises into a sitting position. It is your victory, bastard, pants Kasara. I'll get you next time. He sits down cross-legged in the middle of the wooden floor. Naruto is panting, but not on the same scale as the other two. This was an extremely good workout that allowed him to test out a couple new techniques. Kasara is even stronger than he remembers. It is incredible how quickly she learns and grows. Freya is stronger too. Beating them is not an easy feat despite the way it looks. A good match. Freya-sama, Kasara. The Valkyries rush over to the two girls, giving them a bottle of water and towels to wipe off the sweat. A couple girls in pink and red sailor uniforms walk over to Naruto. Would you like some water? Asks the one in red. I have a spare towel, blushes the one in pink. Naruto nods. Thank you. He takes the water bottle and towel. Wiping his face and arms, he places tea towel on the ground next to the water bottle. The girls pout because they were hoping to see his face. Freya gains a devious gleam. Naruto-san, you should drink the water. It is good to stay hydrated, especially after an intense sparring match. Yeah, it is good. Kasara narrows her eyes. Come on, remove that mask. The weapon disciple stands up. An object falls down from above, landing on his shoulder. Naruto reaches up to rub Tochumaru's head. I am good. Kasara grumbles. Bastard. Naruto sheathes the sword on his back. You aren't entirely comfortable with a katana. Freya gives him a knowing look. Are you still looking for a weapon that suits you? Yes. What the hell? He is this strong with a weapon that he doesn't like. Kasara stares at Naruto. It has only been a week since he started to train under a master, and he is so much stronger. How strong will he grow with a weapon that he likes? Why did you start with a katana? Asks Freya. It was the first sword I ever knew anything about, which is why I joined the kendo club. I am training with other weapons, but I have yet to find one that truly suits me according to my sensei, he answers. Freya nods in understanding. It was the same for my Valkyries. I am sure you will find a weapon that best suits you in time. He hopes so. It isn't that he doesn't like to use a katana, but he does admit that he would like to find a weapon more suited to his style. Even after he does find the weapon that best suits him, he is still going to keep practicing with a katana and many other weapons. He wants to master every single weapon there is to become a true weapon master. I better go later, Freya-san. Kasara-san. Naruto gives a wave before walking towards the exit. Same time next weekend, shouts Kasara. A smile appears on Freya's face. He is an interesting person. The redhead scowls, more like annoying. Next day, school. The kendo club isn't as much fun with you gone, smiles Madoko. Naruto leans back against the fence. He is staring up at the clouds. The boy never gets a chance to make a comment to her statement. A much more aggressive voice speaks up. Clubs are stupid. I don't waste my time on them, states Kasara. Madoko narrows her eyes. I don't remember asking you. You got a problem with me? Glares Kasara. Sparks begin to fly between the two girls. Naruto suddenly feels the need to get out from between the two girls. It is strange, but Kasara seems to be hanging around him a great deal lately. He doesn't mind, but the last time she did this it was when she thought that Berserker and Odin were after him. Strange. Is she worried about his safety again? Why would she be worried about him? Hello Naruto-kun, I knew you would be here. Madoko and Kasara turn to see the creepy alien walking towards them. Nijima walks over to Naruto ignoring the two girls. I have a message from an old friend for you. You do. Nijima throws a note card at Naruto. Thor wants to have a friendly spar with you. On that note card is the address to his place. I believe he wanted you to meet him after school today at the sumo stables. Thor, the former seventh fist of Ragnarok, wants to spar with him. He remembers Thor being a strong opponent, but lacked speed and flexibility. Shiger-sensei might get mad at him, but it is a risk he will have to take. Lately he has been neglecting his taiju. And sparring against Thor will be a good chance to work on it. No weapons this time, a straight-up taijutsu match with Thor. It should prove to be a good challenge. I will be there, says Naruto. Nijima types away in his PDA. I will make sure to send him a text to let him know. The alien plans on being at the sumo stables as well to watch the spar. It will be a good chance to see how much stronger Naruto has grown under the tutelage of that scary woman with the sword. Oh, it looks like everyone is here. Miu and Kenichi come onto the roof. Naruto-san, are you skipping class again? Miu gives him a knowing look. Madoko sweat drops. Skipping? I thought you were on a lunch period like me. Naruto scratches the back of his head. The girl gives him a light glare. You shouldn't skip Naruto-kun. Naruto points at Kasara. She is skipping too. Don't point me out. Kasara yells angrily. Laughter comes from the group. Oh yeah, well he is skipping training to go spar with Thor. Kenichi gulps. I wouldn't do that. The masters are always extra hard on me when I skip training. And you skip out a lot, nods Miu. Kenichi face faults. I really want to spar with Thor. I am sure Shiger-sensei won't mind. Miu gives a reassuring smile. I will make sure to explain it all to Shiger. Naruto nods in gratitude. Well, I am starving. Kenichi plops down. He opens up his lunch and sweat drops. Shoo. Tochumuru lies inside with a large belly. All the food that Miu made is gone. Not again, groans Ryazanpaku's disciple. Tochumuru leaps out the lunch box. He runs up Naruto's body onto his shoulder. Naruto rubs the mouse's head. Miu pats Kenichi on the back trying to comfort the distraught boy. Shoo. Tochumuru falls asleep with a content smile. City. This should be enough supplies. I also got the groceries. Akisame and Shiger walk down the sidewalk heading back towards Ryazanpaku. The two went out to gather supplies for the bone clinic and acupuncture clinic. Akisame planned on going alone. But Shiger wanted to come along as well. Since he had an extra hand, he was able to get the groceries as well. Miu will be happy to learn she doesn't have to make a trip to the store. Unfortunately, it also means that Ryazanpaku's funds are back to being non-existent. Ryazanpaku is considered to be the strongest group of martial artists in the world, but when it comes to money it is at the bottom of the totem pole. Shiger turns her head. Naruto. Akisame looks down the street to see Naruto walking with a girl with red hair. Like Shiger, Naruto has a sword sheathed on his back with the hilt sticking out over his right shoulder. Is he skipping training? She reaches inside her kimono pulling out a weighted chain. I am sure he has a reason. Why don't we follow him? The philosophical jujutsu master becomes pensive. I believe that girl is the one he spars with from time to time. Ah yes, I recognize her. Come. The two masters vanish into thin air. Sumo stables. Kasara feels someone staring at her. She turns her head to see Naruto looking at her curiously. A light blush dusts her cheeks. What do you want? Naruto shrugs. I am curious to why you are following me so much. What? I can't spend time with a friend. Her head turns away to hide the blush that is burning her cheeks. There is no way she is going to tell him that she is protecting him in case Yomi attacks. Unlike with Berserker and Odin, she is going to be able to help him this time. I never. Then shut up. He decides not to ask any more questions. The weapon disciple sighs inwardly. Naruto doesn't think he is ever going to understand Kasara. Kasara interrupts his thoughts. The sumo stable is up ahead. The sumo stables is where the pit used to be located. Thor ended his underground fighting ring in order to start a respectable dojo. He allows anyone that wishes to test their skills to come spar at the sumo stables, but there are rules and no gambling is allowed. Ever since leaving Ragnarok, Thor became a respectable martial artist. A familiar aroma fills the air. Naruto pauses to sniff the air. His eyes narrow, recognizing that smell in an instant, and he takes off at high speeds. Kasara gasps at Naruto's sudden burst of speed. Naruto. She chases after him. Naruto enters into the sumo stables. A dozen fighters lie on the ground with bad injuries. He ignores the Ned fighters and stares at the one responsible. Leaning back, he avoids a high-speed kick. The offending foot passed an inch from his face. His arm reaches out, grabbing the wrist of the fighter and ams a right palm into his attacker's chest. Distance is created between the two. He takes a moment to observe the girl. Blood covers parts of her uniform. Ocean blue eyes dart around. No one is dead, checks Naruto. Naruto. Kasara comes running up next to him. What the hell? Did she do all that? Her name is Spark. Kasara and Naruto turn their heads. Nijima comes up behind them. She is the one that has been going around taking down several gangs over the past week. She is with Yomi. Kasara's eyes narrow. Yomi. Spark gives a taunting smile. I have no business with any of you. I am searching for the one known as Uzumaki Naruto. I heard he is friends with the one in charge of this place. Naruto goes to step forward, but Kasara beats him to it. A smirk appears on the redhead's face. She crouches into a fighting stance. If it is a girl, I will be the one to take you on. He doesn't get a chance to stop Kasara. Kasara runs forward, launching a straightforward kick. Spark ducks under it and launches her arm straight up like a sharp blade that goes up under Kasara's shirt, slashing it wide open. Embarrassment fills Kasara as her black sports bra is revealed to the world. She throws her arms up over her chest. A smirk appears on Spark's face. She reaches up, comparing breast sizes. You bitch. Kasara launches a barrage of high-speed kicks. Spark jumps into the air, causing Kasara to smirk. Wrong move. The Taekwondo user leaps into the air, performing a spin kick with her knees raised, and swings one of her legs downward. Spark blocks the first kick, but is unable to block the second kick that comes around, striking her in the face. Double tornado kick. The Yomi disciple hits the ground hard. I don't know anything about this group of martial artists that are trained by masters. But the one who will win is the strongest woman. Kasara gives Spark the finger. Kasara, the fight is not over. Naruto watches as Spark stands up, showing no sign of injury. Kasara's attack should have done more damage. His eyes narrow upon Spark's helmet and pads. Spark's armor reduced the impact from the ground. Also the way she landed, she is used to hitting the ground. Spark is not an average martial artist. She has been trained thoroughly. Kasara tenses, knowing that a warning from Naruto is not something that she can ignore. Spark begins to stumble forward. Spark's movements become erratic and hard to follow. She twists her body around at high speeds, delivering a backhand across Kasara's face. Shit, I couldn't read her movements. Kasara almost falls to the ground. Quickly, Kasara tried to score several more kicks, but Spark rolls under the kick, sweeping out Kasara's leg. Falling backwards, Kasara bends all the way back, using her hands to steady her body and flip over without receiving any injury. The two girls begin to launch attacks at each other. Spark rolls all over the place, launching kicks and punches from low altitudes. Kasara is barely able to keep taking a few blows before going for a leg sweep, forcing Spark to jump back. Nijima's eyes narrow. How is Kasara able to keep up with someone from Yomi? Where did she get this strength? Roof. Akisame is impressed. All those spars are paying off. Sparring is the best way to build muscle that a martial artist needs. Kasara doesn't have a master to train her in the basics, but she does have a great sparring partner in Naruto. In the olden times most martial artists almost never did any strength training due to the constant sparring. Of course, such a dangerous method often leads to many accidents. Dense and few disciples ended up graduating. The many spars that Kasara did with Naruto are showing amazing results. She is holding her own against a disciple from Yomi. Look, Shiger is staring off into the distance. Yes, I noticed as well. The Jujutsu master keeps watching the disciples fight. As long as he doesn't interfere we will stay back as well. Kasara vs. Spark. Hammer kick. Spark rolls around the downward kick. Kasara slams her foot down upon the cement and spins around in time to block against a flurry of punches. Both girls are refusing to back down from each other. The attacks continue to fly. A kick breaks through, burying deep into Kasara's gut, and at the same time a fist strikes her face. Chokuro. Spark smirks after landing her attack. Kasara stumbles backwards, falling to a knee. Bitch. Anger fills Kasara. No way is she going to lose to this girl. With newfound speed, Kasara launches a barrage of kicks from every angle. Spark ducks down low and begins to counter the attacks. A sudden idea fills the red head. She avoids a kick and spins around, coming low with a double kick. Spark jumps over the kick, but Kasara comes all the way around, launching a straight-up kick, striking Spark in the chest. Fushu. Blood sprays from Spark's mouth. She modified my leaf whirlwind. Naruto smiles behind his mask. Kasara is so much like him. She is able to learn by watching others. Lucky. I was aiming for your face, smirks Kasara. Humor no longer fills Spark. She glares at Kasara. You are good, but this fight is already over. Spark gets into a low stance. Kasara narrows her eyes. I was going to say the same to you. Fool, the reason you can't win is because our resolutions are different. Martial arts is a hobby to people like you. However, to me and my family it is a way to earn money and food. Spark prepares to launch her attack. I am one of Yomi's empty-handed group's training engine, Yomi. In these 3 years since I came to Japan I've trained foe. Our battle in Yomi, and it was all for my family back in China. Kasara is unable to track Spark's movements and takes several direct hits. My mission is to kill Uzumaki Naruto. When I accomplish this Seizen, I will accomplish a goal worth mentioning to Yomi's leaders. One who does martial arts as a hobby can never defeat me. The final blow is about to be struck, but to Spark's shock her kicks strike air. What? A short distance away, Naruto holds Kasara bridal style in his arms. Naruto blushes Kasara with a stutter. Naruto stares at Spark. Kasara-san, please let me finish this fight. This. The redhead falls silent upon seeing the seriousness in Naruto's eyes. Reluctantly, she leaps from his arms. Kasara turns away with a scowl. Fine, but you owe me one. Thank you. Spark's eyes narrow. Who are you? Naruto steps forward. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Spark's eyes narrow. He reaches over his shoulder, grabbing the hilt of his sword. In a smooth motion, he draws the sword, making Kasara and Nijima gain curious looks. That is not a katana, think Kasara. Nijima. A wakizashi. You truly are Uzumaki Naruto. Spark gets into a low stance. I heard you like to use a katana. He crouches down low, raise the sword parallel to the ground. A wakizashi is the newest weapon that I am learning. It is more suited for close quarters combat. I like it more than a katana, to be honest. Naruto thinks back on that day in Ryazanpaku. Shiger-sensei immediately tossed a new weapon to him. It is smaller than a katana and seems to be more close combat oriented. It is a wakizashi, says Shiger. Naruto unsheathes the newest sword given to him in a smooth, fast motion. Akisame as always is around to explain the history and purpose of the weapon. The wakizashi dates as far back as the 15th and 16th century. It was originally used as a backup or auxiliary sword. The wakizashi was used in close quarters fighting, to behead a defeated opponent, and sometimes to commit seppuku. It is one of several short swords that samurai used alongside their main weapon of choice. The term wakizashi did not originally specify swords of any official blade length and was an abbreviation of waki. Zashi no katana, sword thrust at one's side. It was not until the Edo period in 1638 when the rulers of Japan tried to regulate the types of swords and the social groups which were allowed to wear hem that the lengths of katana and wakizashi were officially set. He is like a walking encyclopedia, thinks Naruto. He gives the wakizashi a few test swings. The sword feels good. It doesn't have the reach of a katana, but much lighter and flexible. Shigure holds her own wakizashi and crouches down into a stance. When fighting with a shorter sword you need to adopt a more defensive stance. Naruto mimics her stance. A wakizashi lacks the reach of a katana but is able to produce a more solid defense when used properly. I see, smirks Nijima. The sumo stable is an enclosed area limiting the range of Naruto-kun's movements. Using a wakizashi will give him full mobility. Spark moves at high speeds. It won't help. Naruto reverses the grip on his wakizashi and begins to block all her attacks using the dull side of the sword. Shukuro. A strike to the chest and face come at Naruto. He blocked the blow to his chest with the wakizashi and used his other hand to block the one to his face. Leaf Gale. Spinning around. He aims a rear leg kick to sweep out her legs, but Spark bends all the way backwards. Ransaiwa. Naruto winces from the blow to the chest, but her attack doesn't end there. She grabs his legs and tosses him towards the ground. He shows his flexibility by twisting around to use his hands as a spring to prevent from being slammed. Even against a weapon user, my attacks don't lose their flow. If you surrender I will make your death quick. You have never taken a life. Spark's eyes widen. Naruto stares at her knowingly. I know what it is like to fight for my village and people, I understand. He stares up at the clouds above. But you are wrong about this being a hobby. I am learning to use weapons to gain strength for my own reasons. Spark grits her teeth in anger. There is no better reason to fight than for one's family. She gets into her drunken stance. Naruto responds by getting into a stance as well. I fight for my own beliefs. Spark I ease out in anger, charging towards Naruto. He locks onto several points on her body. In a burst of speed, he flips forward at high speeds. Spark is frozen when he vanishes in pure speed. Naruto reappears behind her, Kasaka style. Flying Blaze 3-step cut. You missed. Spark never finishes her sentence. Her helmet falls to the ground, split cleanly in half. An X-shaped cut splits Spark's uniform at the front, revealing her near-flat chest. Ignoring her modesty and logical thought that states he could have killed her in that attack, she prepares to turn around to continue the fight, but the eel of cold steel on her throat causes her to pause. It is over, says Naruto. Spark grits her teeth. I won't lose. Spark cuts her neck, turning around to attack. A blow to the stomach fills her body with pain. Naruto removes his fist from her stomach, allowing the girl to collapse to the ground, barely able to stay conscious. Why? Kill me. Naruto sheathes the sword on his back. If you want to help your family find a better way. He starts to walk away from the girl. An organization that thrives on murder and death is not one that can be trusted. Those are words from experience. Spark lowers her head, thinking deeply on his words. It is strange, but she feels a kinship with this strange boy. He speaks like he knows exactly what it is like to live in the shadows. He seems to understand what it means to fight for one's family and home. The corners of her lips twitch up into a smile. Even she has pride as a martial artist. This fight is her complete loss. The weapon disciple senses it at the last moment. A missile comes down from above, slamming down into the ground. An explosion fills the sumo stable. Father, whispers Spark. A tall man with white hair combed over, resembling a mushroom, towers over Naruto. I never thought a battle between disciples would turn out like this. Lee Tenman's eyes begin to glow with power. Uzumaki Naruto, you will be coming back to Yami with me. It is a threat that the Chinese master never gets a chance to make good on. Lee Tenman jumps back to avoid a barrage of shuriken. Shigure lands in front of Naruto. Her sword is pointing straight at Lee Tenman. Naruto belongs to me. Naruto's sweat drops. Why does she always refer to him as a possession? A master should not interfere in a disciple's fight. Lee Tenman glances back to find Akisame behind him with a friendly smile. At the very least, Yami should respect that tradition. The Chinese master grits his teeth. As confident as he is in his power and abilities, he knows that taking on two masters from the legendary Ryazanpaku is a fight he can't win. Lee Tenman picks up his daughter and turns to look at Naruto. Another time. The man leaps away. Nijima types away furiously on his PDA. The information he gained from this fight was an absolute goldmine. Kasara winces in pain. Those injuries need to be treated, says Akisame. The redhead doesn't hear the jujutsu master. Her emerald D eyes are locked onto a big-breasted sword-wielding woman that is standing next to Naruto. Naruto feels a shiver go down his spine. He turns around to see Kasara glaring at him. Kasara, is that your sensei? Grits the girl. Shigure puffs out her chest. Yes, this is Shigure sensei, introduces Naruto. Hey Naruto-kun. Nijima slides up next to Naruto. There are two things that Kasara hates. It is women with big breasts and those who use weapons. I use weapons. Are these big? Shigure lifts up her breasts making them bounce. Nijima gains a nosebleed. Naruto nods. Yes, very much so. Unlike Nijima, he is better at controlling his emotions. The mask also hides a light blush. Bastard. Kasara is about to attack Naruto, but a chop to the back of the neck knocks her out. Akisame picks up the girl. I think it is bet we head back to Ryazanpaku. I am afraid since you defeated Ogata's disciple, Yami is now interested in you. The elder looks directly at Naruto. Yami is a World Wide organization that believes the martial arts are dying in these peaceful times. The martial arts are a way to dominate and kill others in their eyes. Those who are weak perish while the strong survive. A might is right principle. Elaborates Akisame. The reason we didn't warn you is because we knew that it wouldn't change anything. Naruto tilts his head curiously. Hayato chuckles. You have run away upon learning that powerful enemies are trying to hunt you down. The former ninja gains a look of understanding. It is true that even though he wants nothing to do with the war between Ryazanpaku and Yami, he is not the type of person to run away. He made a vow a long time ago to never run away or give up. The elder and the other masters are amazing to get to know him so well in such a short amount of time. Yami will continue to try to recruit you, so be prepared. Naruto is no stranger to those wanting to use his power for their own gain. His entire life people tried to use him. In the ninja world, ninja are tools to be used to better the village that they serve. Yami seems to be no different from Akatsuki. Just when he thought he escaped from an organization wanting to take over the world, another rears up and is targeting him all over again. He must have the worst luck in the world. Or in this case, worse luck in two worlds. Kensai speaks up. Yami and Ryazanpaku have been at each other for years. It is only a matter of time before they shift their attention from you to Kenichi. Why me? Hails Kenichi. The boy is sitting next to Naruto. You are Ryazanpaku's #1 disciple, smiles Akisame. Old traditions state that the one with the strongest disciple will be considered the strongest. Naruto is merely someone that they are trying to recruit. To defeat us, they will seek to destroy you. Kenichi pales even further. Naruto becomes pensive. Perhaps Kenichi possesses the worst luck in this world. The masked disciple stands up. I need to get back to training. Naruto, aren't you worried? Asks Kenichi. Naruto shrugs. I am used to such danger. He opens the sliding doors. I will just get strong enough to handle this Yami. The weapon disciple leaves a group of smiling masters behind. Break. Kenichi. A beautiful girl wearing a tight-fitting red Chinese dress and 2 large bells in her hair comes bounding in the training grounds with tons of energy. She is about to pounce on the person training, but ends up grabbing air. Renka senses a strong presence and spins around launching a kick. It almost hit the person behind her. Who are you? Naruto reverses his grip on the wakizashi. You attacked me first. Renka's eyes narrow. Whoever this boy is, he is no amateur to dodge her attack like that. I don't like your attitude. Renka, will defeat you. Naruto leans back avoiding a very fast punch. She steps inside his guard aiming a double palm at his chest, but an upward slash forcing her to back off. A swing of the arm sends several shuriken at the girl. Renka tracks all the shuriken with her eyes and dodges with ease that surprises him. Shuriken. A stupid mask to hide your face. Do you think you are some type of ninja? He doesn't respond. Fine, I'll kick your ass to find out. The two are about to attack, but a chain wraps around Naruto's body binding his limbs. Renka is tripped making her fall face forward. Now Renka, what have I told you about attacking people for no reason? Chastises Kensai. Papa. Renka jumps to her feet waving her arms childishly. I was only trying to protect Ryazanpaku from that ninja wannabe. She points an angry finger at Naruto. Look at him, that stupid mask is pissing me off. Shigure tilts her head. I like the mask, makes him look mysterious. Naruto's blush is hidden by the mask much to his gratitude. It is not every day that a woman as beautiful as Shigure compliments him in the appearance department. In fact, he doesn't remember anyone ever admitting to liking his looks. He does recall Madoko saying to a couple girls that he is hot, but he doesn't know what that means. Kensai forces his daughter to bow. This is my daughter, Renka. Please forgive her brash and foolish behavior. Naruto bows respectfully. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Renka eyes him suspiciously. Why are you here at Ryazanpaku? Shigure-sensei took me on as a disciple. I thought Kenichi was disciple to all the masters including her. That is true, Kenichi is Ryazanpaku's disciple, says Kensai. However, Kenichi is not a martial artist that will ever use weapons. Shigure needs a disciple to pass down her techniques to, so Naruto is her personal disciple. Shigure swings her rice spoon, but Naruto manages to dodge at the last second. Let me see your face. Naruto crouches down low. A barrage of kunai and shuriken fly at Shigure. Kensai and Renka sweat drop. Shigure and Naruto get into an intense spar over her wanting to see his face. Whatever. I came to see Kenichi. Renka walks away without a second glance back. Kensai chuckles before revealing his camera and waiting for the perfect angle. Yami. Ogata waits patiently with a smile as upon his face. Lee Tenman failed his mission. Uzumaki Naruto defeated the Yomi member Spark with little difficulty. That boy is turning into quite the diamond in the rough. Even with Yami's incredible resources, a child with so much talent was able to escape their notice. It is like a slap in the face. He wonders what else Yami failed to notice. It's been a while, Kensai. Phew, this place is high-tech. A smirk appears on Ogata's face. God Hand Akira Hongo and his disciple Shokano, it is good that you two arrived. The other 7 are waiting for us. We should get going to the meeting. Hongo is a very tall man with a slim frame, yet sports a well-defined and muscular build. He is light-skinned with long straight black hair that frames both sides of his face with some bangs hanging over his face, and also sports a small and scruffy mustache. His most noticeable trait is his long and pointy ears. A scar runs down the left side of his face under his eye. Hongo wears a tight black outfit with a flowing backside and gloves, and a pair of shades with triangular lenses hides his eyes. Shokano is a tall, well-built man with long light blue hair that is tied back in a ponytail down to his waist. His eyes are 2 different colors, with the right eye being ice blue and left eye is blood red. He has various bird motifs on his clothing, from the caged bird earring on his ear to the mark on the left side of his face, and even his jacket and necklace. He wears what appears to be a blue jacket with a red dragon tattoo on the left sleeve and sports pants. The 3 men head towards the main room. A large room with computers all aligned in a circle. Each computer contains a different member of the One Shadow Nine Fists. Hongo takes a seat between two of the computers. Sho stands obediently behind his sensei. Ogata lowers his hood. What a day when we can all communicate with each other despite being so far away. Haha, it is because you have been cooped up in the mountains that you haven't kept up to date with the technology. Another member speaks from a different computer. By the way, Sho, it seems you have grown stronger since the last time I saw you. If you can get permission, come see me again. Yes, sensei. Thank you, sensei. Smiles Sho. What are we going to do about Uzumaki Naruto? Ogata ends all the small talk. He continues wanting to learn more about the strategy to deal with the prodigious disciple. I warned you that the Chishoken disciple would not be enough. A female voice answers. It is no longer our concern. The armed division will be handling that disciple. Ogata continues to smile, not revealing his true emotions. Our focus is to be on Ryazanpaku's disciple. Our goal is to defeat history's strongest disciple with our own disciple. If we kill him before he becomes the strongest, the world will not accept it. Shirahama Kenichi. I wonder how he will handle facing a true disciple, not a delinquent off the street, smirks Ogata. The member of the One Shadow Nine Fists thinks back on the other disciple. Uzumaki Naruto is the one that he is interested in. Perhaps he needs to pay a visit to the armed division. City. A young man with long shaggy black hair walks down the sidewalk. Seve. Raw people get out of his way in a hurry, not wanting to be seen by the thug-looking young man. He comes to a stop at the top of a set of stairs. Releasing a sigh, he gains a smirk as he looks over the city. Phew, it's been a while since I have been to the city. The young man lifts up his arm, flexing it with a strong fist. That training was long and painful, but I've come back. I am really back. Laughter erupts from the young man. Shinosuke Tsuji is reborn. I am back, Ragnarok. Shinosuke smirks widely, ready to take his position at the top. He begins to walk forward with many thoughts on his mind. I wonder if everyone in Ragnarok is alright. Is Kasara doing well as the Eighth Fist? Shinosuke erases all those thoughts from his mind. One person above all the rest comes to mind. It is the person that forced him to leave the city in order to train in the mountains. Uzumaki Naruto, how much stronger are you now? Break. Naruto lies on the roof at school with eyes closed and enjoying the warmth of the sun. He is thinking on recent events in his life. Becoming Shiger Sensei's disciple, having an evil organization after his head, skipping classes, and avoiding a certain alien that is once again trying to recruit him into the Shinpaku Alliance. Many things are going on in his once peaceful life. It seems like the only time he ever gets a break from it all is when he comes to a school to take a nice nap on the roof. Hey, Takeda comes out onto the roof. The boxer walks over to Naruto and takes a seat. Kenichi-kun hasn't shown up to school in 3 days. What is going on with that? He is training. Must be intense. The masters are trying to prepare him for the dangers that are coming. Naruto sits up. Kenichi needs to be stronger to face Yomi. The boxer clenches his fist. He plans on taking them on alone, huh? The weapon disciple shakes his head. Mew and I will help him. I guess I am not strong enough to help, frowns Takeda. Naruto tilts his head. The GHT that I had with Kenichi on the roof seems long ago compared to how strong he is now. Every day the gap between him and me gets wider and wider. It is not good. Understanding is in Naruto's eyes. He knows that feeling well. Being helpless and too weak to do anything despite the desire to want to do something. The first 8 years of his life he spent like that until he joined the Anbu and gained focus. If you want to close that gap, train harder. Takeda punches the roof. I am training as hard as I can. He hangs his head in shame. It doesn't seem to be helping at all. A sigh comes from the boxer. I don't know what to do anymore. Naruto wishes that he could say something to make Takeda regain his resolve. Unfortunately, when it comes to using words, he has never been that good. It makes him feel bad that he isn't able to help. Takeda is a good guy and Naruto considers him to be a good friend. The two come up to the roof often to hang out. He watches as Takeda lies down to stare up at the clouds. Naruto lies back down to stare at the clouds with Takeda. Shinpaku Alliance. What the hell? Shinpaku Alliance. Shinosuke stares at the banner in confusion. This has to be the right address. The building is exactly the same except for the banner. What happened to Kasara's hideout? It must be some new plan that Ragnarok is implementing. A smirk appears on his face because he is going to show Ragnarok who is back and belongs at the top. Inside the building, Kasara watches as Takeda continues to punch the heavy bag. She is impressed with his dedication to training. Yukita comes up beside her. Hey Takeda, it is time to take a break. Takeda ignores Yukita and continues to punch the heavy bag with a ferocious intensity. Damn, how many hours has it been now? Takeda pushes his body. I can't stop. I have to keep on training to reach their level. He thinks about Miu, Kenichi, Naruto, Oden, and Berserker. All of them are so strong and levels above him. I see you still talk like that, Takeda. Takeda freezes, recognizing that voice. Kasara and Yukita turn their heads. If you are so serious about getting stronger, why don't you risk your life in the mountains? A power punch strikes the heavy bag, causing it to be blown off the hook and explode, blasting sand everywhere. Yukita's eyes widen. No way, it is him. Shinosuke smirks widely. Kasara. He runs towards the girl. Did you miss me? Kasara tilts her head. Who are you? Shinosuke waves his arms childishly with crocodile tears. She laughs, waving her hand. I am just kidding, Hinosuke Tsuji. It's Shinosuke. Takeda kneels down, examining the heavy bag. It was destroyed from the inside. When did Shinosuke get this strong? Shinosuke was never a weakling, but he was all muscle and no brains with sloppy technique. Even for a top member, Shinosuke wasn't all that tough. Ragnarok is gone. What the hell happened? A chuckle comes from Kasara. You can thank Naruto and Kenichi for that. Kasara grabs a towel to wipe her face. Naruto managed to defeat Berserker and Oden. Shinosuke yells in outrage. The shaggy-haired boy begins to kick the wall in anger. No fucking way. All that time I spent in the mountains. What the hell was it all for? Rearing back his right arm, he takes a step forward. Takeda and Kasara immediately notice and sense the power behind the punch. It shocks both of them. When Shinosuke punches the wall, creating a fist-sized hole and a dozen cracks forming outward from that hole. Damn it, where did you learn that? Demands Takeda. Huh, Shinosuke waves his hand. Oh, after a week of punching a tree. This creepy old guy came up to me. Told me I was disturbing his sleep and that he would teach me his techniques if I left. The name of it was I can't remember. Either way, I went through all that hell in order to gain the strength needed to take on my eternal rival, Uzumaki Naruto. Takeda gains a hard look. Eternal rival, huh? Ryazanpaku. Naruto leaps from wooden beam to wooden beam with graceful agility. Shuriken and kunai fly at him from all directions. The widths of the beams are about 2 to 3 inches, forcing him to stand on his toes with a single foot in order to stay balanced. He is bare-chested, torn pants that now resembled tattered shorts, and no shoes. Multiple cuts cover his body, but none of them are life-threatening. It is a good thing he has inhuman regenerative abilities, because he would have died from blood loss an hour ago. Leaping to the next beam, he twirls around a 5-long spear, deflecting several shuriken. He doesn't have much experience with the spear, but he lost his katana 2 hours ago and wakizashi an hour ago. All that he has left in his arsenal in this spear and a couple kunai that he managed to grab. Stumbling, he channels chakra to his feet to steady his grip and leap to the next beam. A couple kunai cut him across the back, but he ignores the pain. Oh, did he mention that if he falls that he will land in zens upon dozens of tetsubashi that litter the ground? Shigure-sensei is proving to be even more of a sadist than his trainers in the ANBU. Anko has nothing on Shigure-sensei. Landing on the last beam, Naruto jumps high into the air, landing in a crouch in a safe area. He collapses onto his back, breathing heavily. That training was so hard that he needed to use chakra to keep from failing. He tosses away the spear. I don't think I will be using a spear. Shiger bops him on the forehead with her rice spoon. You will learn to use all weapons. Naruto is starting to hate himself for saying he wanted to learn to use all weapons. Also, you failed. You were supposed to make it 3 hours with all weapons. She pokes him. Go again. I believe that you will need to hold off on that training. Akisame walks towards the pair. Naruto sits up, noticing Kasara and Takeda behind the Jujutsu master. There is another person walking with Kasara and Takeda. We have someone here that wishes to challenge Naruto to a match. Uzumaki. It is time we settle our duel. Naruto stands up. Who are you? Kasara bursts out laughing. Shinosuke grits his teeth. I am Shinosuke Tsuji. How dare you forget your eternal rival? You have an eternal rival. Shiger pokes Naruto. I guess so. He shrugs. Shinosuke steps forward with a determined look. Fight me, Uzumaki. Naruto nods. I accept. Ryazanpaku. Go, Naruto-kun. Appa. Kill him. Shinosuke's sweat drops. Hey, no killing. He tosses away his coat and gets into a strange stance. Naruto places his left arm behind his back and holds his right arm in front of him. He is going to fight this match without using weapons. His taijutsu training has been lacking lately, and this is a good way to work on it. That reminds him that he never got to have that spar with Thor. He will have to check on Thor tonight. Mew analyzes both martial artists. Judging that other guy, I would have to say that Naruto is much stronger. So why did Naruto agree to the match then? Wonders Kenichi. Strength alone is no guarantee of victory, smiles Hayato. Even a weaker opponent can find a way to achieve victory. Kenichi frowns at that logic. The elder must be messing with him. That stance. I wonder, mutters Akisame. I heard that you managed to defeat Odin and Berserker. You have gotten stronger, smirks Shinosuke. Kasara smirks. Idiot, you are about to be destroyed. Takeda watches the fight intensely. Let's go. Shinosuke begins to move around at impressive speeds. Takeda, Kasara, and Kenichi are all shocked by the strange movements. Naruto wa tches as Shinosuke moves around him in a circle. Shinosuke is barely moving his legs so that it appears like the young man is sliding across the mats. Akisame and Sakari recognize the movements immediately. This is Kappo, says the Jujutsu master. Shiger remains impassive, but she is impressed. Kappo, it has the same origins as Sumu and ninjutsu, so that's it. Yes. Kensai lowers his camera phone. It's over 1,000 years old, and it's been said that it's one of Japan's oldest kenpu, though that's just an opinion. The philosophical Jujutsu master continues the explanation to Kasara, Takeda, and Kenichi, who are listening intently to the masters. For Kappo, the kanji, kotsu, is used, as it follows that skill are the basis for everything. Now, the term, kotsu, means something like being able to understand a clever technique you've done for a little time, but kotsu meant core in olden Japan. Carrying a statue or running with geta with long soles, there were a lot of techniques. That came from the difference between people who knew their cores and those who didn't. Akisame strokes his mustache. The aggregate of the skill has recently appeared in many different styles, but his movements seem to be a bit different. Quote, what did you just say the name of my style was? Demands Shinosuke. Kappo. Ha ha ha. That's it, Kappo. I finally remembered the name of my martial arts. What an idiot, sighs Kasara. A front hand strikes come at Naruto. Naruto dodges to the left, avoiding the strike. Takeda's eyes narrow when Shinosuke launches several more front palm thrusts. Single quote. It doesn't even look like he is moving his arm. And he is hiding his rear leg behind his front leg to disguise his movements. Shinosuke goes for a front leg kick, but Naruto spins around it, going for a rear leg sweep. Same trick won't work twice. Shinosuke slides around in surprising speed to avoid the leaf gale that defeated him so long ago. The former brawler unleashes a flurry of punches and kicks. Naruto stays a step ahead of Shinosuke's attacks before deflecting a punch to the side. A punch slams into Shinosuke's chest, sending him flying a couple feet. Shinosuke hits the mats hard. Damn, he hits even harder than I remember. Naruto gets back into his stance. You are stronger, but so am I. A wide smirk appears on Shinosuke's face. I expected no less from my eternal rival. Shinosuke stands back up and gets into his stance. But your puny punches won't harm me. Kasara starts to respect Shinosuke. Not bad, he won't give up. He was able to get so much stronger. Is this what having a master does? Thinks Takeda. He should give up. There is no way he can win, says Kenichi. Mew looks at Kenichi with disappointed eyes. You still don't get it, huh? Kenichi gains a confused look. Shinosuke is weaker in terms of skill, strength, and speed. There is no denying that Naruto is stronger, but if for a 1 second Naruto lets down his guard, Shinosuke will win. A nod comes from the redhead. It is true. Kasara never takes her eyes from the fight. Naruto is not the type of person to ever let down his guard when in a fight. He could be fighting the strongest man alive or a small little child. To him a fight is a fight. Though he may not use his full strength in every fight, he doesn't let down his guard. The bastard is always telling that to me in our spars, old habit. But I never let my guard down during a fight. He said that after knocking me flat to my ass when I tried to get his attention while he was sparring Freyane. Kenichi begins to understand. I see. I think I finally understand, smirks Takeda. Even without a master, I can never give up on my training with boxing. I will find a master, but until that day comes I have to keep on pushing myself to my limits. Never lower my fists, not even for a second. Hayato strokes his beard with a smile. It looks like this spar was beneficial in many ways. Break. Mew shouts happily. Dinner is ready. Huh. Shinosuke shoots awake and sits upright. Where am I? What happened to my match against Uzumaki? A plate of food is placed down in front of him. Shinosuke looks around to see that. He is sitting at a dinner table surrounded by the masters from earlier. You lost. Kenichi gives a knowing smile. Naruto knocked you out cold. He left a couple hours ago. Shinosuke slams his fist down in anger. Damn, I thought I had him. Hayato chuckles in amusement. Where did you learn those techniques? I met this strange old man in the woods that wore a bear skin. I never asked his name, but he was incredibly strong. A loud grumble comes from Shinosuke's stomach. He begins to devour the food with gusto. I trained so hard. The training in the mountains was hell. How could I lose again? To think there are masters we don't know about that aren't on Yami's side. This is good news indeed, smiles Hayato. However, you never finished your training, did you? Shinosuke looks away with a guilty expression. Naruto is not the type of person to sit around and be happy with his current strength. His goal is to grow stronger and stronger. If you want to keep up with him, I suggest going back to your master to complete your training. Mew gives a friendly smile. Oh, there was a message that Naruto wanted us to give you. Shinosuke leans forward, taking a pause in eating. He-s. 8 If you want to challenge me again I will be waiting. I think he had a lot of fun fighting you. Kenichi's sweat drops. It is near impossible to tell how he felt. That mask covers his face and he speaks in that bored voice all the time. My disciple enjoyed sparring with you. Shigure eats her bowl of rice slowly. You are free to come back to challenge him any time. Shinosuke stands up with a fire burning in his eyes. I won't rest until I defeat my eternal rival. I expected Shinosuke to follow you around, smirks Kasara. He isn't the type that will accept defeat so easily. Naruto walks next to Kasara. The two are leaving school and heading towards the sumo stables. I believe he went back to the mountains to train. He stretches out his arm. I look forward to fighting him again. Kasara knows that she will need to step up her own training. Shinosuke managed to increase his strength by an incredible amount in such a short amount of time. If she wants to be able to help Yuto and the others fight against Yomi, she will need to get stronger too. She is not going to be sitting around on the sidelines depending on the others to fight. This is her chance to show everyone that she is strong. Naruto-san. A large young man waves at the two. Thor walks towards Naruto with a large smile. I was hoping you would stop by, laughs the sumo. Kasara-san, it is good to see you too. Hey, smiles Kasara. Thor, good to see you. Thor gains a challenging glint. I have wanted to have a rematch against you. I hope you are ready. I plan on winning this time. Naruto gives a smile that is hidden behind his mask. I am ready. Break. Kenichi is running like a hamster in a large spinning wheel. Master, Mew has been acting strange all day. She was running into poles and barely able to register anything that was going on around her. He stops for a second, causing an electric shock to zap him. The boy screams in pain and begins to run faster. It is not surprising tomorrow will be the day, says Shiger, cleaning her sword. The day, Akisame nods. The day her parents passed away. Kenichi's eyes widen. He stops for a second, causing another electric shock to zap him back into running. Kensai examines the time left on the machine. The unfortunate girl lost both her parents. When I came to Ryazanpaku, I took the role of her father. More like you took the role of the enemy. That pisses me off. Another 20 minutes. Kensai resets the timer. Kenichi screams as the wheel begins to move faster. Apachai enters into the dojo. Appa, where is Mew? Leave her be, grunts Sakari. Nighttime. Naruto yawns lightly. It is time to head home and catch some sleep. He spent the entire day sparring with Thor and Kasara. Today was a great day. Too bad it is Sunday, or he would spend time tomorrow doing much the same thing. Oh well, school isn't so bad. School is a good time to catch up with friends and gain a few extra hours of sleep. Meow. The weapon disciple hears a familiar voice. Turning around, he spots Mew kneeling down in front of the window to the pet store. She is waving at the kittens on the other side of the glass. Naruto tilts his head in curiosity. What is she doing out here? Mew should be at home sleeping at this hour. Mew-san. Mew spins around in surprise. Naruto-san. She stands up with a light blush. What are you doing here? I am going home. He stares at her. What are you doing? I wanted to play with the kittens. Mew gives a sheepish smile. Naruto stares at her. A silence fills the air between them. She looks down at her feet. Saw through that, huh? He shrugs. No need to lie. If you don't want to tell me, that is fine. She pushes a strand out of her face. Mew stares down at her feet. Tomorrow I am visiting a gravestone that always makes me uneasy. Parents. Yes. I never met my parents. Naruto comes up beside Mew. He leans against the glass. How about you? Mew shakes her head. No. I never met mine either. A longing look is in her eyes. I often wonder what it would be like to know them. Haven't you ever wondered? The former ninja thinks deeply on the matter. I suppose I did when I was younger. Naruto feels uncomfortable sharing such intimate feelings. Ninjas are taught to keep information about themselves secret, or it can be used against them. He glances at Mew, noticing that she is more relaxed while he is talking about his feelings. Against everything he was taught, he decides to continue. All I remember is that my parents died to save me. Really? Mew smiles softly. I don't remember anything about my mother. But Grandpa tells me that she died saving me. Naruto places a hand on Mew's shoulder. Giving one life for another is the ultimate form of love. You should not be so uncomfortable when you go to her grave. The old man told him that when he first asked about his parents. They gave their lives to protect him and the village. It was the ultimate sacrifice for everything that they loved. He was told to honor their deaths. A giggle comes from the girl. Thanks Naruto. I feel better. Mew steps away feeling lighthearted and with her usual warm smile. Do you think Kenichi will come with me to the grave? I think I will feel better with him around. Kenichi always seems to make me more at ease. I am sure he will. Naruto pushes off the glass. He throws up a wave. Good night. Night Naruto. Waves Mew. School. Makoto and Kasara are glaring at each other. You trying to start a fight with me? Kasara gains a predatory gleam. I will gladly kick your ass. You may be stronger than me. But I am the one who went on a date with Naruto-kun. Makoto gives a superior smirk. How many dates have you been on with him? Kasara splutters. I thought so. Shut up. Kasara's face is bright red. I am not interested in him like that. We are friends. The smirk never leaves Makoto's face. She walks by Kasara humming a tune. Whatever you say, loser. Kasara glares at the back of Makoto's head. Just one good kick. Ryazanpaku. Naruto looks over at the masters that are unusually quiet. Akisame is reading a book. Kensai is staring at a porn magazine while upside down. Sakari is drinking a beer while sighing constantly. And Apachai is playing Othello alone. He sweat drops. The masters really have nothing to do with their time when Kenichi is gone. Miu, Kenichi, and the elder went to go visit the gravestone of Miu's parents. Without a disciple to torture, the masters have way too much free time on their hands and don't have a clue what to do with it. Focus. On instinct, Naruto moves his arms in different directions, knocking away 6 shuriken. In each hand he wields a wakizashi. Dual-wielding swords is not that much different from using 2 kunai. The main difference is C counting for the reach so that he doesn't take his arms off. He holds the wakizashi in his right hand in a reverse grip, and the one in his right hand is being held in a standard one-handed grip. Naruto moves around in a circle, deflecting all the shuriken that come into his airspace. Akisame watches Naruto deflect the shuriken from every direction. The boy is so used to being attacked from every angle that his body is acting on instinct. Naruto doesn't realize it, but he is starting to develop his Sikuken. A ringing sound causes Naruto to turn his head. He sheaths the wakizashi on his back and walks over to his clothes. Shiger lands next to him with a curious look. Naruto pulls out a brand new cell phone that Kasara made him buy. Curiously, she is the one giving him a call. Hello. Hey Naruto. Can you get a break from training tomorrow? Shiger shakes her head. Naruto gives her a blank look. Tochumaru begins to shake his head too. The former ninja answers. How about Wednesday? Fine. It is a date. I'll meet you at Matsui Cafe at 7. Don't even think about being late. The line goes dead. Naruto wonders why Kasara is mad all the time. A date. Shiger pokes Naruto's arm. I want to go on a date. Shoo. Tochumaru nods. Naruto gives her an incredulous look. What about training? Shiger narrows her eyes. Tochumaru gives him the same look. Okay, let's go on a date. Shiger and Tochumaru throw up their arms. Yay. A date. Females are weird, thinks Naruto. Botanical garden. Miu kneels down smelling the roses. Wow. It smells just like soap. Kenichi smiles at Miu's enthusiasm. Actually, soap is made to smell like those flowers. He points at a bush of flowers. Go smell those. Miu eagerly runs over to the flowers. It smells like bananas. Yep, and those ones over there smell like cocoa. Wow, I had no idea you were so smart. Miu giggles. I guess you have talent for other things besides getting beat up. He gains a gloomy aura. That was rude, whispers Kenichi. A smile appears on his face. Miu is returning to her normal self. He wonders if it would be okay now to ask about her father. On the gravestone that they visited, he knows that her father's name was missing. The masters told him that her parents died, but only her mother's name was on the gravestone. Why wasn't her father's name on the gravestone? I am just going to ask her. Hey Miu. Kaiki turns around to find empty space. He blinks, wondering where she went. Botanical garden. Sho stares up at the entangled bird. Poor thing. He loves things that are able to fly. Birds are the most magnificent creatures in the world. It is a pity that the entire world is filled with so many bugs. An angelic voice interrupts his thoughts. What are you staring at? Miu comes up behind Sho. She takes a look up and gasps upon noticing the entangled bird. Oh no, the bird is entangled in some wire. Shit, I forgot to keep my presence concealed. Master is always yelling at me that I get too focused and forget about my surroundings. Sho smiles as he remembers the many times he was scolded for his habit of fixating on a single object. He shrugs, not concerned with it. I will free the bird and leave. Showing amazing leg strength, he leaps high into the air and uses the nearest tree to spring even higher. Just as he is about to reach the bird, his eyes widen in shock. The girl behind him lands on the branch above him. Mew moves through the air like a feather dancing in the wind. Sho is absolutely captivated. She has wings. Mew gives a warm smile. Will you hand me the bird? Sho wordlessly does as told. He gently takes the bird, handing it to the girl with wings. Humming, Mew carefully untangles the bird. The bird chirps in gratitude before flying off into the sky. You are pretty good. Are you a martial artist? I finally found you. I have been searching forever for you. What? Blinks Mew. Sho gets right into her face. Mew steps backwards, touching the bark of the tree. My name is Kano Sho. Let's go to the wide dark sky together. Do you mean Yami? Of course. Surely they will accept you. Mew's eyes narrow. Are you a Yami assassin? Sho continues to smile. Her leg comes up straight up with such speed and power that it almost hits him. Get away from me. Wow, you really have similar movements to Furinji Saiga. Sho easily dodges her next attack. Furinji Saiga, you know him. Sho gets behind Mew, putting an arm around her neck. Of course I do. Naturally, because I am part of Yami, I have gathered all information on him. He leans in, whispering into her ear. If you come with me, I'll tell you everything you could want to know. Mew stares straight ahead, not making any move to fight back. Break. Kenichi walks outside the botanical gardens. He spent the past 10 minutes trying to find Mew, but was unable to succeed in the task. It doesn't make any sense. Where did she go? Is it possible she headed home after getting separated? A loud roaring sound makes him turn his head. Kenichi spots a motorcycle drive by him. There are 2 people on the motorcycle, but his eyes fixate on the passenger. Mew. The girl on the back of the motorcycle turns her head around. Kenichi-san. Her eyes shine with regret and pain. Kenichi grits his teeth. Those eyes, it is the entire reason he decided to grow stronger. It was to protect Mew from having such pain-filled eyes. Mew. Get back here, kidnapper. At speeds that no one knew Kenichi possessed, he takes off running. Sho glances back. Idiot, you can't keep up with a motorcycle. A smirk is on his face. Raya Zanpaku's disciple will never catch him. This girl is going back to Yami with him, and with her at his side they will be able to fly anywhere in the world. It is destiny that the 2 of them met. A scream makes Sho's eyes widen in surprise. Ultimate shortcut. Mew turns her head in surprise as well. Kenichi took a shortcut by leaping from roof to roof. He uses all his strength to jump off the last roof. Reaching out with his arms, he manages to catch the back of the bike and make it swerve off balance before letting go. The bike spins out of control, heading towards a lamp pole. Sho and Mew leap from the bike in perfect synchronization. Both perform a backflip, landing in a crouch. He has the same movements as Mew, gasps Kenichi. Ah, my bike. Sho turns to face Kenichi with anger etched on his face. This happened because you tried to be a bird, but you are just a flightless bug. Shut up. You are a kidnapper. Let Mew go. Kidnapper. Pervert. Kenichi senses an attack and his body moves on instinct. He barely avoids a powerful knife strike. Not bad. You managed to dodge me. Sho's eyes narrow. A huge killing intent begins to smash down upon Kenichi. I would quit while you are ahead. I am seriously starting to get pissed. Kenichi gets into his fighting stance. Such a huge killing intent. He is not normal. Get lost or I'll break you. If I compare it to my masters, Kenichi stomps his foot down. He charges forward, throwing a punch of his own. You get lost. Sho narrows his eyes. Kenichi sees the movement this time and barely dodges the high-speed punch aimed at his chest. Stepping to the side, he aims a punch at Sho's face, but Sho raises his arm, blocking the punch with little effort. Sho is about to throw another punch, but a person tackles Kenichi out of the way. Tish, scowls Sho. A handsome blonde-haired boy pins Kenichi to the ground with his foot. Tanimoto-kun, gasps Kenichi in surprise. What are you doing? Get off me. Tanimoto keeps his eyes trained on Sho. Shut up. Look at your opponent before attacking. Inwardly, Tanimoto is impressed that Kenichi managed to see Sho's movements. That training in the mountains with the elder truly paid off. It has been a long time. Kano Sho, or should I say, Sparna. Sho doesn't lose the dark expression that promises death. Kenichi stops struggling and gives Tanimoto a questioning look. He is the leader of Yomi and a soldier of Yami. Quote, Hermit, it has been a while. Sho speaks in a cold tone. Get out of my way, I am going to break that bug. Think so. God hand will kill you. Suddenly, the oppressive atmosphere disappears. Sho gulps, looking incredibly scared. He smiles out of reflex. Shit, I forgot about Sensei. Reaching out, he grabs Miu's hand and begins to run. Come on Miu, we need to get going. Kenichi shouts out to the girl. Miu, don't go. Using all his strength, he manages to stand up, pushing Tanimoto back. I don't know what you are worrying about and I don't know if I can be of any use, but Tanimoto grabs Kenichi by the legs, knocking Ryazanpaku's disciple face first to the ground. Someday I'll definitely be able. I'll get stronger as a man and a martial artist. I will protect you, Miu-san. So don't lend that guy your power. Miu can feel the sincerity of Kenichi's words. Sho feels her hand slip out of his own. He turns around in confusion. Miu, what is wrong? Tanimoto will never say it aloud, but he is impressed that Kenichi managed to reach Miu. Sorry, whispers Miu. Sho frowns, but soon gives a warm smile. I understand. I shouldn't be too pushy with girls. A blush soon heats her face when he leans forward, giving her a kiss on the cheek. Kenichi screams in anger. There is nothing to be confused about. One day you will understand that you belong on our side. I'll be waiting until then. One last smile before he vanishes like a feather in the wind. Tanimoto lets go of Kenichi. Don't be a fool, you are not on that guy's level. He stares off into the distance. To be honest, I don't want to fight him either. Kenichi runs over to Miu. Miu-san. Date. Naruto and Shiger walk through the mall with no real destination in mind. Shiger. He has never been on a date and Naruto really has no clue what to do. The only date he ever went on was with Makoto and he doubts that Shiger will want to do the things that Makoto liked, so he decided to just walk around until something pops up. Fortunately, the two are more than content with walking around to explore the city. Both of them enjoy learning about new things, but rarely go outside their comfort zone. Naruto prefers to be training and Shiger spends time with Apachai and Akisame at Ryazanpaku. As they walk through the mall, many males are sending jealous looks at Naruto. The ones not hating on Naruto are too busy checking out Shiger. There is no denying that Shiger is one of, if not the most beautiful and well-developed woman in the mall. It is no wonder that she has so many admirers. Not that any of them have a shot, since she is oblivious to their attention. Pity on the poor fool that tries to get her attention. Shiger spots an ice cream stand. Shoo. Tochumuru pokes out from between her breasts. He points at the ice cream. Can we? She asks. Of course. Naruto leads the way. Pick a flavor and I will pay. Shiger leans forward, giving an excellent view down her cleavage. The clerk almost falls over, staring down her shirt. Tochumuru points at mint chocolate chip. She points at it. One mint chocolate chip. All right. The clerk scoops the ice cream into a cone, then hands it to Naruto. Naruto hands the cone to Shiger. He turns back to pay the clerk. Shiger lets Tochumuru takes a few licks before taking a lick of her own. It is good. She offers it to Naruto. He shakes his head and walks away from the stand. Shiger walks next to him, alternating licks with Tochumuru. Where to next? Naruto stops at the directory. He only came to the mall because Madoko is always talking about coming here. In fact, many of the girls talk about this place a lot. It doesn't seem all that great to him. Glancing at the directory, he tries to find something that would be fun. Arcade. Okay. Nods Shiger. Arcade. Interesting. Naruto and Shiger stare at the arcade. There are so many machines and people. The people are at the machines making weird motions and playing with toys. Looking at each other, neither knows what to do in the situation. Hey sexy. A tall lanky teenager with piercing all over his face comes up behind Shiger. Want to play with me? He gives a perverse smile and is about to put his arm around her. Cold steel touches against the teen's throat making him freeze. His eyes look straight down to find the hand holding the knife as the boy standing next to the sexy woman. A cold, emotionless ocean blue eyes gaze deep into the teen's soul. Do not touch her. The teen gulps. A splutter comes from the teen that is incoherent. Naruto lets the kunai fall into the sleeve of his shirt, disappearing from view. What do we do in the arcade? The teen is sweating heavily. Why you put your money into that machine to get tokens? Once you Avenue tokens you can play any of the games and earn tickets. The tickets can be traded in at the counter over there for prizes. He speaks so fast that it is almost impossible to understand the teen. Naruto and Shiger hear it clearly. Thank you. A palm strikes the teen in the chest, blasting him out of the arcade. Naruto takes a moment to put a lid on his emotions. He was barely able to control his rage upon feeling the teen's intentions towards Shiger-sensei. A gentle hand touches his own. Calm down, says Shiger. Nodding, he relaxes, getting his emotions under control. He wonders why he got so upset at the teen. It reminds him of that time when he found out that Kasara was hurt and how angry he had become. This is something he is going to investigate. I want a prize. Shiger looks at him expectantly. Okay, let's go play, shrugs Naruto. The two walk over to the token machine that the punk teen told them about. Naruto puts in enough money to get 40 tokens. He hands 20 tokens to Shiger and keeps the other 20. Shiger spots a game that involves rolling a ball down the lane up into 6 different small holes, skeet ball. Both take a moment to observe a few others playing the game. It seems simple enough. Putting in their tokens, the two are given 8 balls to roll. Naruto rolls his first, easily getting it into the 50 hole. Shiger gets her into the 100 hole. His eyes narrow. Her eyes begin to glow. Suddenly, the two are rolling the balls down with incredible skill. I win. Shiger puffs out her chest. She managed to get all 100, getting a perfect score and earning a great deal of tickets. Naruto lost by 50 points, but still got a good amount of tickets. Tochumuru points at a rifle game. Naruto and Shiger stare at each other. In an instant, the TWO grab their tickets and rush over to the next game. Master and disciple are determined to defeat the other. Ryazanpaku. Miu stares at the earring. It was placed in her hair by that boy, Shokano. He knows about her father. This whole time her father was in Yami and Grandpa never told her. Grandpa must have known, which is why he never told her. As much as she wants to be upset with her grandpa from keeping that secret from her, she can't. Grandpa is the one who raised and trained her. Her father, who has been alive this whole time, was never there for her. The doors to Ryazanpaku open up, breaking Miu from her thoughts. Curiously, Miu stands up, walking around to the front. A sweat drop falls down at the sight that greets her. Naruto enters the dojo carrying a large bag that is easily twice his size. Shiger and Tochumuru are sitting at the top of the bag playing with a couple toys. Where have you two been? And what is in the bag? At the arcade, answers Naruto. Shiger puffs out her chest with pride. I won the most tickets and got lots of prizes. Naruto grumbles under his breath. He drops the bag down. Shiger lands next to him. Grabbing the bag, she begins to drag it towards her room. Miu tilts her head. I thought you two were supposed to be training. Sensei wanted to go on a date. Miu splutters. Naruto stares at the earring in Miu's hand. Where did you get that? A gasp comes from Miu. She is about to hide it behind her back, but she knows that it is too late. Miu pushes a strand of hair out of her face. I had a run-in with a member from Yomi. I really don't want to talk about it. Naruto turns around. Okay, night Miu. Night Naruto. So that's for today, thanks for watching.